Hello, 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 everyone. Good evening. Hi. How's everybody doing this evening? Hey, Diana, how you doing, sweetie? Hello, PG in chat. Hello, hello, hello to you. Lisa, number two in here. Says, hey, PG, much love. Missed you last night. Hey, Lisa, I miss you guys too. I missed you guys. God bless. God bless. Good to see you all in here tonight. Miami, how you doing? Hello, PG in chat. Hello, hello, hello. How you doing tonight, girl? Number three. Yes, yes, absolutely. Lisa, number two, and Diana, number one. You got number one in here tonight, girl. God bless. And let's go down through here. Oh, and Brown Girl is number four. Hey, PG Chat Mods. Hey to you. How you doing tonight, sweetie? Texas Brat. Beautiful. Good evening, PG. Much love, lady. God bless. Summer's Army always. Amen. Much love to the mods and chat. Absolutely. God bless. Miss Justice, how you doing tonight? Hey, PG. Hey to you, girl. How you doing? Let me get down through here. Hey, Mara, how you doing tonight, sweetie? SL, how you doing? Prayer Garden, how you doing? All right. Juno, how you doing? Let me get on down through here. Oh, there's Race in the Boondocks. I see you, girl. I see you. Let me keep moving. Granny's house. Hello, everyone. Hello to you, sweetie. Oh, wow. Dan, I appreciate that. Gifted 5 Prayer Garden of America memberships. Amen. This night is starting out right. God bless. That is a gift that keeps on giving. God bless. I appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate you supporting Summer's channel. Amen. Amen. So that really helps the people in the chat belong to Summer's channel when you gift them those memberships like that. So God bless. I appreciate it. Hey, how you doing? I'm Jen for Justice for Children. Amen. Justice for Summer Moon, Utah Wells. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a little bit too long, right? Too long. Let me see back here. Hey, Blue Eye Dumpling, how you doing, sweetie? Hello, Mama PG, much love. Hello, Cool Gamer, how you doing tonight? God bless. Hey, I'm trying to make it to the bottom, y'all. Hey, Brenda, how you doing? Connie, Miss Foxy. And Setsu Mama Forever, how you doing, sweetie? Hello, PG Mods. And, of course, chat, family, amen. Beautiful Sunflower, God bless. She said, thank you for gifting the memberships on Diana. Very much appreciate it. Absolutely. God bless. I appreciate that. Beautiful Sunflower. God bless. Hey, Jackie, how you doing? Thank you. Diana. Amen. And there's Becky. Hearts and prayers for summer. Absolutely. Love a Scorpio. There you are. Hey, PG, Summer's Army. Amen. Thank you, each one joining. Amen. Please give a thumbs up. It's a free way to support Summer's channel. It helps keep Summer's face and story out there. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I truly believe Summer's in the arms of an angel. And I ask for the thumbs up so that you can see how many people love and support her. That's why I ask. No other reason. No summer, no peace. Hey, Coco, that's right. You got that right, girlfriend. God bless. God bless. The Real Rockin' Robin, how you doing tonight? Says Blue Eye Dumplings, hello, good to see you again. You guys are sweet. You're so sweet to one another. God bless. Beth Ann, I appreciate that. Summer Strong. That we are. That we are. Hey, Florida girl, there you are. I see you. I see you. Let me see if I know that I don't get everybody because there's a lot of somebody's in here, but I get as many as I can, and I want you to know I appreciate each and every one of you that are in here. I try each night to get as many as I possibly can as I'm coming down to the bottom to get started. Hey Connie, how you doing, sweetie? Love. We love you, Summer. Amen. That we do. That we do. Hey, forget me not. Justice for Summer. God bless. Oh, Angel, super sticker. Yes, absolutely. I appreciate that, girl. God bless. God bless. Thanks for supporting Summer's channel. I appreciate that. Okay. Now I'm looking in the chat. All right. I'm trying to join chat. Well, you know what? Y'all know PG is a do tell, right? Every night we get started, it's a do tell. It's a do tell Sigma at the beginning, and I am going to do tell. And I know that I'm sure there isn't like everybody that's usually in here, but I can bet you 10 to 1. Day Day's got her ears connected to all of this right now. Right now. I know she's got those ears connected to all of this. Well, Day Day, I tell you what. I seen your dirty live last night. That's what I saw. I seen how you let old Dookie Leg sit up there and run that sut and run that sut and run that sut like she knows something, right? Sit up on your panel and act like she boss. Act like she boss. Old Dookie Legs, right? Sitting up on the panel, act like she boss. Why? Because she gives you a little bit of money. She gives you a little bit of money and she gets to come up there and act like Deborah Ann. Just run her mouth. I mean, you could tell. I mean, it don't take a rocket scientist to tell that this lady is 3 sheets in the freaking wind. A full-blown alcoholic, I'm sure. I'm sure she is a full-blown alcoholic. Sitting up there, running her mouth like crazy, right? The only thing is she's really running her sut upon Sherry, you, Daisy, right? And any other person you had up there with y'all, which is, I don't know, another freak, right? Another full-blown freak. Yeah. All of these people running their sut upon PG over there as if they know something, right? But they don't know a damn thing. I mean, it's like, I'm going to tell you what, Daisy. What you had upon your panel last night was like a butthead club, right? A big butthead club. None of y'all had an ounce of education, any way, form, or how. You're sitting up there arguing about England and Ireland, right? Oh, well, I really don't like England because they ain't letting Ireland, go like 6 colonies over there. Okay. Okay. And then they want to go all the way back into, I think it was like the freaking 1700s because the 1800s wasn't good enough, I guess. Or maybe they were in the 1800s trying to go into the 17. I don't know what the hell they was doing because they had me all kinds of confused, right? With their insanity over there. Plumb insane after, after running their sut like they knew something. Hey Don, I'm letting you up, hon. How you doing, Don?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. What about yourself?
I just been chilling, just kind of recovering from Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Yeah.
Right? I
So
had to hit the treadmill twice.
I'm a, hey, I got my first. I got my. Speaking of that, I got my first uh, sponsor.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, God bless.
I forget what you call it. There's other stuff you call it too, like a. I forget, but anyway, I'll have to make a video on it when I get it. But
Wow.
it's got that big screen on it, like a was it like a Peloton?
Oh, yeah.
So um, we'll see
Neat.
what. Yeah, we'll see if it'll help me grow some hair.
Yeah. So, what's been going on? What's up?
Well, I seen your title, okay, and I just wanted to. Um,
Oh, yeah.
I
The
just
tree
wanted to.
trimmers?
Yeah, I wanted to ask your opinion, or I don't really have to ask your opinion. I just kind of wanted to state my opinion. I think I've got some good points here, and I'm not going to stay up here long, you know.
Right.
But you let me know what you think, okay? Um, uh, so police put Candace in a cop car, right?
Oh, yeah. They had to come up there and get her. She was supposed to show up with Don and Grandma,
Yeah,
but she wouldn't go. So
yeah.
when
She
they
was.
got there, the law enforcement's like, where's Candace? Well, she didn't want to come. That ain't choice. That ain't choice. You know, she needs to be here. So they sent the law enforcement up there to escort her little backside right down there to Hawkins County um, to get that lie detectors test done. And then Don, during all of this, is acting like he's falling asleep. And Candace is sitting there, as usual, pulling the stuff off her fingers and saying, "You're interrogating me." And yeah, it didn't go well. And well, what it was really is they didn't have time to research how to pass a lie detectors test, right?
Yeah, but I thought of something, and let me know what you think about this. Um, Hawkins County didn't put the tree trimmers in the back of a police car. Hawkins County didn't put Jackie Dobbs in the back of a police car. Uh, and speaking of that too, Hawkins County never did come out and say that the tree trimmers ain't cooperating in the investigation.
Absolutely.
And Hawkins County didn't come out and say Jackie Dobbs ain't cooperating in the investigation.
Absolutely
Just
not.
Dawn, Candace, and Grandis. But
Mhm.
anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there and tell me what you think about that.
I think that you're absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right. And that is some awesome points. But, also, we got to remember that the tree trimmers show up in a group, right? They show up in a group and they leave in a group. And, I don't think somebody's going to, and that group happened to be completely out of there before Candace ever showed up, right? Before her and Grandis and supposedly Summer got back to the hill. I mean, we don't even know if Summer truly got back to the hill. We don't know.
No.
But we do know is what we do know is that, law enforcement said if indeed Summer would have wandered off, they would have found something. they would either found her or something, something out there showing she did. Nothing, they found nothing. Also, they said that, no signs of abduction. I mean, this is a one way in, one way out. Um, you know, Scary up on a hill, you can't see shit, holler. That, like, it's like you could drive through there and it's basically like ghost town, right? It's like a ghost town. You see nobody, but they all see you when you go down that road. And that's pretty much the way it is. I don't know about hills having eyes, but I sure know them damn bushes up in there do. And nobody comes in there that isn't, that they don't know about. Let's take Jackie Dobbs. Let's go back to June the 14th, 2021. Jackie Dobbs. He wasn't in there 5 seconds. He done ran into Don Wells. Don Wells, the first person he met. Jackie said so. He said, when I came in there, first person I met up with was Don Wells. Then he says that, he parks his car, gets his dog out to go to the restroom, get a little exercise. He starts to get a few things out of his vehicle. And the next thing he knows, Andy and Jody Sue is already swooped upon him and giving him hell and calling law enforcement. And even when law enforcement gets there, this man's got a deed to some land, but still gets ran off, right? So, this is June the 14th. So who alerted Andy and Jody Sue? Don Wells. He alerted them, and that's when they swooped off the hill on Jackie Dobbs. Now, if Jackie Dobbs gets spotted in there within 5 seconds and swooped upon within 10 to 15 minutes, and, by 3 people, Jody Sue, Andy, and law enforcement, what chance does anyone else have in there of doing a damn thing? None.
Yeah, and the if police have video camera evidence of traffic coming and going June 15th, right there at the corner of Beach Creek and Ben Hill, and the only people that came and went, if they did look at that video footage, and the only people that came and went were vehicles that are associated with 110 Ben Hill Road. Well,
exactly. But that isn't where the real evidence is. TBI. See, the thing today is, and thank God, is everybody carries a cell phone. We all carry cell phones. Even PG, I carry a cell phone. So, I don't have my cell phone on when I'm driving, but as soon as I get to the location I'm going to, cell phone comes on, right? Cell phone comes on because now I'm at a mall or I'm at a store or I'm at someone's house visiting and I want to make sure I don't miss no texts or calls. So cell phone's on. I'm pinging wherever I am. And, and see, this is what the feds and the TBI does. Is all of them tree trimmers, they got cell phones. And you know what? They got a hold of all those tree trimmers. And they know exactly where every tree trimmer was pinging from 3:30 to 6:30.
Mm-hmm. So they probably, the tree trimmers I know of in this area up here, they normally try to get on the job site where they're going to be. Like if they were right there below Candace's house, Dawn and Candace's house working, they make it a point to try to get there and pretty much be working at 8 a.m. And then they normally, unless it's an abnormal day, which they were probably just doing maintenance trimming. So it's probably was just another normal day for them. They normally stop at between 4 and 4:30 and go park the trucks where they park them somewhere, and they raise the booms and stuff like that.
Right.
They're on the site until they leave, normally 8 to 4, 8 to 4:30.
Right. Well, this particular day, see, they had been in there. They had been in there almost all week trimming out those tree branches and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
So actually that day, all they were doing is really finishing up with, with that particular area.
Right.
And so they knocked off early. Now, if they went to another job from there, I don't know. But they knocked off early that day, and they were out of there, completely out of there by 2:30. And trust me, that comes from a very reputable source, right? That actually has eyes and ears in the bushes all the time. So, we know that there was no tree trimmers in there. But I'm going to tell you what bothers me in all of this, Dawn, is the fact, one fact and one fact only, that really gets to me in all of this, is these people, they know not what they do. They know what, do they not know what they do to these innocent lives that, they're helping the Wells to accuse and bring suspicion upon. Day Day and 555555555 doesn't freaking understand that you are missing. I mean, I know they would not want their husbands being blamed any way, form, or how, right? If they happen to be tree trimmers and in an area where a child had came up missing. But yet, they will go try to muddy someone else's water, right? To please and appease what? Some damn suspects. Number one, suspects in their own daughter's disappearance. Freaking right out criminals, always have been criminals. Can't think of one time when, any of them people up on 110 has done anything righteously, actually throughout their whole lives, right? These are criminal minded. It's almost like, it's almost like they were born in orange jumpsuits. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I noticed another thing too is like, there's this, I guess I'll say her name, or Robin. Robin, and I guess Robin had responded to someone stating that, basically, when it comes to Dawn and Candace, people should, be godly toward them and this and that. But
well, I understand.
I mean,
I understand.
Dawn needs to be Robin needs to be preaching that to Dawn.
Well, I see where Robin's coming from. She probably is. This is, some people would call her like a religious fanatic, right? A
Right.
religious fanatic. I don't think there is such thing as a religious fanatic. Let me tell you, you wish you was one when the Lord comes, right? When the Lord
Right.
comes, you'll wish you were one if you ain't. But the point being is, as I see where she's coming from, because she doesn't believe in in judging people, because the Bible says, judge and you shall be judged. Have no mercy, you won't obtain mercy. So God didn't put us here to judge people. He put us here to
I
understand them.
judge people every day, and if I go to hell for judging people, I don't think I'm gonna go to hell for judging people. I've been a lot worse. I've done a lot worse.
I don't think you judge people. I think you use your common sense to understand humans, and if they are good people to be around or the type of people you need to stay away from. You
Yeah.
know, that's not judging them. That's understandment.
Yeah, but you can't. I mean, Robin can't be getting on here and telling everybody to act Christian like while while she's representing someone that's out here making death threats to people.
Right. Well, I understand where you're coming from too. And, the one thing I understand is Robin, she did kind of upset, everything with her, let's put on fanny packs, run out in the woods, with our snackies and look
Yeah,
like it was a type of a game or something. But I
yeah,
tell you what, at least she was willing to run out in those woods.
yeah,
Candace wasn't.
yeah,
At least Robin was ready to run out there, with her fanny pack of snackies and do what needed to be done to find Summer if indeed Summer was there. So,
yeah. It just bothers me. It just bothers me that um and I hate going at Robin, but it's like, every time I want to step back from fussing at her, she gives me something to fuss at her about. Um, it's like
right,
it's like there's out of all the people in the world, I mean, she could be helping out other people along with Dawn and Candace, but it just looks like she's only helping Dawn and Candace. Why is she so dedicated just to them? It's what it looks like. Now she may be helping other people behind the scenes, doing this, other families doing that, but it doesn't look like it. You know what I mean?
right.
I mean, it doesn't look like she's dropping thousands of dollars for, somebody in Johnson City or somebody in Virginia or a family in Greenville. It looks like she's dropping thousands of dollars for Dawn and Candace. She's really making excuses for them when it's like, don't be telling us
Well,
to act godly when your clients over there
I
actually
be
making death threats.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think she's dropping a penny for the Wells. I don't think that Robin has it like that to be dropping. Um, you know, her and her husband by far are not well, super well to do.
Oh, I've
But
got witnesses that can prove it.
and
Yeah,
I don't.
I've got witnesses that can
If
back it up.
she was dropping, for one, if she was dropping thousands of dollars, they wouldn't be living in the pigsty up there that they're in.
Well,
Um,
they're addicts too. You know that, right?
well, yeah, I know that Don and Candace go through a ton of money, to
It's
support
not
their
like they listen to Dave
support
Ram.
their
Hear Dave
habit.
Ram. It's not like they listen to Dave Ramsey every day.
I think that I don't think that I think that Candace and Don are getting more support right now by Day Day and 55555 than they are from anyone else. Just that's my opinion.
Yeah.
Um, where the Wells are getting their support from because that is who they're
Well, see,
associating
that's
themselves
what
with.
kills me. Why can't these people help other people too? Why is it just got to be Dawn and Candace?
Um, I don't, because Don and Candace ain't going to bring them. I mean, other people ain't going to bring them click likes and views, right? They, I don't know what happens to these people when they feel that the Wells want, the Wells want to come on my panel now. All of a sudden, um, they think they're like, you know, like they're bigger than life, right? Like they're on the Hollywood billboard as you're going into Hollywood. Absolutely not. Um, Associating yourselves with the Wells is basically like, you know, uh, associating toilet paper to where it's supposed to be used. All right. So, in my book, that's in my book. That's my opinion. But hey, if you think you're on the big screen, go for it. I have no use for all of that. You know, what I believe that should be on the big screen is Summer Moon Utah Wells. What I believe should be on the big screen is exactly what this case is all about. A 5 year old missing little girl that needs to be found, brought home, and justice served on her behalf. That's my personal opinion. Um, but something, I'm going to tell you, something sinister and evil happens to these people the minute they believe that they got the wells in their pocket. These people don't know how to, okay, you want to come on the panel, then you ask the hard questions. You ask what that time, answer what went down from 2:30 to 6:30, and they'll stay away from your panel. If you are seeking the truth for Summer, they will not come near your panel.
Well, I mean, well, just speaking of that, I mean, Kathy the friend, she's, I mean, after Candace, left her, she's no longer, I mean, when's the last time she been on YouTube? There you go.
Right. I mean,
I checked on her the other day, and I think her last video was months ago.
Well, she knows that she came out here and freaking gaslighted and smoke screened a bunch of people. She was supposed to take that stuff, turn it over to law enforcement, on Summer's behalf, and she didn't do it. She lied. This was another one that, was aiding and abetting a couple criminals, right? She was aiding and abetting these damn criminals. Why? Because she is as much a piece of shit as they are. She didn't care about Summer. She doesn't care about a little missing girl that needs to be found. She's just a fucking bullshitter, just like Dawn and Candace and a whole lot of other people that don't really care about Summer, right? They don't care about it. As hard as it is for us to believe out here, there are people who don't care about these missing children. They don't, they don't care if they're found or not. Matter of fact, there's a lot of people that just don't like children at all. And, they're black-hearted. There is absolutely black-hearted, numbskull human beings in this world that, that they cannot feel or care about other people. All they do is care about their damn selves. It's all me, 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 me. Nothing else. There's no we to it. It's me, 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 me. What can I gain? What can I get? And that's all that Kathy came out for, is what can I get? What can I have? I mean, she wasn't out. I think the first day she came out, she had a Cash App with her. And an address with her. Send me this, send me that, give me. She was just on the give me train. That's what it was. And using, and those are the people using Summer. Those are the people using Summer. Just like, Day sit over there and, I don't like doing this. I'm only doing this because, right now I can't work and I need to make money, and this is the way, I'm making my monies, right? And if it means, grab a kid and try to use it up to make money off of, then, this is what I'm going to do. And ain't none of you going to stop me. It ain't what I want to do. I'd rather have my little farm channel and not put up with all of this out here or talk about and associate myself with this. But I will for the money. So it's about self-gain, not about Summer, not about Harmony, not about Michael Vaughn, not about any of these missing kids. It's about the dollar for these people.
Yeah, they're not going to have Dawn and Candace on their channels forever. And then, then what are they going to do? You know what I mean?
Well, look at Cher. She didn't have them forever either, right? And Benny Keys didn't have them forever as well. And, Tam and Allie didn't have them forever. Dawn and Candace, they change up these people like most humans change underpants. And that's just the way it is, that's what they do. Like Dawn said, look, sissy, if these people ain't a plus, and, they ain't got if we can't gain something from them, they're the hell out of here, and you know it. And like I said, yep, I sure do.
I know,
You know?
I know a few churches that they've treated that way too.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're all about you. Don and Candace Wells are users and abusers. That's exactly what you got there. You got a couple of users and abusers, and it's sad to watch. I mean, you can't tell these people, how sinister minded these two grease balls are, along with that grandma, right?
Yeah, I mean, out of all the
You can't warn
cases,
them. You can't tell them. You got to let them go head on and hit the brick wall on their own, right?
yeah, I mean, out of all the cases in true crime, I mean, hell, Chris Watts didn't even act like Don and Candace.
No, and he was pretty bad. He was pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean,
For
of
a
course,
guy that didn't talk much, he sure started talking, didn't he?
of course, Brandy and Tyler, they didn't even act like Don and Candace. And hell, they were with the police every time, just about every time they done a press conference.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Don and Candace were probably too inebriated too, but in my opinion, but let's see who else. There's well, hell, I mean, take a look at what's her face down in Florida, Casey Anthony. Hell, she didn't even act like Don and Candace.
No, that's true. That's true. I mean, that was a three-ring circus, but you're right. And you know what? Even that scumbucket put her daughter where she could be found. She put her daughter where everybody could get closure.
Yeah, you got a point there. Yeah.
You know.
Anyway, I just want to stop in, say hi, and have a little chat with you. And I'm gonna go ahead and jump off here and let you.
Hey, I appreciate you coming up,
Don. But hey, it's good hanging out with you for just a second.
Hey, it's good to see this community come together with love and light with all these children.
All right. Well, hey, y'all take it easy.
Good night.
All right. See you.
I appreciate it seeing Don. He's a good guy. A good guy. I understand where he's coming from with Robin, because she kind of got on one of my last nerves a few times as well. I can't say that I was overall happy with Robin. There's been a few times, do I believe that Robin really cares about Summer? No, I don't. I don't. I think that, I think Summer was a handful, and I think Robin, I think Robin kind of, Summer was always on her, and always, what I'm saying is Don and Candace didn't let Robin get a break from Summer when they were at the church. And I'm sure there was times Robin, just wanted to be able to sing, just wanted to be able to, be able to focus on, the church and being in the church and doing, things with the church. And she was basically, forced, right, to babysit and put up with Don and Candace's daughter, which, and I even seen where, the boys were the ministers and stuff, were having a time with the boys as well at some points, right? Don and Candace took their children into the church and turned them loose like it's a playground. And, just went and set Candace sloped over, right? She sloped over in one of the pews like a freaking alcoholic in a Norman Rockwell painting. The only thing missing was, her bottle of booze, right? And Donald was just sitting there like, duh, I don't know what to do. And, and this church was having to, they had these children in there that were, um, running around out of control, and they were having to try to, keep them in control. And that was probably a lot, that's probably was a lot, um, on everybody in there. Um, that was, not only trying to keep everything, going efficiently, but, you know, the onlookers as well, who were seeing that, um, a monkey ranch was being thrown into all the plans that was supposed to went down that day, and didn't go down the way they were supposed to, because they were kept having interruptions, by the Wells children. So I'm trying to put this as mildly as I can, and that's what I'm doing. Um, and you could see Robin put Summer down, and she put Summer down and really didn't want to pick her back up, right? She didn't really want to pick her back up. Uh, stand there and try to hold a 40-pound kid for, a long length of time. I don't understand Don and Candace Wells. Don and Candace Wells, they were not parents at all. They did not teach their children, how to sit down, how to, appropriately act, and so forth and so on, out in public. They didn't teach them how to act on that hill. They didn't teach them how to act out in public. Those children you could tell those children had, very little parenting, if you ask me. Don and Candace I think those kids were raised, those kids pretty much were raising themselves, right? They were up there on that hill raising themselves. And they had no one who cared enough to teach them anything. And that's sad. It's, absolutely sad. These kids had nobody giving them 3 meals a day. They had nobody, making sure that their hygiene was kept up. They had clean clothes on, clean bedding, a good roof over their head, plenty of food in their stomachs, nice clothes on their backs, and a lot of love, kindness, and caring coming their way from the parents. These kids had none of these things. None. Don and Candace definitely did not sit at the dinner table and join hands and pray over the food. They definitely was not, teaching the children, hey, they weren't telling these kids, you're smart. You're smart. You could be whatever you want to be in this world. The one thing you don't want to be is, an addict, homeless. You don't want to be, vulnerable in this world. You've got to be educated in order to have a roof over your head, food on your table, clothes on your back. You got to be educated and willing to work. Your back has to be as strong as your mind. You've got to, you definitely have to have a strong back, because you've got to go out there and make a living. And you can't make that living if you got, addictions and so forth. That's going to take all the money away from having all the things that you need and your family needs. That's what I'm saying. And these children got to the point that, they were relying on other people. Because why? They watched their mom and dad rely on others. Candace and Donald relied on that church to watch their kids when they were there, right? Candace relied on, as you can see in the pictures, Candace relied on other children to be watching her children. When she was out other places, right? She relied on other people all the time doing her job. It wasn't other people's jobs to take care of her kids. It wasn't other people's jobs to give Christmas to the Wells. It wasn't other people's jobs to give food to the Wells. It wasn't other people's jobs to be giving clothes and furniture and things to the Wells. It was the Wells' job to be putting clothes on their children's backs, food in their children's mouths, a roof over their children's head, and getting their children well educated to be something, great in the future. That's what their job was. And they failed those children in every aspect of life. They failed them. The Wells abused those children. Donald's great goals for his kids. If you want to know what Don Wells' great goals for his kids were, he planned on making his sons just like him. He planned on using them. He planned on using them like he used Dudley. He planned on using those boys the way he used Dudley. Planned on using the boys to do all the work, and him spend up all the money on what? Substance abuse, right? They wasn't looking, Don and Candace was not looking to raise their children to be what their children wanted to be. They were raising those children to be what they wanted them to be. And Don wanted those boys to be just like, to be like him, drywall finishers, so he could take all the money. And they would have got $1 pizza. Absolutely. They'd have got $1 pizza. Probably no breakfast, no lunch, and $1 pizza on the way home, right? It's their only meal that whole day. And that just wouldn't have, worked out for those boys. And Don was very abusive. He was abusive. Candace was abusive. Donald felt like he had some kind of right to tell people what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. Don Wells did not understand. He has, I don't think he ever thought about, hey, Don, each person is their own person. Each person has a choice of what they want to do in this life. No means no, Don Wells. No means freaking no. When someone tells you no, it isn't yes. It doesn't mean that you can force your way into making them do what you want. No means no. But Don Wells don't understand that. He didn't understand that when it came to his stepsisters. He didn't understand that when it came to his children. He hasn't ever understood that. And he still doesn't. Exactly. He still doesn't. I ain't for sure, where the kink is in his brain. But there definitely is one. Because old boy don't think right. He does not think right. That's for sure. And I'm going to tell you, I tell you now, They can sit there. They can sit there. I mean, 55555. Keep my name out of your face. Keep my name out of your face. Because you lie. And I don't like liars. You said, oh, PG was quiet because even she... No. No, I don't know. No, I don't know. The bullshit that you are talking about. What I do know, I'll tell you what I do know. What I do know is there was no tree trimmers in Ben Hill after 2:30 that day. Them tree trimmers knocked off and was all out of there. Every last one of them. Candace didn't even pull in that driveway until after 3 o'clock. And between 2:30 and 3, every one of those tree trimmers got out of there, and they came in a pack and they left in a pack. Nobody was left in there. And I'm going to tell you now, Miss 5555, on TBI and the feds and Hawkins County already have put their heads together. They have pinged every tree trimmer phone that was out there. And none of them are a suspect in the Summer Wells case. None of them were pinging anywhere in that area during the time that Candace and Grandis tried to say that Summer had disappeared. So you know, Miss 5555, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Summer wasn't even supposed to come up missing till after 5:30. She wasn't even supposed to come up missing. Actually, she was supposed to come up missing about 5:45, 5:50 that day. Like 10, 15 minutes before Dom was called. He was called at 6:09, Miss 555. And there was no damn tree trimmers left up there at that time. So, you know, I don't know why you're trying to please and appease Dom Wells with your tree trimmer bull crap. Oh yeah, I think that they probably did it in Day. Oh, well, them tree trimmers, how do you know they don't have a dog and they don't want to pay $5? That's disgusting. Y'all are sick. Y'all are sick. And I'm going to tell you, that ain't twisting it. That's exactly what you all said. That's what Day said. A dog and $5 and the tree trimmers. That was out of her own mouth. This is what this woman said. This is what she was insinuating. If one of them, she was insinuating that a tree trimmer took Summer because they probably had a dog and they didn't want to pay $5. That's disgusting. Freaking disgusting, if you ask me. I ain't never heard no crap like that in my life. None. And I hope to God I don't ever hear that crap again. Because that kind of shit right there offends me. It offends me and it offends my God. I don't like hearing that. And I don't think anybody else does either. We all know it is BS. Total BS. And 55555 ain't doing anything but kissing old Donnie Boy's backside because old Donnie Boy has sucked her in. He has sucked her in. She almost had a breakdown when he changed his phone number and wasn't talking to her. And he wasn't talking to her because he said that, you know, she was a dumb bee, right? And that she got on his damn nerves. And she was constantly calling. He couldn't get nothing done. She was always trying to call him, and he got sick of it. But she almost had a breakdown, so he had to give her, you know, he felt bad and supposedly gave her his new number. she's a twisted nut, right? A twisted freaking nut. So, it ain't about helping Summer or getting information for Summer. If that's what it was about, then I would say, well, okay, okay. But that ain't what it's about. It's not about Day trying to get information for Summer, or 5555 trying to get in there and get information for Summer, because they're not. I'm going to tell you what they're done. For one, trust and believe me, and nobody's getting information out of them. Nobody out here. You think you're going to slip them two up? Afraid not. They will get nasty and ugly with you before you will slip them up. Matter of fact, they will slide you off that hill before you slip them up. They ain't going to have it. Don and Candace, I'm going to tell you something about Don and Candace Wells. It's me for you, baby, and you for me. These two mother freakers already know that they better stick together. They better even if they're acting like they ain't. Trust and believe. They are. They are, folks. Trust PG. I know. Them two mother freakers they are welded together. And why? One, because nobody else will fucking have them. Two, is because they know they better be. They know that one better not be doing nothing against the other. Moo. What do you want? You have to open the camera. If I don't see you, I ain't letting you up. What do you want, Day?
Are you going to let me talk?
Go ahead, Day. Go ahead and talk. You know what, Day? I'm going to tell you something. You had a whole live on me last night being rude, mean, and evil.
Prayer Garden, how many times have you done that to me?
Mean, rude, and evil.
How many
I'm
times?
I'm going to tell you, Day.
Why do you stand up when that girl was lying?
Why do you always come at me sideways? What is your problem?
I've extended the olive branch to you and you wouldn't take it.
And why would I want to take an olive branch? Matter of fact, I'm going to tell you, Miss Day, the way you've been acting lately, I don't even know if you're holy enough to hold an olive branch.
Let me tell you something, I can call Don Wells right now and ask him about Christine and prove your line.
Call Don Wells. What are you going to prove?
I can't talk to Don myself.
Call Don Wells.
I can.
Call Don Wells. Go ahead and tell him, did he not say that she's a fucking bugaboo?
Hang on.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Get my phone.
He's a liar.
He shouldn't be saying that.
He's a liar.
Because we asked him about it. Christine does not call Don, nor did she. In fact, I had Don.
He didn't change his number? And she didn't have it?
He changed his number, but I never gave it because she didn't want it. That's a lie. That is a lie. Christine never calls Don. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
No, that's not a lie. That's not a lie. That's not a lie. She was talking to him all the time.
No, Prayer Garden.
And you know it.
Christine ain't got time to do all that, Prayer Garden. No, she wasn't talking to him.
Yes, she was.
No, she wasn't.
Yes, she was.
No,
Then he lied. Then he lied.
What?
Then he lied because that's his words, not mine, Daisy.
Well, let's talk. Hang on. I'll call him. We'll find out.
Call him.
Hang on. Give me a minute. I got to get over on my other. I'm on my phone right now. I just talked to Don.
Well, when you talk to him this time, why don't you ask him between 2:30 and 6:30, what the heck is the timeline? Ask him that. Ask him to ask Candace why she waited 4 hours to call law enforcement. Can you ask him to ask her that?
We don't know what time that Summer went missing, though. That's the thing.
I'm just saying. Hey, Daisy, Why you
What?
giving me a problem asking Donald to ask Candace
Well, hang on.
why she waited 4 hours to call
I
law
gotta go.
enforcement?
Listen, prayer guard. I gotta go off. I gotta go off and come back onto my computer so I can call on my phone.
Well, you do that, hon. You
Will
do
you let
that
me
little
back up?
thing. Of course, I'll do whatever it takes for Summer.
Okay, hang on just a second. I'll be back. Bye.
Come up here, tell me that I'm supposed to be. That's a bullshit lie. Now, listen, put a 1 in the chat if you heard that Christine was talking to Don all the time. All the time she was talking to Donald. Put a 1 in the chat. Did you? I mean, I know what Don said. He said that Christine was a damn bugaboo. He changed his number because she was calling him constantly. So she comes back, I don't care if she comes back with Don, she don't come back with Don. The point being is, he's a fucking liar if he says anything different, and I will let him know that. I have no problem calling Mr. Wells out, right? Fucking Don. Come on, Daisy. I'm going to tell you what, hon. I know that motherfucker better than you will ever know him. Ever in your life. No, Don Wells. What's up, Pam?
Am I backstage?
No, you're up on panel, girl.
I'm sorry, I just woke
Beth
up.
Ann. Okay, Day Day, you're back on my panel.
Okay, hang on. Let me call Donnie.
Call him.
Well, I gotta tell him that I'm on live right quick. Hang on.
Go ahead.
Hang on. Hopefully he'll answer. He might not. He might not. He was on there a while ago. He might have went to sleep.
Hello?
Hang on. Donnie.
You got my voicemail.
He's still. Why is it so funny? What's funny about that? Why are you laughing? What's funny about that?
He got you.
Hey, PG, he was calling and threatening Mary tonight.
Oh,
He was drunk.
Hang on.
yeah. It sounds
Drunk
about
and calling Mary, threatening her life. Yeah, he's a changed man, all right.
right. He lies.
I want to clear this up about Christine. That's what I'm.
Now, I'm going to tell you what, Miss Daisy. Donald
We're not
said
going to
it.
believe Don.
He said it. Trust and believe
Well,
me.
I'm gonna tell you right now, she didn't
has
take
lied
his
this
new
whole
phone number.
time.
I'm
Come
the
on,
one that
really?
had his phone number.
I'm going
He
to
has
tell you.
lied this whole
phone
time.
number.
Who's
You
going to
know-
believe
Hey,
him?
Pam.
Him.
Pam.
Regardless, she does not talk to Don. I promise you. Christine barely gets on my live streams. She barely.
Daisy, you know one thing I don't do is lie. If I said Don said it, he said it, and you know it.
Tomorrow, I will get him to come up on my live or come up here and tell you different because we asked him about that. And
Well, he's a liar. And you know what? Don watches me all the time. He's watching now. So I'm going to tell you something, Miss Daisy. He ain't
No,
answering his
I'm not
phone
doing
because he knows he's a liar and he knows I'm going to call his ass out.
Yep.
That's why he ain't answering that fucking
well,
phone.
if it was said about
Right,
Christine,
Donald?
it's true.
Right, Donald? Right? Because you know
Well,
I'm going to call your ass out. You know what the fuck you told me, dude. You know what you told me. Right, Donnie? You know what you told me.
Well, I was on Matthew's live a while ago, and I come on here to clear it up about Christine because Christine don't talk to Dawn behind the scenes. She don't even hardly talk to Candace anymore. So I want to clear that up about Christine and people quit attacking her. Yes, I talk to Candace. I talk to Dawn. I do. I absolutely do. But that's no reason to sit and attack me and Christine constantly over it.
You
Miss Daisy,
started it on her last night.
Miss
Burger.
Daisy,
You
Pam,
talked about her.
Stop.
Miss Daisy, hey, Pam, calm down for a second, hon.
Stop,
PG
Pam.
wasn't even on last night. She was on you.
PG was on the other night with Brittany, and they were playing my content and making up shit that was not true. Was you not?
That was Brooks.
I know
content.
I wasn't. No, I
Yes,
wasn't. Matter of
Brooke
fact,
was
Daisy.
playing it
Matter
herself.
of fact,
Okay, then
I-
what?
No,
Listen, what was
no,
you saying?
I wasn't.
You know
No,
exactly what I was talking about.
you're lying. You're lying on me again.
What am I lying
No,
about? That's what
I
I'm
was not. I was not. Jamie, you have to show me your face, or I can't. Okay, sweetie, I seen you. Miss Daisy.
Yes.
The other night, I saw you, sweetie. The other night, I came on here to discuss something totally different than what ended up being discussed. And I'm going to tell you something. To hear you say that possibly them tree trimmers took
Garden, you
from
know
her
exactly what I
for a
said.
dog and $5.
To do with that. I never said that. Stop lying.
Then what did you say, Daisy?
I was saying that people on drugs get desperate and they'll do anything, just like with Kensington. If
And
you've
you
ever
are okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
like Don said, he would sell his soul to the
Okay.
devil.
let's go look up Kensington, Pennsylvania, Justin.
Okay. But Miss
Go
Daisy,
look up Donald Wells.
Go
Miss
look at
Da-
it, Justin. Have you ever looked up Kensington? It's the world's biggest drug infested city where they literally their limbs are rotting off of them. But no, you don't want to go look it up.
Miss-
Oh, yeah, the ones you're playing, you're stealing their content. Yeah, that one. Yeah, okay.
Justin,
Wait a
what is your deal?
Wait.
That's what I'd like to know. What is your deal? What is your
Because you're
special
always
thing?
on PG and she
Shut
ain't
up,
even
man.
on,
Nobody's
and you're
talking
on
to you.
her.
Justin, what is your
Don't
deal?
tell her to shut up.
You
That's
shut
my
up.
deal.
Leave Justin
No,
alone.
you know what your
I'm
deal's
not
going
telling
to
you
be?
to shut
Your
up,
deal's
Emma.
gonna be- You're going to end up in court for conspiracy to do the things that you have done, and I've got plenty of evidence.
Oh, please.
You are behind.
That's all you do is threaten to sue
Oh,
somebody.
God, Heifer, you do what you need to do.
All in other chats, stirring it up,
Oh, Anna, I'm telling you. Just
encouraging
days upon days upon days.
evil, and you know you're evil. You are a devil, and you need to
You are
straighten
evil
up and
because
act
you hang
right.
around evil
Talking to
people.
my sister behind my back, acting like you're wanting to make things better with me.
Smack behind my back.
Because you know that when we go to court, what it's going to
You
be.
just you do what you need to do. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to
Let me
me.
tell you something. You are behind 100% of everything that has happened to me, and
Yeah.
I've got proof of it. You can
Right.
lie all you want, Justin.
Okay, you just do what you need to do.
Why did you come up here when you knew I was up here?
Miss Daisy.
You wasn't up here when I.
Prayer garden, not you.
Miss Daisy.
What?
Can we?
What?
Listen.
No, I can't listen because you all will not
You know-
rationalize with
No,
me.
no. I'm
Okay.
not. I'm not attacking you. I'm trying
You're
to.
lying. You're
I'm
lying.
trying.
Garden.
Miss
You know I
Daisy,
didn't
I am trying right now. I'm trying right now, and I'm giving you an opportunity to explain something. Now you said that people who are addicted to drugs are capable of doing anything. Well, Don and Candace Wells are alcoholics and drug abusers. We all know this.
Yep.
So the people you are describing are right there on 110. The people you are describing, hon, are the very people that you are right now supporting.
Let me tell you something, Prayer Garden. Whatever, it's in God's hands. None of us can solve this case, and you know it.
Yeah, but Miss Daisy, can I ask you a question?
What?
Are you for Summer Moon Utah Wells,
I
the
am.
real missing victim?
Yes, I am.
Or are you for the number one suspects in her disappearance?
They're
The
not-
ones that wasn't putting out flyers,
They're
the
not the
ones that weren't putting up, they didn't want the billboards, Miss
not the
Daisy.
number one suspects, Prayer Garden, and you know.
Yeah, Miss Daisy, they are. And they have been since 30 some days into into Summer's case of her coming up missing. The boys were removed, Miss Daisy, because Don and Candace could not clear themselves, is why the boys are gone. That's why they continued. You know, they didn't try to clean themselves up at all because they know until they are able to clear themselves. And that's going back and taking the lie detectors test that was asked of them to take again. Candace was asked to take again. Until they are willing to work with law enforcement and clear themselves, which they're not willing to do because they know they can't get it done. But until then, they know they're not getting the boys, and that's why they're not cleaning their act up, and they're not trying to do anything to get these, you know, the boys back. The boys will not go back when they're number one suspects in their own missing child's case because the state cannot take the risk of another child coming up. Something happens to it, and now it's going to be real bad. So this is what's going on, and it's hard for me. It's hard for me to feel that you really don't care about Summer. And you're only out to support the Wells because they can be on your panel and so forth.
They don't even on my panel.
Daisy, I like Miss Daisy. Even though me and you went at it about a lot of bullshit, a lot of bullshit. But you know what? I could always overlook it, surpass it, and move forward with it. Basically, hug it out and move on.
I want to know if Don
I truly believe
that they didn't.
He really cared about Summer and not these fucking number one suspects. I mean, I like the lady that used to laugh and used to face the truth. And, the lady that wasn't, the one that wasn't for sale. I liked her.
Who?
You.
That was you.
That was you.
Let me tell you something.
I liked it when you used to tell the truth.
If I really believe that Don and Candace hurt Summer, I would tell you. But I honestly do not believe that they hurt Summer.
Well,
I'm
in denial.
And explain, Miss Daisy, why do you not believe this?
I don't think that they would. I think that they loved her. I think that they adored her. I mean, I don't think that they would hurt her on purpose. No.
Yeah.
You think that?
I think
you think they adored this little girl that people witnessed Candace abusing all the time? You think that they adored these children that they only fed pizzas to while they took care of all of their habits and abused Candace abusing alcohol on a daily from she start at 5 o'clock and until she couldn't even stand up straight and all she done was attack these kids if they got in her path. You think that you heard the way Don Wells talked to his grandson? Do you think he didn't talk to his children even worse than that, Misty? I mean, you got these kids who believe they loved and adored children that's asking a judge, please don't send us back there.
We don't know
that, Miss Daisy. Yeah,
we do know it. You know that. Candace said that herself.
And showed the message.
What?
So yes, Candace did show a message to
show
Kathy
a message about
send it.
About her boys not wanting to ever come
About
back to
her
her.
boys not wanting to come back.
Candace,
You better go look at Kathy's lie because
Candace
she did text that.
Yeah,
I didn't say anything about that.
And it was a text from Kathy or from Candace to
right.
Kathy.
Yes.
I'm not here to argue about Don and Candace. I just here to straighten up the lies that's being said about me and Christine. And
you understand you're not important in the Summer Wells case. You're just people. Just the important people that are important in Summer's case are Don and Candace. And
Summer's case, then why can't I be left alone? Why am I always being lied on?
Why do you get so sensitive? You're a Christian. Pray to God and ask Him to help you get through it.
Everything I do is being dictated. And who am I to
Miss Daisy, let me ask you a question.
What?
Who needs help right now?
Who needs help?
Who needs help right now? Does Summer need help? Does Summer need help being found, her home, and justice being served? Or does the Wells need help, Miss Daisy?
I think
the Wells ain't missing, are they?
I understand where y'all are coming from when it comes to Summer missing, but I feel like Don's going to have a heart attack. He is pushing himself to the brinks of grief.
He needs to stop drinking and threatening his sister. That's what he needs to do.
You've seen him cry. You know it in your heart that Don grieves over that baby. And every time that I ever talk to him on the phone, it's always
Miss Daisy. I'm going to tell you what. I'll tell you what Don Wells is grieving over. Don Wells is grieving over the fact that his sisters called him out for the sick piece of shit he really and truly is, and they shined a light out here on Don Wells and who and what he truly is as a human being. They shined a light on what this little girl was up there putting up with and enduring with this freaking monster. They wanted everyone to know that what they have lived with in silence for so long, they know pretty much that this is what Summer had been living with as well. And, I'm sorry, I'm sorry that you can't see that. I really am. And
I'm not saying they don't have a problem with alcohol. I'm not saying that at all.
Miss Daisy, they have a real problem with a lot of things, and they are not the people you think they are. I know the true sinister son of a bitches that they truly are. And Don is really good. He is really good at sucking. These people are really good at suck. I've watched them suck people better than you and totally fucking chew them up and spit them out in the end. And you know what?
They're doing it to you.
It's going to be sad to watch it happen. Watch it happen again. And I'm sure that Don and Candace is sitting there. I'm going to tell you, Candace came on to Ernie because Candace thought that I had this thing. I knew that she would do what she did, but I was hoping Ernie would get some answers needed for Summer, and I think he did get a lot of answers out of that dumb bitch. I really do, and I appreciate that. And and
Ernie just made him look bad.
Miss Daisy, that's the reason they jumped on you as well. It's because Candace thought that I liked you and so forth and so on. And but I'm going to tell you, the second that Candace knows that I am totally and utterly done with you, like I was totally and utterly done with Ernie, they will be totally and utterly done with you as well.
Okay.
So, let's watch and see, Miss Daisy. Let's watch and see. I called it.
Very, very close.
I called it. I absolutely called it. Remember, I called it.
I know her like I know her. I'm
going to tell you something, Miss Daisy. You don't know Candace at all. But I do, don't I, Candace? I know the real Candace. I know the real Don Wells. I sit there, Miss Daisy, and I motherfucking laughed at people like you. And I'm still in the background laughing right now. So you fucking don't know, Miss Daisy. Go talk to Don and Candace. Ask them what they've been saying about you. Goodbye. You're gone.
Don't throw her yet.
She's gone. I'm totally and utterly, I'm done with Miss Daisy. I'm done. And watch the Wells be done with her.
If she went off on Justin like that, she needs her head examined.
You know, and you're right. You
We
know,
are all out here for Summer Moon. You told
I was,
Where was she?
you know, I tried. I'm sorry, but I've tried. I've tried to work with this lady. I've tried to make her see. I have tried to make her see exactly what the wells are, and she doesn't. She
but
doesn't.
PG, you can't work with people like her. You cannot work with people like her. She's gonna run her narrative. It don't matter what it is.
Exactly,
And
you
if
know,
it's running
she
Candace's
has.
narrative and putting everybody
She
down,
needs to, you know, she needs to. I mean, you know,
how does she know Don's gonna have a heart attack? Does she know something we don't know?
Don ain't going to have. I'm going to tell you something about Don Wells. He's not going to have anything. He's sitting. Don Wells is sitting. Don Wells is sitting in the background right now, laughing his motherfucking ass off. Right, Donald? Right? He's sitting in the background, laughing his fucking ass off because Day Day thinks he's got him in her pocket, and little does she know they got her in their pocket. You know, she ain't in their. They are not in her pocket. She's in theirs. And they're toying the hell out of her, and they're using her and these people up for their agenda. And behind the scenes, they are laughing their ass off. Now, I did not know that Don called Mary tonight, drunk as a mother freaker, and threatening
calling her the.
I did not know that. No, and
she was very upset and crying. She was upset and hurt. And
Rebecca, I appreciate that. God bless. Super sticker, $49.99. Absolutely. But I can tell you this: Don Wells is watching this. He was watching this live. He always watches PG. And I'm going to tell you something, Don. Just fucking stop it. I told you before when you called Mary up and you did what you did. I said, why the hell did you do that? You know, why the hell you do this? And you know, you just think it's funny shit. And doing what you're doing now, you just think it's funny shit because you got a hair up your ass and a chip on your shoulder, dude. That the fact that she has called you out and she has shed a light on you. You know what, Don? Let me tell you something. You're just looking guilty, my friend. You are looking fucking guilty by the second. You know, nobody can tell you nothing because you're hard-headed, ain't got no brain.
Everybody.
And what you do, you're making life work for you. Leave Mary alone. Leave them alone because they have called the truth out upon you. It's not lies. You told me that what they're saying is not lies. So stop it. You done confessed and admitted up to what you have done with the younger sister, what you have done, you know, to Mary. You have confessed up that the reason you have done these things is because, you know, of what you felt Mary's mother had done, you know, by taking over, you know, your dad and what you believe was your mother's and your guys' family. And you know, for someone to be upset about something like that, that is logical. That's logical. But taking all of that shit out on Mary and her sister's Don Wells, that was not logical. That was freaking sinister as hell. That was evil. And all you're doing is continuing to be evil. Stop it. Just stop.
And for Daisy to sit here and go after PG, Justin, whoever wants Summer to be found, she is in the wrong.
Hey, Rebecca, I appreciate the support for this channel, hon.
Brought out
God bless.
That comes out of their mouth, not out of our mouth. It's out of their mouth.
Mary is a beautiful. Mary is a very beautiful human. Mary is beautiful. Mary does not deserve.
Yeah, she does not deserve that. I didn't even know that either. I'm sorry.
You know, and I'm going to tell you, Don is just looking worse. What I'm saying, Donald, is you're all you're doing is confirming what the sisters are saying is truth when it comes to Summer. We have, and you know, Donald, it wasn't Mary, and I love a Scorpio. I appreciate that. Tell her the facts, PG. Amen. You got that.
Hey, I gotta go, PG.
And Rebecca, I appreciate you too. God bless.
You take care, honey.
Honey, you're all breaking up. Jamie, you're breaking up bad.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna go down.
Okay, sweetie. Miss Basham. How you doing, sweetie?
Hello. Sorry. Sorry. I came up, I guess, right when Moo was coming up. But that's what I was coming to tell you was Mary came on my panel earlier, and you could tell she had been crying. Don has been harassing her drunk all evening, calling her, messaging her, leaving her voicemails, saying he's coming there, he's going to break her jaws, all of that.
Diana.
Don, you're a 59-year-old senior citizen.
I'm going to tell you something. Oh, wow.
Oh, thank you.
I appreciate that. Here is Summer's Army. Much love. Oh, God bless.
Thank you, Rebecca.
That. I appreciate that. And I know Summer does too. So thank you from both of us. God bless.
When are they going to arrest them? When are they going to put
I'm
them
going to tell you.
Nobody.
I'm going to tell you something, Justin. He has no business. He's not going to Utah. He's not going to hurt Mary any way, form, or how. What he's doing is he's trying to intimidate her, and he's trying to shut her down from, speaking out on Summer's behalf. But Don Wells has to understand it was not Mary. It was not Jeannie. It was not the cousin. It was none of them that came out here and confirmed. I mean, okay, they spoke up with suspicion, right? Because of what he did to them. That's what they done. Suspicion. Yep. But it was true, that same thing she shouldn't have. That should not have been going on.
Yeah,
he confirmed it. Jody Sue that seen things that should not have been going on, and it was Jose that seen things that should not have been going on.
Well,
it was a 911 call that confirmed things that should not have been going on.
The police report.
Mary and them came out and done the right thing for Summer. They did the right thing for themselves, because no one should have to live with that kind of misery and pain their whole lives without being able to speak out and talk about it. Yep. And I thank God that they were able to come forth and do what they done and maybe get some closure out of all of this.
And thank you, Justin.
But, what I'm saying is that 911 call really, really pretty much told the story about, what was going on in that house. Sinister.
Where Summer screaming help from her daddy.
Exactly.
So when she says that they loved her, they loved them, well, that 911 call says different.
Exactly. And when Candace said,
Mary and them have to be telling the truth, or Dom wouldn't be bothering to threaten them in the first place, right?
Don admitted it, PG. He admitted it.
That's what I said. Yes, he admitted it to me. He told me for a fact that everything they were saying was the truth. He told me that, yes, he did. He absolutely did.
Well, we've got recordings of him admitting it as well, and the police.
He absolutely did have a thing for that little Jeannie, and was inappropriately doing things that should not have been being done. Yes, he did. He
Yep.
also admitted that he was, 19, 20 years old, just got out of jail, was in another state, had a girlfriend there that he absolutely dropped
Yeah.
and ran back to Utah to continue to do his sinisterness with this same young child that he should have been keeping his hands off of.
He dropped his relationship in Texas, he said, so he can go and marry Jeannie.
And I'm
Well-
telling you, Don Wells has all to hide. And what he needs to do, what Don Wells needs to do is face up to his sinisterness. What Don needs to do is say, Don, what you need to do is quit blaming people, other people, for telling on you. What you need to do is look in the mirror and say, you dumb mother freaker. What the hell was you doing? Why did you do these things to these people? You have no one to blame but oneself, because you committed everything these people are saying you done. This is all on you. If you're going to be angry with someone, Don Wells, you need to be angry with your sinister, ugly, evil self.
Hey, Scorpio, we're getting feedback.
That's who you need to be angry with. For real.
Yeah, himself.
Amen. And leave these survivors alone. Leave them alone. And I'm going to tell you something. Summer wasn't lucky enough to survive. Was she, Donald? She wasn't lucky enough to survive your sinisterness. Because you know why? You had another sinister mother freaker up there. And another sinister mother freaker up there, which was Grandis and Candace.
Mm-hmm.
Were just as sinister as you.
Yep.
And allowed whatever to go down. The only reason that other people survived is because they had people willing to step up for them. Like your son in Utah, when you was trying to sell him off and his mother said, oh, hell no. When you was actually doing these things to these girls and they were going to the police and they were going to their parents, to try to back you off. I'm sure even though your dad was trying to protect your backside, he came out and told you, stop it. Just stop.
PG, this has been going on for him for literally nearly 59 years. This started at a young age with him. Absolutely. And he's still acting like a heathen as up to today. I mean, think of the kids that go missing and their parents find out their parents have something to do with them. Most of them aren't these SAers. Well, he's admitted it, that most of them hasn't had police reports out the yin yang of sitting out in people's homes, living with two of the most violent RSOs, saying that they've been to places in California where bad things has happened to kids. Just endless, countless stories.
Right.
And people's like, oh, he loves Summer.
Yeah.
Summer was screaming to get away from him.
What about the time Candace called the 911 and said he's trying to hurt her? He's trying to R her. Come on.
Yeah,
Candace.
I'm going to tell you something.
Help.
Another big reason that Don is calling Mary and doing the things he's doing. I'm going to tell you, it's because he has people like White Boy, and he has people like Day Day, and he has these sinister human beings.
Yep.
Who he feels supports him,
Yeah,
and his pure evilness.
Yeah, they're feeding him.
And they make him feel like that his evilness is okay. What I'm saying is, stop aiding and abetting these freaking criminals up there at 110. These are not good people. These are sinister human beings. Does Day Day know Does Day Day know the Don Wells that called his sister tonight and said all of these sinister things to her? Is that the one she knows? Because that is the one that at some point will be calling Day Day, right?
Well, Mary played them for us this evening. She played some of the messages, and she showed some of the text of what he was doing, calling her the biggest CUNT. It's going to break her jaw.
And what did Allie say? Allie said that's a word that he called Summer all the time.
Exactly. Don called
Allie
Summer
said that he was up there calling Summer that particular name as well.
I forgot about
And Day Day can come up here and say that, oh, he adored her, that he loved her.
Yeah.
I know. I don't think you adore someone that you could call names like that.
He called a 5-year-old baby a see you next Tuesday.
Yeah, absolutely. And Allie said she was witness to it.
Holy
that makes me want to cry.
That one in Arkansas, their daughter's son, an MF at the hotel.
Yeah, he called his grandson that at the hotel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And then he wants to call Summer all kinds of names.
Right.
These are young children.
I can't imagine.
You don't
imagine. Oh my God.
You don't understand. This man does not have no respect for his elders. He has no respect for children. He has no respect for no one because he has no respect for himself. You have to have, that's why, that's what I tell people. If you do not have respect for yourself, you cannot have it for others. If you do not have love for yourself, you cannot have it for others. Everything that generates and radiates out of you is within you for yourself first. You can't say that you love me and you don't love yourself, because there's no way you can love me if you don't love you.
It's true.
You can't love no one if you don't love yourself. People have to learn, and it's not really hard to love yourself, because God don't make mistakes, man. No. He don't make mistakes. God made you exactly the way you're supposed to be. You are the beautiful light that God made and put into this world, and you should walk with that beauty. You should walk with your head up high, and you should know, hey, God loves me, and I love myself, and I can love others. And be the good person God made you, because the real you is on the inside. It doesn't matter about what you're seeing out. Every human has blemishes. Every human has flaws. Exactly. Some just able to tuck them in and hide them a little better. But every freaking one of us have something we're hiding, right? Every one of us have that little pimple, or that little freaking mold, or that little freaking wrinkle, or something that we might be able to cover up. Oh, so don't think that these people that you think are judging you are so perfect. They're not perfect at all. They're just like you. They are just like you. Learn to love yourself.
And PG, little kids hide and protect the imperfections of terrible parents.
Exactly. They are doing all of this because they're being led to do it.
I'm going to tell you,
led to do this.
I will tell you why the Bible says you better be like a child in order to enter the gates of heaven. Because a little child, absolutely, no matter how bad, how horrible you are to a child, they still love you. Yep. They still love you. They don't like what you're doing to them, but they still love you.
You're all they have. You are all your children have. And they love you, even if you are the biggest piece of crap.
Yep.
They still love you because that's all they have. Even if their parents are, ridiculous.
Absolutely.
Poor Summer. No wonder those boys don't want to return, PG. No wonder.
No wonder.
There's no talking any sense in today day. Because right now, Day Day feels like these people are self-gain for her. And if you cannot, what I'm trying to say, man, is you cannot support the victim and support, you know, number one suspects at the same time.
No.
You can't do it. You got to either you are for Summer or you are for the Wells. And the Wells have made that clear out here to all of
Where'd
us.
Justin go? Where'd Justin go? Come back, Justin.
It goes all against the laws of
Hey,
parent and child.
wait. Is Justin playing the Houdini on us? Come on, Houdini, come back. All right.
Come on, Justin. We aren't yelling at you, buddy.
He says, come back up. He said, I'll come back up.
Come back. Oh, I'll come back up. You gotta come back, Justin. But no, the Wells has, and you know, I wasn't up to listen to it. I was asleep. But I'm gonna tell you, the Wells has showed nobody anything that shows them that they're trying. They're not acting. We're not putting stuff out there that's not come from their mouth. It's the stuff that's come from their mouth. It's not us. Summer needs them, but they won't put Summer first. They want to be and collect and get what they can get now. It's Christmas for just them. It
Right.
doesn't matter anything about the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Look
I
at
heard that, girl.
Thanksgiving. Summer went, and did she have a Thanksgiving dinner, Dawn? And Candace, did she really have it?
No.
Will she get a present, Dawn? No, she won't get that either, Dawn.
I
Come
feel you,
forward,
Pam.
Dawn, with Summer. Say what you say. If you want us off your back, if you want all this to end, you want all the hate to stop,
Come clean.
then let us know what happened to Summer and
Come
the
clean.
truth, not a lie.
Absolutely.
We want the
Absolutely.
truth about Summer. There's
And
enough candles out here that will help.
Girl, we don't want, we need. It's not a
We
want.
want and
It's
we
a
need it
It's a need. We
so
need
everybody
the truth.
can rest. And
Summer.
even you
Summer needs us.
can go play in your little
to get the
playground.
truth.
Whatever you want to do, go play. But
You
we
know,
want Summer.
Donald likes to set and he likes to tell people what Summer, you know, what Summer would want, right? Well, Don, Summer would want, she would want you to tell the truth of what happened June 15th, 2021. She would want
Absolutely.
you, she would want you to let her
Dawn,
be
I thought you
found.
loved her.
She would
I
want you
thought she
to let
twisted
her
your
brothers
arm.
have closure. She would want you to let all these people out here that truly love and care about her, unlike you fucks did, to know what happened so that they can all get closure as well. That's what Summer would want. Summer would want to be found and if she's no longer with us, be put to rest properly. Not hidden away like a sack of potatoes.
Where did you see Candace put her in her car, Dawn? That came out of your mouth, not anybody else's. It may have been a long time ago, but you know, people do remember things you slip. Your slip ups, plenty of them.
Lady Q, they're not going to make a phone call because they ain't got. You could stick all their heads together up there, and it wouldn't do nothing but make an ass. It wouldn't do nothing but make an ass. They ain't got enough brains to make an anonymous phone call. They wouldn't even know how to go about doing that. They're so afraid of getting busted that they have no idea how to even make an anonymous phone call. I mean, you could, I could, a lot of people could, but not them because they ain't that intelligent. They are not that intelligent. Trust me. Nope.
And they don't want to tell on the thing that makes them money in that chat, in that channel. They want to be the mods. They want to be the superstar. They want to be everything. This ain't about Don and Candace. It's about, and what about Daisy and Christine 555 when they played that video? They are the ones that played the video. He R'd her. Come on, Christine. How many times did you play it, Christine?
Right.
With the people, with the motorcycles out there. Come on, Christine. You ain't nothing but Candace and Dawn's sitting post. And you know what?
Right.
You all are going to be just like they did the first bunch that was on the hill. You're going to be thrown off in like garbage. And when Summer's found and the parents are guilty, look who's going to stand up. And look how we are. When they look guilty, you are going to look dumb for supporting it.
Hey, listen, I want to give a shout out to Smiley. I absolutely want to give a shout out to Smiley. She's in the chat. Smelly Stone's World. Make sure you guys check out her channel. She is a beautiful soul. God bless.
Smiley.
Yeah, I absolutely adore her. Listen. No, PG did not lie, and neither did Brooks. She didn't lie as well. And I tell you now, what Brooks played come out of Daisy's own mouth.
Yep.
How could we lie? How could we lie when it came out Daisy's own mouth, right?
Exactly. The video was hers.
We said, what Daisy said was these tree trimmers, that one of these tree trimmers, she believed one of the tree trimmers might have took Summer, like some case in Pennsylvania. She was saying some case in Pennsylvania where there was a dog and $5. I'm not getting into it. I'm just saying this is what she was saying. That's as far as it's going to go. But everybody heard about the dog and the $5. Everybody heard her say that a tree trimmer might have had that kind of sickness and took Summer. Now, what is that insinuating? What is that insinuating? Well, it's insinuating a dog and a tree trimmer not wanting to pay $5. So they basically took Summer, is what she was insinuating. Now, she can sit there and say we're liars, but we're not. It came out of her mouth. Brooks played it. Brooks played it out here on a live. And I had to take that live, was so disgusting that I had to take it away. I literally took it away because
but you could go over there on hers and she played it.
I would not have that out here. That is something that is sick. Now I'm going to tell you something. Well, Day Day knows that her dog and her $5 described who? Don Wells. These people having substance abuse issues and capable of doing terrible things like this are who? Don and Candace Wells, right? I mean, she's basically putting her, she's not describing no tree trimmer. She's describing this child's parents. That's who she's describing. So,
and when Candace lays in the bed with these teenagers, this is something you want your kids around?
I mean, oh hell no. I wouldn't let Candace near one of my children for 1 second. Let alone there'd be a cold day in hell. No, absolutely not. Matter of fact, if I seen Candace, I'm talking to one of my kids, I'd immediately get a restraining order. immediately get a restraining order because she has a past history of having to have law enforcement come to get people's children away from her presence, away from her residence, and not just Allie's kids, but other people's children as well. These people, and she also has a history of giving minors, substance that they are not supposed to have. This woman is aids and abets minors. She should actually be in prison, if you ask me. She should be in prison because, no adult in this world should be aiding any minors in any type of substance abuse. None whatsoever. It is up to us. It is up to us adults. It is up to us adults to raise drug-free, alcohol-free, tobacco-free children. It is up to us adults to raise children who are productive in this life, who are not, their minds clouded by things that, things that in the future will do nothing but hinder them from having a normal, productive life. It's up to us. What I'm saying is the children are our future, but we are their future as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because their future depends on how we raise them into what they're able to become. What I'm saying is, if you do not raise these children right, in the future, you're going to need doctors, you're going to need lawyers, you're going to need nurses, you're going to need all of these things. You're going to need, computer scientists. You're going to need all of these things to keep your world running smoothly. Well, your world ain't going to be running smoothly if you do not, raise these children to have a clear mind in order to become these things. I mean, would you really want Don Wells coming into this, a surgical room, getting ready to operate on you? That's all I'm asking.
Nope.
Hell no.
Hell to the no.
Hell to the
Hell
no.
to the no. Do you really think Don Wells could ever pass all the tests to become a surgeon?
No.
I don't
Hell to
think
the
so.
no.
I don't think so.
PG, can I ask you
Don
a
Wells,
question when you're done?
Don Wells could not help you. He could not help you in a hospital because he would be too busy in the damn medicine cabinet himself. So he couldn't help
Still
you
in
at all.
Andy's.
That's just what it is. It's
Candace
just what
has
it is.
birthed 7 kids, people. 7 kids. And guess what? She has none of them.
I'm going to tell you what. If it wouldn't have been for Don Wells' mother, if it would not have been for Don Wells' mother marrying old Mr. Goetz, Don Wells would not have ever had a roof over his head. Don Wells would have been, him and Candace would have been living, they would have been living out of some van, homeless most of the time. They were damn near living homeless up there. But they would have really been homeless. And you think Don Wells is ever going to sell 110 Ben Hill Road? Hell no. Why? Why? Because he knows that if he did, he'd be homeless in no time. The money would be spent up on substance abuse and hotels, and he would end up homeless altogether. So, he's not ever going to sell that place because he has nowhere else to go. Nowhere else.
Candace,
Don
like
Wells
Candace
will
said.
live. Don Wells will live and die on that hill.
And like Candace said, when everybody said, does Don cook? Well, Candace said Don won't eat her cooking. he will not eat her cooking. That she has to go and buy it fresh or whatever. But she would not eat his cooking.
She didn't cook.
Yeah.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried about Mary. I'm going to tell you something. Mary is a strong lady. She's a strong lady. I promise you that. I'm going to tell you, out of all of the stepsisters, Mary is the strongest. I mean, Mary's the one that took herself down to the police station. And absolutely filed charges without any parents or anything. She took her little self down there and she filed them charges. I'm going to tell you something about Mary.
Mary needs to turn all of that over to his PO officer and to Ellie.
Don Wells better be worried about Mary.
Yep.
That's who he better be worried about. Because I'm going to tell you now, he goes looking for Mary and he'll find more. He'll find more than what he wants to find.
That's why he's threatened her in 2023.
And I hope she gets a restraining order on him, because that will help her case. That will help her case even stronger. On the open case they have right now, that will even make it stronger now. And so, only thing Don's doing is basically, taking off. He's basically taking his own foot off. That's what he's doing.
And PG, wasn't Don smoking the Mary Jane with one of the older boys?
And yes, he was. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I appreciate you using the Mary Jane instead of anything else.
Yes.
God bless.
I got it. So he was just perpetuating another cycle of him.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because why? Because Don had planned on using those boys just like he used Dudley. Work them and not pay them.
Yep.
Work them and not pay them. I mean, that Don Wells.
And to keep up the cycle of their generational abuse.
Don Wells is a control freak. He is a control freak. He likes to have control of people.
Yep. They're not people, they're things.
He doesn't want to be controlled, but he loves to have control.
On June 15th, that should have been Candace up there with Don, not the boy. But he was controlling that boy. If people look by the shoulders, he was controlling him.
Oh, yeah.
Like his arm was out. And if you look on most of Don's interviews, one of his arms are always out. Because that's a control arm.
You could tell that Donald had told a lie because that boy looked up at him.
Looked up and back down.
And you can also could tell that the boy was very uncomfortable. He knew Donald. He knew that his dad was leaning on him. The boy wasn't leaning on Donald. Donald was leaning on the boy. Donald was using his son to try to make himself look better.
And wasn't that the same boy? Wasn't that the same boy that he wasn't supposed to talk to?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
It's the same child that he didn't want. It's the same child. Hey, Molly, good to see you in here, hon. God bless. Good to see you. It was the same one that he took up. It's the same one he took up to Utah and didn't want talking to Mary either.
Right.
Mary tried to talk to the little guy, and
all the way to the trailer.
Well, that told Mary that
when he was in the house.
Right. And that told Mary, that, that Don had something to hide.
Right.
Of course it did,
Right.
If he had nothing to hide, he wouldn't have cared who his son talked to, because,
but CPS specifically told Don and Candace no contact with those boys.
Mm-hmm.
And Don snuck his way in there and spoke to the older boy.
Right.
And he got caught.
Exactly.
And when Don came out of jail, he said, we haven't talked or spoke to the boys in 14 months.
Right. Exactly.
So let's go, Don. We're bringing everything that's coming from your mouth. You said it, we're repeating it. That's all we're doing. Because we want to know what happened to Summer. And we know that you and Candace, maybe Grandis, all of you three of you know what happened to Summer. But Candace,
Don,
for sure, because Candace and Grandis was with her that day. She can remember everything, where she went, what she did, but when she gets home, she can't remember nothing.
Exactly. And you know, the thing is, you know, if you go back, you know, that's why you have to keep going back to the beginning of all of this. You have to go back into the past and pull forward, you know, in a case like this, because each time you go back, you get more clarity of, you know, of the things that, you know, of the things
said and done,
the actions that the Wells were doing and taking that just wasn't adding up. You could go back, you know, if you go back to the beginning of all of this, you can see that Don and Candace were, you know, you could see the fear of them not wanting to focus on themselves. You could see that they were trying to separate themselves from Summer, completely from their daughter's case. You could see that, you know, they were wanting all the focus on them, not Summer. They, you know, they was working really hard, and I have to give them credit. They were working, you know, very they were very calculative and what, you know, what they were doing, and calloused. They were calloused in everything that they were doing. I took note that Donald basically was hoping to get Summer. Well, actually, they did have Summer in the dark. I'm not going to lie. They really had her in the dark, and they had themselves in the spotlight. They had the sisters, the Utah case in the spotlight. They had Rose Bly's case in the spotlight, and they were living it up. You know, going around the mulberry bush with you know, Fred, with Dudley, with Dobbs, with all of these people, and you know, and they were, it was a plot and a ploy to keep the focus off themselves. They wanted to, you know, I got to say, they was able to strategize. You know, they were able to strategize exactly. These mother freakers are some real criminal-minded human beings. I don't think, you know, that. And I tell you why Donald is so. I tell you why Donald is so crafty in his criminalized mind. Is due to the fact that Don Wells, I promise you, this guy really does his homework when it comes to criminal, you know, criminal acts and so forth. Don is one of those people that, you know, will sit there and learn everything he can before he proceeds. I mean, this is a motherfucker that thinks it out for days. He is definitely a premeditator.
Yeah.
Don Wells premeditates.
When Candace was over there on Daisy's, and she caught herself in a thing when she said, if I go out in the woods and I find Summer, I would have to scoop her up and I would mess up a crime scene. Okay, Candace, where's the crime scene? Where's the woods, Candace? Because ain't nobody said crime scene, not even law enforcement.
That was her subconscious mind,
Yeah.
knowing indeed that what happened to Summer was criminal.
There is a crime scene. Yep.
So yeah, and she messed up. She fucked up. They even the best of criminals screw up. That's how they get caught. The best screw up.
Flowers. How are you planting a flower and it's a cactus? Better come up with a better story than that, Candace.
Well, I'm going to tell you. I got some content here. That'll shed a little bit more light on some things.
Okay, awesome.
This here. Hello, everyone. She says much love. LOL. He doesn't wear underwear. LOL. Talking about Dawn.
And what's funny about that? I don't understand.
Yeah, laugh out loud. He didn't have none in Arkansas when he said he had to get dressed when the law enforcement showed up.
Yep.
She said Pink. She always slept right next to me.
No, Summer was between them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But let's move on. Sammy, I've never changed my story.
Nah.
She never told her story.
I didn't even know Jackie Dobbs buy the piece of the property. I didn't know about Jackie Dobbs buying that piece of that property. Okay, Can. Yes, you did. Don was the first one to meet him. Don was the one that contacted Andy and Jody Sue. I know that for a fact. For them to swoop on him that quickly. Oh, hell yeah. Don alerted it. And yes, Candace, you're a effing liar, because on June 14th, 2021, all you mother freakers was down at the bottom of the hill by the road. You, Grandis, Donald, Jody Sue, Andy, all y'all were down at the bottom of that hill, yipping it up, talking pretty fucking loud, to be honest. You all were down there talking pretty fucking loud, right? Yes, you were, liars. And you were down there hooping and acting out, and them kids running in every direction. Yes, they were. Trust me, they were. And not only that, yeah. And they all were down there discussing what? Jackie Dobbs. And then once it got dark, who went out looking for Jackie Dobbs? Andy, Jody Sue, Don, Candace. Well, Grandis watched the kids up on the hill. So you know what? They went out looking for this man. Why did they go looking for this man? I could bet you 10-1. If they would have found this man, we would have heard that law enforcement found something to Summers.
Mm-hmm. He knew
That's
something.
what we would have heard. We would have heard that, oh, this man's definitely guilty, because a shoe or something would have been found, that maybe that jacket or something would have been found in Jackie Dobbs' truck. I can guarantee it. I can get, or close to the hotel where he was. Something of Summers would have been sniffed out around there. Even though this man would have been an innocent human being, he was about to be He was about to be the fall guy. But,
Yeah.
you know, Don already had one as well. He already fired Dudley to be the fall guy. But he was having second thoughts on that because Dudley was a pretty good worker, and he was thinking maybe of keeping Dudley and maybe framing it on someone else. But they couldn't find Dobbs, so Dudley had to stay the fall guy. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
So Candace is a fucking liar. That's what she is. Excuse my French.
Everybody knew everybody up there in that holler.
Here she says there was so many people in and out of here that I didn't and don't know. I'm going to tell you something. That's BS, Candace. That's BS. There was nobody in and out of there on June the 15th once your ass pulled in to Ben Hill Road, except for the people who normally come in and out of there. That's the only people that were in and out of there is the normal people that usually come in and out of there. Fred, Laura, Jody Sue, Andy, the neighbors, possibly there was a friend in there of Fred's, just a normal, usual.
There was also a guy she picked
coming
up at the
around.
dollar store. She didn't even know him. She
Yeah.
picked him up at the dollar store.
Exactly. I mean, these are people. I'm going to tell you, Summer was not abducted.
Remember when Candace also
You know,
mentioned
that's my opinion, but no.
when
And
Candace
what
also
about all the
mentioned
people that have left from here but us? What about all the people that have left from here but us? You mean like Grandis, Candace? Your own mother? That, you know, that there's fucking still smoke going up on the hill and down the road from her getting the hell out of there so quick? Is that who you're talking about? I heard that, you know, I heard that she almost, you know, took Andy off the road coming down through there so quick to get the hell out. So is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, but Can left. They went to Arkansas.
Oh yeah, Can hauled ass out of there too,
Yeah,
and
so
didn't want to go back, but Donnie was forced back, so that forced her back too, right? That
Yeah,
forced her
so-
back too,
Yeah, but he said she was supposed to stay there and take care of his daughters for
right?
6 weeks.
yeah. So Can get your story straight, honey.
His daughter was getting up, taking care of her damn self. Can was laying in a bed with her fucking ugly crying face. Right? Remember, she's laying in a bed with her
Yeah,
ugly crying face.
I'm just saying that's what the lie was.
And was she up watching them kids cooking and doing what she, you know, she couldn't have had time to be on a live if she'd have been up on her freaking feet doing what it takes to take care of someone else. His daughter should have been the one laying in the bed, and it should have been her ass up.
Right.
Making sure everything was clean and taken care of, right? You know, Candace don't know how to take care of anything, not even a freaking dog.
Or
She can't take
herself.
care of a freaking dog, right?
Well, she got that new
Go
dog.
look
And they
at
got,
Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all my stories. I'm Can. You took your TikTok down, you liar. All of those videos of Summer are gone. They're gone. A lot of pictures are missing from your Facebook, which you have deleted. So come on, and definitely a lot of videos. So, you know, go look at what go look at it. Go look at everything now that you've hit everything that you thought was,
Right.
you know, could incriminate your ass.
Go look at
Okay.
my edited TikTok and Facebook. Go look at it, what I took down.
You know, okay. That's it straight. I cussed Benny and Donnie out last night. LOL. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit if you cussed Benny and Donnie out last night? Who cares? Ain't nobody out here gives a shit about that. But you know what we do care about is that timeline. Why did you wait 4 hours to call law enforcement, Candace? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you wait 4 hours to call law enforcement?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you tell us? Did someone even make it back to the hill? Did she even make it back to the hill? What I want to know, Can, is why that truck cap was off when you guys were taking Summer somewhere on the milk jugs, but it was back on when you came off the hill, you know, and met up with Jody Sue. Or was that even Grandis's vehicle at all? Because Grandis sold that vehicle pretty fast when she flew off the hill, right? I mean, it's like she left and she got rid of that vehicle immediately and got a new one. So, you know, was that even Grandis's real vehicle that this baby was in that day? Because you could clearly see through the back window that there was no freaking cap on that truck. So what was going on? What the hell was going on with all of that?
PG, I do believe they use definitely different vehicles, different trucks.
Or something happened, to where they had to take the cap off. And well, I'm going to tell you something. And this, you know, this, I'm not trying, you know, don't, I'm just saying, I'm just making a logical statement here. So don't nobody go up in the air on
speculation.
PG. I'm just trying to make a logical statement. Now, if indeed something happened to a human, I think we've all had to leave the room after someone passes away. I think we all know what happens at that particular minute. It is the most awfulest smell anyone ever wants to smell, right? That's when the body releases things that, you know. Now, here's what I got to say. When it does that, and I'm going to make a logical sense to you in just a minute to why I'm saying this. Summer on those milk jugs was cleaned up and changed, right? She was cleaned up and changed when she's laying on those milk jugs, right? Now, if something bad happened to the point that, you know, she needed medical attention. I mean, I've known people that didn't pass away that actually that kind of thing happened to, right? Where they lost everything on themselves. And they got rushed to a hospital and they ended up being okay. But still, you would have thought they passed away with the smell. What I'm trying to say is, if something happened and they would have had to clean her up in the back of that truck, the back of that truck would have been smelling like hell.
Yep.
And they would have had to take the cap off, and they would have had to take it to a car wash and literally scrubbed it down to get that out of there. That could be, you know, that could be why, you know, that could be why that could be the answer to why it took 4 hours to call law enforcement. That is a possibility. That is a possibility. And the cap was not on that truck. And that window, you know, that everybody says dirty, it's dirty. To me, it looked wet. To me, it looked like it had just been, you know, like when you wash your vehicle and it's got that, still got that wetness on it. That's
Yeah.
the
condensation.
falsed up, you know how it gets
Yeah.
frosted up look.
The dew.
That's kind of what it was looking to like to me. Now this is just my opinion. This is just my opinion that, it's a very good possibility that and then if you had to, put it this way, I think we've all had to stop at a car wash and clean out our car because of someone getting sick, right? You're flying down the road, everybody's laughing and having a good time, and then all of a sudden it's what the hell did you just do in my back seat? Right? So we've all had car wash and we're running them through it as well after this. But we've all been there. We've all been there, right? And or you go to the grocery store and what happens? The freaking milk leaks out in your trunk, or something else leaks out in your trunk and it starts to smell bad. So you have to what? You hit the car wash, or you hook up your steam cleaner in your house, right? Out on your dry pad, and you're out there scrubbing the crap out of it, getting it out of there. You're using baking soda and newspapers and all kinds of stuff to suck that smell up. And then you clean it real good to get it out of there. We've all had this, had to do these things. Well, just imagine somebody that something happened that they actually, have to let loose everything. The person has to be cleaned up, and that smell's going to be all over the back of that vehicle. So what are you going to do if you're in fear? You're going to get that vehicle cleaned up. You're going to use some type of, you're going to use everything you can get your hands on to clean it up. You're going to be putting 15 different types of soap in there, hosing it out, getting it clean, and then it's got to dry. It's got to have time to dry.
And PG, this is a big problem for me, because why didn't Ellie impound all of those cars? That's a problem for me.
Because they were looking for a girl that wandered off.
It's a problem for me too, but at the beginning of all this, the reason they didn't do anything, I tell you why they didn't do it. Because they know they dropped the ball. They went up there thinking they had a wandering off case, because they didn't believe that these people were that sinister. And by the time they figured out exactly what type of people they were dealing with, and everything was all screwed up. The whole crime scene was screwed up. So, what can they do? They done put dogs in the vehicles.
Yeah, but they could still do like body fluid testing and all that.
They would almost have, I'm going to tell you, no.
I don't know that they get it after 2.5 years, almost 3, and now.
No, I'm saying at the time it happened.
At the time, they would have had to, at the first day, if they would have went up there and said, everybody needs to go off the hill, we need to keep the vehicles, and you guys are going to have to get, an Uber to a hotel, check in, law enforcement will take care of the bill, and you're going to have to be there for however long it takes for us to, do what we need to do up here. And they would have treated it as a crime scene. Mm-hmm. Yes, they might have been able to get something.
And because it wasn't treated right away as a crime
scene. Because of what they done, mm-hmm. Because of what they did, they basically screwed it all up.
Because even in contamination, they can still separate DNA from animal or whatever.
well, what you don't understand is it ain't a matter of separating, DNA stuff. What you don't understand is everything's been washed away. I mean, they gave these people time to vacuum them cars, to run them through car washes, to do all kinds of shit. I mean, they gave the suspects time to clean up the crime scenes, and to contaminate it even further.
So don't you think they would you think that they would wash up the cars in the yard, or take them down to a car wash?
Take them to a car wash. Pamela Wells told me the night that either the night before or the night that Summer went missing, Dawn was burning stuff, and that Candace was in there reading books to the boys.
Oh yeah, wasn't
And
she
Pamela
playing
Wells
board
said that
games?
herself, not out of my mouth.
Yeah.
I know that they were burning a bunch of stuff. Grandis and Candace went back to the hill and started burning a lot of stuff. After right before, like it was right there when Dawn's getting out of jail, and then Dawn went up there and was helping them, finished helping them burn a bunch of stup. There was
and then
like a lot of stuff getting burned up there for 2 or 3 days after, right before and after Dawn got out of jail.
And correct me if I'm wrong, did not Candace give the Suburban to Kathy the friend? Is that correct?
She sold it to her.
She sold it for $1,000.
Yeah,
Right.
she sold it to her for $1,000.
So that was another part of the crime scene.
Right. Right. But what I'm saying is, law enforcement dropped the ball by not treating that case like a crime scene from the beginning. If they would have treated it like a crime scene from the beginning, then I think it would have been solved by now. But since they didn't, that's why this case has not been solved. And but now
they alluded
is trying to backtrack. They are trying to backtrack. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
They are backtracking. But and I think they do have, I really do believe they got a lot of solid stuff. Put it this way. I believe that law enforcement knows exactly what happened to Summer Moon Utah Wells.
Yes.
They just got to prove it. And that's what they're doing right now. They're preparing to prove it. So they're
crossing their T's and dotting their I's because they know they only have one shot.
I mean, from the beginning, they kind of alluded it was a crime scene without saying it. You know what I mean?
Well, I tell you what, they do have a lot of solid evidence from the phones. They got a lot of solid evidence from videos and other things. They got a lot of solid evidence. A lot of solid evidence from people, other people around there that ain't Jody Sue's. They ain't Fred Hills.
Right.
These are upstanding, God-fearing, law-abiding citizens who are telling the truth. Like old Miss Goats' daughter, and other people that are telling the truth of what they seen and heard and so forth and so on that during that particular time.
Right.
Leading up to Summer's disappearance and even after. So, they have quite a bit of solid information.
Mm-hmm.
that is giving them a clear view of what really happened up there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter of pulling it all together, putting it all together, and then basically seeing if it's all enough to prosecute with.
Yeah, sorting it all out for them.
Right. And there's been a lot of other things that, you know, had to be taken care of before they could proceed in all of this.
Yeah.
That has took up a lot of time,
Yeah.
money, and space.
Yeah.
So,
And they had to get the boys out first before anything.
and then she comes back laughing and says, "That's all, folks. You know, that's all, folks." Right? Yeah.
I
Like
don't get
guinea
her
pig.
humor. Like this
Yeah.
is supposed to be funny and her daughter's
Right.
missing.
Right.
Right. There she is. Bleep, bleep, bleep. That's all, folks. Right? Like, ha ha ha, that's so funny. I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not, Candace. That shit isn't funny at
Nope.
all.
This whole thing isn't funny with them.
But
Like Dawn wanted to convince everybody that she was abducted. No, she wasn't abducted. Nobody
Well-
went up on a hill.
let me make this point to everybody. As I was saying about the truck, the cat being off of it, I do believe it had a good washing. For some reason. But let me put this to you guys. Candace said that grandma didn't like the kids being in the vehicle wet, right? Do you remember her making a statement? Oh, the
Yep.
pillow
Yep.
was for the kids to sit on because grandma didn't like them getting in and sitting in her car wet.
And that statement came from Candace, not even Grandis.
That came from Candace.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, well, with that being said,
Mm-hmm.
and that tells me that when they go swimming, Candace doesn't bother to change
Mm-hmm.
anybody.
Mm-hmm.
That they drive home. Wet.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, why all of a sudden Summer is, taken out of the wet stuff and put into dry clothes? Why?
Mm-hmm.
When usually these kids are going home wet.
Mm-hmm.
Let us think about that, because that was Candace's own words, right?
Yep.
So what the fuck happened? What happened that Summer needed to be changed? Why all of a sudden did this child get dry clothes on?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't she get why didn't Summer get the pillow under her
Mhm.
backside and wait to get home? Wait to get home to get dry clothes.
Right.
Or to just air dry as they usually let them do.
And let's not forget there was another person that was supposedly wet.
Yeah,
That
H would have been wet.
Correct.
So there you go. That's my thing. Why all of a sudden did little Summer need to be dressed? That that's a question for Candace. Why doesn't Day Day ask that question? The thing I got against Day Day is Day Day don't want to ask the Wells no hard questions. She don't want to let you ask the Wells any hard questions, right? She doesn't want that. She will block you. She will time you out. She will, kick you if you have anything. If she won't even let you up if she's afraid you're going to ask a hard question. You ain't getting on her panel.
Yeah, but didn't H say at one time that we know he said she changed her at her house that morning, but in the evening he said when she got out of the water that Candace changed her back in to the outfit that she changed from his house. He said that at one time. That was way back in the beginning.
I'm going to tell you I don't know exactly what went down, what went down June 15th, 2021. I do know that it was sinister enough.
Yep.
Whatever it was sinister enough that they all felt that they needed to cover it up, hide it, and pray that it ain't ever, found out.
Right.
So, with that being said, it must be something really, really bad.
It was sinister enough that a 5-year-old was never seen again.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So, every time you go back in time to June the 15th and come forward, you're learning, you're getting a better insight. You're getting a better insight on what was going down. Now, wandering off is pretty much off the table, folks. We know this.
Yes.
And abduction off the table, folks.
Yep.
And foul play is in play. Now, foul play is not over at Jody Sue's house. Foul play is not down at Fred's house.
Yep.
Foul play is not at Allie's house.
Yep.
Foul play is at 110.
Yes, ma'am.
That's where foul play is.
Yep.
Anytime law enforcement is calling foul play in play, then they're looking right at the people who were supposed to be in control and was in control of the person that is missing, or no longer on alive, or no longer with us.
We know
whatever the case may be,
has an attitude that can go from calm to 360 in a minute. We've seen it over there on Daisy's. We've seen the way she treats people. When she went off on Smiley, I mean, she just went in a rant, and she didn't care what she said. What makes us think she couldn't do that to Summer?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the chat there.
She could have been in a bad mood. Candace can go.
Well,
she can snap.
Well, let's go back to June 15th, 2021 on that particular topic. June 15th, 2021. Now, Candace, Texas H from the doctor's office out on the parking lot, and tells H, hey, Grandis is in the emergency room, with her knee. Me and Summer's out in the parking lot, hanging out, waiting for her to get out. Well, H is like, ring, ring, ring. Hey, what's up? You and Summer can come over to the house here and hang out if you want to. Well, is that okay with your mom? Sure. That's okay with Mom if you want to come over and hang out. Oh, okay, great. I can do that. So here comes Candace, hoping that Allie's up and she can mend the bridge with Allie, but Allie's in bed. It ain't getting up. So she ends up taking H and with her and hanging out with him, hoping that when they get back, maybe Allie will hang out and treat her with respect then. But she pulls up with H, and Allie don't even want to come off the porch, right? Allie doesn't come off the porch. She's like, oh, bitch, you took my man. It is what it is. I ain't ever going to trust you again. I want nothing to do with you. You screwed me over. I was good to you, but you did. And it's just, ain't no shit like this going down. So, Allie don't even bother to come off the porch, right? She just stay up on the porch. And Candace is like, oh, yeah, that's the way you want to be, so be it. And pulls out, right? Well, okay. I can tell you now, Candace, things didn't go her way that day at all. And then you got Granny that went and got a big shot in the knee, right? She goes and gets a big old shot in the knee. And that had to hurt. And then, she goes in there, limp along. How my knee hurts so bad. They give her a big old shot and she thinks she's getting pain pills. She gets to the pharmacy, drops this stuff off, and she's sure that pain pill is in there. And then she goes back to pick it up to find out that, hey, where's my pain medication? Well, they didn't give you none. What you talking about? Yes, they did. No, they didn't. And, so now her day didn't go well either, right? I mean, she literally attacks and gets in an argument with the person handing out the medication at the Walgreens, right? Unhappy. She's having a fit there. And, they have to really explain to her, hey, crazy lady, we don't know what you thought you got, but you didn't get it, and you need to move on down the road with it. So, she's not having a good time either now. So now what you got is you got two self-centered, self-seeking, disgusting to say the least human beings inside this vehicle, very upset, right? Because neither one of their day just went well. And then you got this little girl, right? This little girl that somehow disappears in the midst of all this shit. I don't know. Don't sound right to me. This is a truck that always has a cap on it, and you can clearly see in the picture it don't have the cap. So, and the back window's looking wet. I gotta wonder about that. I got to wonder about all of this, and I also have to wonder about, Pruitt said, if she would have wandered off, we'd have found her, or at least found with the extra deep dive searches, we would have definitely found something had she been out there. That takes wandering off the table. But then he goes to say that we don't believe she was trafficked outside the area. We believe she's still somewhere in the area. So we don't believe she was trafficked outside the area, but we believe she's trafficked inside the area, and whatever happened inside the area. So we believe that she's still, wherever she is, hidden is somewhere in here.
Right, because he's not saying that she's not trafficked within the area.
Right. He didn't say that trafficking's off the table.
Right.
He said we don't believe she's trafficked outside the area.
Right.
So that puts trafficking in play.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And foul play in play. So if you add up what you're hearing is, foul play is 110, and they feel that, so who was trafficking the people on 110? It's basically what you're hearing. And,
Yep.
and this is what we believe happened, is what I'm getting out of it. This is my opinion. But what I'm getting out of it is, we believe this is what happened. And it's just a matter of time we're going to prove it. Pretty much.
And then they, and they come out and they did their, even EquiSearch came out. They can't come back. I mean, and then you've got, Dawn wanted to throw everybody off of them all this time. That's like he's never blamed Candace or Grandis at all.
The reason that they have to do all the ground searches is because you don't understand. You have to exclude things in order to include things.
Include. Yep.
What I'm saying is, you have to take a lot of things away in order to see what's left. What I'm saying is, when you clean out your closet, in order to understand what you have to keep, you first have to separate everything you don't want to keep, right?
Yep.
So, it's basically that, that's what has to happen in these cases. In all cases, what they have to do is, they have to follow something to see, if it's going to pertain to what they're seeking. If it doesn't, it's called a false lead. And now you backtrack and you go in a different direction. And and this is what you do until, what I'm saying is, just because you went down a wrong road doesn't mean you wasn't on the right road. You got to go back to the right road and keep going, because it eventually will lead you to the truth.
Yep.
And the truth is what's going to solve the case.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how cases get solved.
And the truth is on 110 Ben Hill Road.
Yes, it is.
I
think it started there.
I don't think that anything is all, for money. I don't think anything is all for money at this point. At this point, Summer Moon, Utah Wells, is still missing, and she needs to be found. Now, I'm going to tell you something. There is anyone that's keeping this little girl out here in the spotlight and truly is for the true victim in all of these cases of not just Summer, but all missing children.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a lot of time to do what these creators are doing out here.
Mm-hmm.
It takes their time to, what these creators are doing. What I'm saying is, news people get paid to bring you the news. Movie theaters get paid for you to see a movie.
Yep.
These creators are out here, and they're, they are diligently doing, putting everything together. They're the ones doing all the work to put everything together to, so you can know everything. They keep you updated. They do all the work to keep the chat updated on everything going on. Now, the chat, does give the people a cash app here or a cash app there to help keep the channel running. This channel don't run on air. It costs money, and also costs us, every creator a lot of time. I've been in here for almost 3 hours right now. 3 hours.
Yes, you have.
Bringing all of this, all the updates and everything that can be found. That's solid to be put on a table, and I'm breaking it down to all of your understandings, so that everybody here would be. I put it in a way that everyone here can understand it, right? I'm putting it into a way that everyone is able to. I'm not talking in riddles. I'm not talking over everybody's head. I'm bringing it down to layman's terms, and I'm putting it out to where everyone can understand exactly what's going on and what's being said. I'm going to tell you, that's a lot of work. That is a lot of work. To me, it's a labor of love, because I really care about these missing kids, and I want these kids found, especially Summer Moon Utah Wells. This is Summer's channel, and that is why PG is here. Summer is.
I want to make it clear with Dave.
To bring her home and get justice for her. But I'm going
That
to tell you
PG
something.
don't gain money.
I
PG
don't,
don't run a cash
I
app.
don't, but you know, I'm going to tell you what I'm trying to say is anyone that is truly for these missing kids and are truly doing, you know, putting in the time, putting in the work, putting in the phone calls, doing all the things they can do to get all the answers they can get for these children. I can, you know, I
The
commend
creators deserve everything they get because they
and
deal with
yes,
a lot of that.
yes, these creators, you know, these creators absolutely, absolutely, you know, are grateful and thankful for everyone in the chat that supports their channel and helps them along in doing what they do.
Well,
So
PG, you have
it's a lot.
699 people in chat watching.
And the thing is, you know, take Justice for All, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
He's for the real victims. He loves these kids and he's doing all he can do for these kids. Now his channel don't run on air. He counts on his chat to help support him to keep that channel going. I count on my chat to help this channel keep going. And even with the help that we're getting from chat, trust me, we're still having to dig in our pockets to do all that we're doing. It's a lot. It's a lot. And you know, and like I said, you know, a human's time is your time is the most valuable thing in the world. Your time and your health are the two most valuable things in this world. And these creators are giving that up. They're giving that up to be here and do all they do to keep everybody updated. You know, I have been in the chat and I also been up here on this panel. And I'm going to tell you something. When I go over to Smalley's and I'm sitting down in the chat, man, it's not nothing to sit in that chat. I mean, I'm like back, you know, drinking my soda, slamming down some popcorn, potato chips, cookies, whatever. You know, sometimes I'm eating my lunch. I'm just kicked back. I'm like, you know, listening. It's all, you know, it's easy and everything. But for Smalley, this lady's up there and she's stressed and she's and you know, she's going through, you guys don't understand what we go through when we're up here. We go through so many different emotions and in that little time that we're up here, you know. Well, actually I'm up here for like 3 hours, so mine ain't little time, mine's like big time. But you know, whatever time that they're up there on that panel, they are going through a lot. They are working their fucking brain like their brain hasn't ever been worked in this life to bring you everything that, you know, you're hearing and you're listening to. It's a lot. It's a lot.
And PG, as a chat follower and a supporter of you, Justin Smiley, believe me, the chat is gracious and we love what you all do.
I appreciate that. God bless.
The chat supports you all.
Remember. Woo! Hey, I appreciate it. God bless.
And the bottom line is we all in chat want this case to find some closure in some manner. For Summer.
Absolutely. You know, I think I'll be honest with you. I think this channel makes the least of all channels. I really do. Over here, we don't ask people for nothing. We don't ask anyone for nothing. You know, I'm going to tell you what. There was a lady set up on Day Day's panel. There was a woman sitting up on Day Day's panel saying, "Oh, PG's over there crying about how she don't get no Christmas gifts." No, I wasn't crying about not getting no Christmas gifts. Absolutely not. I was sharing I was sharing, you know, when you are the host, and I'm sure other people host Christmas parties, and when you host the Christmas parties and so forth, most people, the hosts don't ever get nothing. I mean, you know, what I'm trying to say is, for years, I hosted the Christmas parties for my mother. I have a big family. I do. I come from a big family. And I'm going to tell you, I come from a big family. And I talk to very few. I actually intermix with more friends than I do family. But I do come from a big family. That's true. But, you know, a family.
But with other creators,
I come from a family of hell. I come from a house and family from hell. If that you know makes sense to you.
Yeah, but when
I
creators beat the creators down that's doing what they need to do or want to do, then other creators want to beat them down for it. Don't beat them down. Enjoy what they're saying.
This lady ain't a creator. She's just a blowhard bitch that gives Day Day a ton of money to come up on a panel and act like she owns it. I mean,
Day Day's the creator, so she should have known better.
She is a Deborah Ann that comes up and wants to just, like, you know, she's got freaking, I don't know if she's got bipolar or what the fuck she's got, but she comes up on the panel and she just wants to blow hard, like she owns it, and Day Day's scared to say or do anything because she's scared that this lady ain't gonna come out of the pocket. I mean, when her house, you know, when the kitchen went up like it did, this lady gave her like $200 or $300. I mean, simultaneously $100 bills, and Day Day don't want to lose that. Right. So, you know, so she sucks up and kisses up to this woman, and this woman sits up there and wants to beat people down, you know, but this woman don't know this. And I'm telling you, I truly do. In my opinion, she's an alcoholic, but she's up there running off that sut, right? And she's talking about how I'm crying. Well, you know, what I was doing is explaining that when I'm hosting these parties for my mother, you know, I wasn't used to ever getting anything because nobody brings the host something. You know, it's like teachers and assistant teachers, you know, the assistants that are helping teachers all the teachers get gifts, but people just don't seem to think about the assistants, right? They get very damn little. Okay, this is what I'm trying to share with the people, but I don't like sharing anything with anybody because people like that bitch want to grab it and twist it and turn it, you know, like, oh, well, PG just wants people to give her a bunch of donations and feel sorry that she ain't getting no Christmas gifts. No, I don't personally give a damn if Santa don't even bring me a lump of fucking coal, you old hag, because I probably don't deserve it. After, you know, you piss me off and run your sut on me like you do, and then, you know, you come at me sideways, make me have to defend myself, and I'm sure that that's probably not going to get me any extra Christmas gifts this year after I get done telling you what I think of you. What I think of you is you're a blowhard piece of shit, and you're sitting over there on that panel running your mouth thinking you're the boss because you give a little bit of money, and indeed you're not. You're freaking some kind of mental case that really needs to be assessed by a freaking certified psychiatrist is what you are.
5150.
And not only that, but you know, that indeed was not why, you know, I had broke down for a minute. Because personally, I am a victim of SA as a child, you nasty piece of crap. And I broke down because I know that more than likely there's a good possibility that Summer was as well. And that's hard to fucking think about when you've been through it yourself. And you're sitting over there running your freaking sut thinking it's just funny as hell that someone has been put through this, and possibly including a 5-year-old missing little girl right now. You are disgusting. And Day Day let you sit up there and run that sut in that manner. Unbelievable, right?
Because it's about money. But people don't realize it's about what's inside a person. It's not about what gifts you get. I went out to my
and I still let her come up on my panel tonight and treated her with utmost respect while she was here. The utmost respect, which I wouldn't have freaking got over there. Right? I wouldn't have got that over there. So you
need to stop giving her grace and coming up here. You just do. It's time to stop that. She really just doesn't deserve the grace you give her, PG.
Exactly.
She really doesn't. She really doesn't. She shows nobody that supports Summer any grace. And you give her nothing but grace, even if she wants to spew disgusting things to the people you have on panel. You do not deserve that, PG.
She's
not
rude to
show
your
her.
panel, but you let her. She's rude to your panel. You let her go and do it on her panel. Oh, she'll kick you in a minute.
Yeah, that has to stop because she doesn't deserve it. First and foremost, she is not for Summer. That is so clear. She is supporting those parents of Summer, and she is cash-apping and letting those parents get money off of their own child missing. And what are they doing with that money?
She's also sitting over there supporting other sinister people as well.
Correct.
I mean, last night, what Day had up there was a panel full of humans that don't give a flying rat's ass about Summer Moon Utah
Yeah,
Well.
I don't watch her.
What they care about is just them old bags. All they care about was being a part of whatever they can be a part of, and running their damn suts in any way they wanted to run them. And and that lady sat up there and they said, "Oh, I treated what's that one lady's name? I can't even remember it."
It doesn't matter. I see Daisy's back chat to you, PG. Let me up now. I want to come up, PG.
Crooked Arrow.
Let me up.
Crooked Arrow.
Oh, Crooked Arrow. Okay.
I don't even know Crooked Arrow. I don't even right now. I can't even recall the lady's name. That's how much I know her. Sherry. I don't think about these people. Right. I don't think about Sherry. What I think about is Summer. I think about this 5-year-old child needing to be found and information needing to be gotten on her behalf to get her found. That's what I think about.
I know.
I think about that day and night.
I know.
I do not think about, I don't think about Sherry's. I don't think about none of these people out here. I mean, sometimes I have to address this one or that one because they're coming at me sideways. But I'd be honest with you. I'd rather not.
Don't do it.
They don't make a hill of fucking beans to me. But the point being is there's this lady sit over there and blasted Sherry as well. I mean, she sat there and literally,
and the cow's fine with it, I'm sure.
And the cow
she was back up on panel.
She blasted Daisy too. I mean, she was over there like, being boss. She was over there being like boss to these guys. She was talking to them like they were peer servants, right?
Yeah, the cow is lost.
I was like, I mean, she went up there and she just like takes over Daisy's panel now, and runs
that shows you how weak
90 miles an hour, and I'm like, wow.
That just shows you how weak that Day is. She's weak.
I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you now. That B-Notch came over here on this panel and was talking and was, laughing and talking. I mean, if Day was talking about something really serious, you know, like a topic of, if she was really talking about the topic of like the time when, you know, the grandmother was walking home with them and that man snatched her up, you know, I would kick that lady's ass off this panel in a heart. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. She'd be putting out, you know, grandmas all day long. She can keep her fucking grandmas in her pocket and get the hell on up out of here, because I'm going to tell you what, I ain't for sale. If that woman that came up here, you know, and ran her mouth, and I knew for a fact that, you know, this is what Day Day was, you know, had broken down somewhat about, was, you know, what happened to her as a child. I'm going to let you know right now, that lady would have been booted right in the ass and the hell out of here, because I ain't tolerating that shit.
Still so good, PG.
No way.
I know people don't like me, but I'm me. That's just it.
Hell
I
yeah.
don't change for nobody.
Nope.
I'm not. And PG shouldn't have to explain herself every night.
That's
why
right.
everybody wants to run people. These
Yep.
people like Day Day run
Right.
all these other creators that works hard and run them to the ground.
That's right.
Stop it.
Yep.
Because that's what Summer would say. Stop.
Stop it, Daddy.
You know,
I agree, Pam. PG, listen.
You know, that Sherry lady last night, you know, she was being put, you know, in a corner. Do you support PG? Do you support PG? And Sherry, you know, came out and told it, you know, she told the truth, right? She said, no. Then don't come over here.
Right.
Don't come here. If you do not support PG, don't come here. If you do not support Summer, do not come here. See
Sherry plays
out. And you know,
the middle.
When I first came here, I told everybody, I don't care if there's 1 or 1,000. I don't care if there's 1 or 1,000. As long as you love Summer, you are welcomed. If you don't, see your way the hell up out of here, because you're not welcome here if you are not for this baby. You got to go. I will boot you in the backside. And you know,
she watches your chat and she goes in your chat, but she likes it over there on Daisy's. Exactly what she said in a comment last night. Exactly. Well, she can stay over there.
Exactly. And you know, I'm going to tell you something. Wasn't it Daisy that kicked Sherry? Wasn't it Daisy that took Sherry for everything she had and then booted her in the backside like I don't know how many times?
Yep.
Isn't it Daisy that said that Sherry wouldn't ever be welcomed back over there after she went to Jinkies and turned on Daisy? And then I think even Jinkies, I believe, kicked Sherry there for a while as also. So you know what I'm saying. And do you remember how many times that Daisy would, if Sherry wasn't giving her money, she'd kick her, and then Sherry would give money and she'd welcome her back?
I personally believe they're all in it together.
Hey, I mean, I you know what?
They're all in it together, PG.
The freaking old Deborah that's all up on her panel running off at the mouth over there. I'm going to tell you something. At least that lady is putting Day Day in her place. At least that lady is getting her damn money's worth, right? I mean, I hate to say this, but I was cracking up when this lady's up there giving them all the freaking business, right? She was up there like, okay, yeah, you know, she ran her mouth about PG and everything, and they all cackled like a bunch of freaking witches, right? Thinking it was funny with their sinister selves. And okay, that's cool. But you know what? Then the table turned and she started giving them all what's for. And then I had to sit there and watch them, right? I got to sit there and watch them all pucker up and kiss that backside so Day Day could get those $100 bills. Them grandmas. Okay, who cares? Go ahead, Day Day. I'm going to tell you what. It'll be a cold day in hell before PG allows any of that shit to go on for any fucking old grandma. You can, I'm gonna tell you right now. She could wipe her backside on. She could wipe her backside on that grandma. That's what the hell she could do with it. And I wouldn't waste no time telling her. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something right now. Money burns in Hades.
Yep.
And I'll tell you another thing. It does the same on Earth. And a bunch of shit you buy it. Most of it you didn't even want. You end up throwing it out. What I'm saying is, money's just a thing, man.
Money is the root of all evil.
And I'm gonna let you know right now, my ass ain't for sale. My ass ain't for sale.
And how does she sell Summer like
it'd be a
that?
cold day in hell before you could buy me. Let me tell you that right now.
She's selling out Summer. Not even just UPG and the other creators. She's selling out Summer.
She can't sell something she ain't never had. She wasn't ever for Summer.
That's what I'm saying.
She wasn't ever for, so she couldn't, she
sold out on Summer.
She didn't sell out because she wasn't ever there for her. She wasn't ever there for any of these kids. She just used them.
That's what I mean. Out there for the money.
She used little Summer. She used Summer just like she did, all them other kids.
Little Quentin.
Well, I don't remember Day Day so much being on Quentin. She's been on Harmony. She's been on Michael. She's been on, she's been on Summer. She was on Callie Rodney. Matter of fact, when that Callie's case came out, if you remember, Day Day, that was about the time that I took a trip. And, I went some places. In Tennessee at that time.
You were living life.
I was running around in Tennessee at that time, trying to figure out some things about Summer's case that was being said. But point being is, I was doing that, and I think I was gone about a week at that time, and I remember tuning into Day Day, and I heard her say, "I hope PG gets back, so I can get on the Kylie Rodney case because so PG can get back on Summer." Mm-hmm. She didn't want to be doing Summer. She wanted to be doing Kylie because Kylie was where the money was at the time. And I got back, I took back over Summer, picked back up and Summer's case and every night. And she went to Kylie Rodney's case and left Summer high and dry.
Yep.
As a lot of creators run to the different case.
The cases that are making the money.
And like the 9 months Don was gone and in jail. I seen people going to all different kinds of cases. Idaho 4 got big and they were all on it. And we were right here, summer, every single night. For 9 months, when everything, the Wells were in jail and Candace was hiding, right? Candace was hiding with Kathy and not coming out, talking about doing anything.
Yep.
We were summer.
Yep.
We have kept Summer alive out here.
That's why I'm here, PG.
And
exactly.
And we don't leave her. We don't ever leave this child. We have been here from the beginning. We will be here till the end.
Yep.
We will be here making sure that Summer is brought home. We will be here making sure that justice is served. And we will be here making sure that the dirty bastards get everything coming to them that did this to this child. Absolutely.
Yep. Summer deserves it. She deserves it.
Yeah,
Hey,
the parent.
man, I appreciate that. Super sticker. $10.
It ain't about Don and Candace. They
bless.
ain't superstars. They've never been superstars in my
Hey,
book.
Molly, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, girl, that you're saying thank you for the channel. God bless.
Thank
God
you,
bless.
Molly. We love
Yeah,
you.
Molly, sweetheart. She's a
Hey,
sweetheart.
Molly. But yeah, it ain't about them criminals. This is
Let's
about
find
Summer.
Summer. Yep.
This has always been about Summer.
Yep.
I know that people don't like me. I know Daisy, they don't like me, but you know what? I really don't care.
Hey,
That's a
Pam.
badge of
Because
honor,
it's for
honey.
Summer.
That's a badge of honor there, Pam, if they don't like you.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
At least I'm in your head. Well, I ought to charge a rent because I'll be in her
Exactly.
head.
Pam,
What?
I love you, girl.
I'll
Aw.
be in her head. I ought to charge your rent. I'll be in her head.
I love
But
JJ.
I bet you one thing. I bet you she didn't go to Black Friday. I
No.
bet you I went to Menards and I bought me a friend.
Did you go to Black Friday, Pam?
Yes, I sure did.
I heard that, girl. I heard
I had
that.
to go to Menards. I was there at 4:00 in the morning.
What?
Girl.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
That's
4
to get
o'clock
the
in the
front.
morning. 4 o'clock in the
I'm
morning.
sleeping.
PG was asleep. I'm like,
Mhm.
oh, hell
I
no.
was at Menards waiting just to get in, and they said, "Oh, you want us to open the doors early?" Yeah, so we could go in, and we
Wow.
got everything we wanted, and then we was out within an hour and back home.
Hey, girl, they have some good deals.
Yeah, I bought me a little friend. I bought me a little stuffed friend for $4.99.
Wow.
And then I bought some phone cords for $3.99.
Hey Pam, do you
What?
think Don and Candace ever did that for their kids?
Nah.
No, I didn't think so
And
either.
guess what? I want everybody to know I haven't tried them yet, but I bought 2 hearing aids for $5.99 a piece.
All right. God bless.
You
There
go,
you go,
girl.
girl. There you go.
Now
Yeah.
I gotta try them out. I bought them yesterday, so I gotta try them out. But yes, I
Amen.
did $5.99.
Wow. Cool.
I know, right?
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
was worth getting up for.
That's sweet.
But
Absolutely.
yeah, I enjoy myself. I love myself.
Yep.
You know, that's all we can do is love ourselves and love Summer.
Yep.
That's what we came in here for.
Yep.
That's what we're going out of here for.
Amen. Absolutely.
Coming in, going out.
I'm going to tell you what.
But when she come over here talking, going sideways at everybody, I wasn't. Ooh, I hear her going sideways. All these creators that want to talk about me, want to talk about it, you, want to talk about Justin, want to talk about all the other creators, Smiley, everybody else.
Right.
But that one creator can't even control her own mouth. She out here showing people off of TikTok a video of some lady that was passing away. It's like she gets a kick out of this. And then she said, "Oh, by the way, this lady did not pass that night. She passed that following morning. Look what she did to her own niece. She lied it while that niece was in the hospital, intensive care, that passed away.
Are you talking about? You talking about Amanda?
Yeah, she lied it. That wasn't nothing to lie something. Yeah.
I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave that one alone.
Yeah.
Listen, Candace and Don say, oh, they haven't changed their stories. Well, I'm going to show something I'm going to show they have.
Said that too. He said she was real close to Summer.
I was close to Summer, but I was happy because like the boys would always want to be with me because I like to fish and hunt and go camping and do, outdoor stuff. And, Summer, she was more like her daddy, wanted to be indoors and, do that kind of thing. So I was so happy when she was born because he had something that me and the boys shared. He had something that with Summer like that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, like sit down watching Frozen and all that.
Well, boys are.
She loved to be outside all the time. And that was her, unfortunately, her downfall. 'Cause a lot of times the boys would be inside and we'd be like, "Where's Summer? Why'd you leave her out there alone?"
And that was her downfall, Don? No. Having you as parents was her downfall, buddy.
Go get Summer now. And that's happened over and over
And
again.
that right there, why didn't John
We'd come
get up
out
off
and she
his
would
ass
always
and
be
go
close
get her?
by, but we was always coming up. She had to be outside. She was an outdoor person. And she
loved to be outside.
And
And did you hear Candace right there? Hold on, I'm gonna back it up.
She
Listen.
loved to be outside.
Listen to Candace.
she
Loved to be outside.
And I'm
There
so
you go.
afraid.
She
Candace
loves to
says,
be outside.
hey,
Hey, I want to say something real quick, and I'm going to jump back down. How can a 5-year-old have a downfall? How does a
Thank you.
5-year-old have a downfall? A
Thank you,
5-year-old is a
Justin.
5-year-old. That's a baby. They don't have any faults at all.
I'm gonna
A
tell you.
5-year-old does not have a downfall.
You want me to tell you how they can have a downfall? By having parents like that, right?
Fact.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's the, we don't get to choose that, but it's just sad. It is just sad. That's her down. They place so much just responsibility and blame on the children. It is sickening.
Exactly. I don't. Yeah. They had the audacity to say that, that was, the last ones to see Summer was, well, actually, the boys. Are you kidding me? No.
How can you? I mean,
The
guys,
last
you
one
can't
to see
expect
Summer
anything
was
else.
Candace and Grandis.
You can't expect anything else from, I guess, a man and parents that calling their 5-year-old a CUNT.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Allie confirmed that. I mean, she said that right
Well,
off the
Don confirmed that when he talked to his grandson like that, when they haven't had kids in 2.5 years.
Absolutely.
And he's talking to kids like that, you think he would relish having his grandson and stuff around. No, he's calling him really bad names.
A real insight on what kind of people they are, right? A real insight. Just showing us exactly
Proving our points.
who and what the hell they are. Look at this guy. I mean, look at him. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. I'm going to tell you,
that wife and that grandma.
there is no good to come to anyone messing with this, messing with that bunch of people right there. No good can come to you. It's sad, it's sad. Let us remember, Summer isn't here, right? She isn't here. We are her voice, but her brothers are also her voice. And I'm going to tell you, what were they voicing? Please let us talk to the judge. We don't want to go back. If we can't go and talk to the judge, please let us write letters to the judge. We don't want to go back. I'm going to tell you something. They're her voice too. And this is what she would have been saying. These children, let me tell you, when children say things like this, it gives us an insight on exactly how horrible and bad it was on the inside of 110.
7 kids. 7 kids agree, right? Well,
Yeah.
6. And some, people's like, Candace is like, oh, if I get Summer back, I'm not letting Summer around. It was a creator or something like that. And if Summer was found today, she
would
wouldn't be
belong
with
to the taxpayers.
Yeah,
She
she would be in foster care.
She belongs to we the people, just like the boys do.
Mm-hmm.
It's our tax dollars that are keeping it all going.
Mm-hmm. And keeping Summer's case open.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I mean, Don and Candace and Grandis have done nothing but take. They have not given a damn thing to this case. They haven't gave a damn thing, not even the first flyer out of willfulness to this case.
Yep.
When I say willfulness, that means willfully did it because they cared. They haven't done nothing willfully for this child. Nothing, period.
Only her demise.
All they have done is make a fucking ass and a spectacle out of themselves. And they can't even see it.
The only willfully thing they did was her demise.
Well.
And that's the truth.
Exactly.
Well, at least we know Summer's got one thing. She's got all of us.
Yes, ma'am.
And 600 people in the chat. Wouldn't matter if it was 400.
I tell you what
else. All 400 of us.
I tell you what else she's got. She's got 3 brothers that truly love her, that truly care about her, and are truly thankful that she got them out of that horrible place.
Yep.
And you know what? And they're writing the judge, letting the judge know how thankful they are, and they don't want to go back.
And Summer was the strongest person in that house, and they all know it.
Hey, CJ, I appreciate that. God bless. God bless. I appreciate the super
There
sticker.
was a lot of people that failed her, but the main 3 people was the 3 adults on that hill failed that little girl the most.
Mm-hmm.
Because they did nothing for her.
Nope.
Oh, go get Summer. No, get yourself. And go get up off your butt and go get your daughter. It wasn't them kids' responsibility. They didn't have her. You did.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it breaks my heart.
Dawn or Candace. No,
it
you
breaks
couldn't
my
because
heart.
God forbid when Candace.
What breaks your heart, Justin?
Whenever I talk to a woman, her kid rode the bus with the Wells boys, and they were made fun of terribly because of, they would go to school with just adult clothing, shoes that was way too big.
Mm-hmm.
Just, go to school with, the girls' shirts on, and it.
Kids are mean.
And the hell that they were putting up with because they had no control over what they were
doing. It's not their fault.
No, it wasn't their fault at all. But other children can be very mean. They can be, because a lot of children don't understand.
Kids are honest. They don't have a filter.
Right. And they don't understand that, they don't understand that it's not the children's fault,
Right. They're worthless parents.
I wish I really wish that, I wish that more schools would, take up donations. Like, I wish more schools would take in clothing, right? Like have a clothing room, where kids like the Wells kids could go and
And pick out.
actually pick things out.
Yeah.
Maybe they can come in on like the weekend when maybe they could open it on like Saturday, every Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Open it, from like 9 to 5 or 9 to 6 in the evening. And, maybe a couple, volunteers, somebody volunteered, to open it up in the morning, and somebody else come in and relieve them, keep it open, for these kids to come in and be able to pick out the right shoe sizes, pick out some right size clothing, you know, and
But it's only as good as if the parents will wash it.
Yeah, I mean,
right,
and
You know?
we're not
Yeah, but
selling.
when you don't have anything, Justin, because I did not grow up by any means with the silver spoon in my mouth. I was one of 8 children, and I know exactly what PG's saying. My
Oh,
school
I
had.
understand.
No,
I
I know,
understand.
I know. I'm just saying, just speaking from my experience. When I would go to the Lost and found even a sweater or a scarf or something that I needed that my parents couldn't provide for me,
Hmm.
the adults that surrounded the children in the school knew
Hmm.
the kids in need. They know the kids in need, and
Yeah.
I was grateful for whatever little things I got from that.
No,
And I
absolutely.
I'm not dismissing what you were saying, Justin.
No,
Trust
no,
me,
no.
I know
Uh,
your background too.
sure. Yeah,
And
I mean, it's
I think that would be a great idea for all the kids to go and just pick out things for them not to feel belittled by because they don't have the right things that, are
mhm.
acceptable. It's just
Exactly.
it's a
I'm
sad
a
society.
big proponent in uniforms for public
Yeah.
school.
Yeah.
Taxpayers can pay for it. It's fine. It sets an equal playing field.
Yeah.
I'm
I
gonna
agree.
tell you, in a poor community, you know, in a poor community where kids don't get much. Um,
Mhm.
I promise you, it don't take much to impress
Mhm.
to impress um the people like that. What I'm saying is, you know, like when the background that I came from was very poor. I mean, not super poor. I was one of many kids, but
Mhm.
I got the least. I mean, what I'm saying is,
Mhm.
it seemed like these other kids were favorites. You know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
some reason, it was just like I was not liked at all,
Yep.
and I couldn't figure out why. But that isn't for me to. I'm not going to dwell on it. That's for sure.
Mhm.
But the thing is I got very, very little, and so I know what it's like to have to take care of your stuff. I mean, really take care of it, right? You have to take care of your things, and I said I'm not going to ever let my kids are not going to have to endure this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Feel so poor all the time. That's hard. That's hard to deal with. I mean, you'd be surprised. You don't have many friends when you don't when you're that poor.
Yeah.
And you look like the Wells kids. Trust me, you don't have
Yeah.
many friends. And
I'm a big advocate on uniforms. It doesn't matter if it's the doctor's kids or the poorest kids, that come
right,
there.
right,
They all wear the same thing. There's no name brands. There's no you're wearing a girl's sure, you're wearing something too big. You know, you get them at the beginning of the year, and you wear them throughout the year.
Well, you know, actually, the reason that uniforms came into play was due to the fact that it was getting too dangerous. I mean, kids were getting, you know, attacked for their shoes. They were getting attacked for their coats. They were getting attacked for, you know, it's like, take it off and give it to me. You know, by kids that couldn't afford things.
And the girls were wearing their shorts too short, like, you know, at a line.
And so forth and so on. But that's why the uniforms got put into play. But the thing is, you know,
The uniforms, I mean, you get them at the beginning of the year. You know, you get 6 shirts a year, 3 shirts, you know, whatever. It's, you know, I'm just a proponent for them, and they wear them.
yeah. But you know, even in uniforms, if the kids go to school with them all, you know, like here's the difference. The Wells kids would have been going to school in uniforms that were all wrinkled and unwashed and everything else, where another child's going to be walking in with that, you know, clean, washed up, pressed uniform, and you know, their little socks or tights, you know, and the Wells kids are going to have no socks on their feet, right? Just shoes, and they're still going to be looked at the same as, you know, as if they were out of uniform. It you know, there's nothing you could do, you know, nothing you could do to help kids that the parents aren't willing to help themselves. What I'm saying is,
The parents have to, I mean,
if you
clearly,
went up there and, you know, if you would have went up there and told Don and Candace, hey, you know, here's a big box of socks for the kids, you know, here's some laundry detergent, you know, if you run out, help you out here to keep the kids clothes. What are you trying to say? We ain't keeping our kids clean? What are you trying? You know, these are ugly human beings.
something you prove. Bingo, the parents need a jailhouse uniform. That's a damn sure. They
That's
need
what
new
I'm talking
uniforms. Hell, we pay for those.
Gladly. Right? Gladly.
Yeah, I'm just saying we pay for the, you know.
Yeah.
Have you ever been, you know, it's like some kids, you know, like I grew up, I didn't have a whole lot of stuff, but now you want to get it because you're not living that where you didn't get it, and my mom didn't get it, and, you know, because, she had to go to the bar, or, you know, it was always something else that was important, so I never got it. Now my boyfriend hollers, I got way too many leggings, or, you know, but that's something that I didn't have as a kid. But now I can get it now. I mean, that's the way that, you know, but when you have to wear stuff like, you know, like coal miner's daughter, where you only get one pair of shoes a year, that pretty much, you know, and, you know, it's like,
well, up in, you know, it's different. Like, it's different with the coal miner's daughter, because, you know, that was a time in history where, you know, where mountain people, you know, most of them didn't have much, right? So they all kind of depended on one another, and you didn't feel so bad just because you were, you know, you might, you know, you didn't really have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, but it didn't bother you because so many other people didn't have a pot or a window as well.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Well, I'm proud to be a coal miner's daughter in a cabin on a hill in a cow holler. We were poor, but we had love. That's the one thing that Can made sure of.
He shoveled coal to make a poor man's
Poor man's
daughter.
what is it? In the winter time, we didn't have clothes to wear. But in the summertime, we'd all get a brand new pair. Thank you, little Ab. I appreciate that.
That other cat along as he made from selling a hog.
Daisy made from selling a hog.
Oh, yeah. That was good. That was good.
Daisy made from selling a hog.
Let's not.
I forgot my song here.
Let's not bother Way and Daddy because we don't know how much is him and how much is the cold. You remember he said that?
Thank you, Justin.
You're welcome. You're welcome,
was
son.
fun.
Yeah, it was.
We sang. The people like, don't sing no more. It's worth the
Yeah.
hell.
Listen, Can takes a bath once a year, whether she needs to or not. Now y'all stop.
I take more than that.
She takes a bath once a year, whether she needs to or not. Now quit it.
Look, we don't need to worry about Can. She don't need to take a bath. Donald whoops the dirt off of her.
Yeah, he does. He
That
does.
one lady that was standing next to her, next to the tree, said she smelled.
Yeah.
The tree a bit. She said she smelled. I wonder what the key and it. Oh my God.
That's what I heard. I don't know.
I could not stand next to her if she smelled. Ooh.
Just imagine if you had to hold her hand in that circle.
Remember, PG, when I told Candace, I said, come up on panel, Candace, and I'll buy you a new hoodie.
I'm gonna tell you what.
She wouldn't come up for a new hoodie.
I could not join hands. I could not join hands with people I know are number one suspects in their own child disappearance. I just can't do it.
I couldn't either.
And you know, and I'm certainly not going to join hands with them when they're not doing a damn thing, not even hanging a flyer for their child.
No.
I mean, you know, the worst of the worst of the worst humans, you know, at least try to put on a good damn act. You know, they at least try to put on a good act and hang flyers and, you know, and try to go with the flow. These guys right here, they didn't even go with the flow.
You know, Candace, when she said to Chris, I got to take a phone to him next week when I come to town. I've got some things I got to do.
Hey, the lab, I'm bringing you up.
And they never gave it to him.
How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
We're doing good.
Hello, Joshua.
Hi. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving to you. Merry Christmas next.
Yeah, I know. I'm a little behind. How's everybody doing? Everybody good?
We're doing good. We're doing good.
Good.
We could do better. We could do better if it wasn't so much drama, right? We had Daisy over here tonight, carrying on, right? All for the Wells.
Sure,
it's okay that Don called Mary up again tonight and made her cry, telling her he's going to come to Utah and do sinister things.
I talked to Don tonight too.
I felt bad for her.
Absolutely.
I did talk to Don tonight as well. So That was a treat.
Oh boy.
Happy
He
Sabbath.
threatened you too?
Yeah, he did. Of course, he did.
Yeah.
Skunk is all he is.
You tell him where he could stick them threats.
I did. Yeah, he said, if I come to California, would you give me a tour? And I said, I'll give you a tour of your face or give you a tour of your asshole with your face.
Good. Good. I'm glad you finally talked back to him.
No, there's not finally. I mean, look, we've had really bad stretches. Sometimes he just infuriates me more than other times, and but yeah, he was drinking again tonight, and then just blowing up Mary's phone and just saying crazy stuff to her again, and which needs to stop. I mean, he's got to stop doing that.
I'd give him a tour. I'd sweep the fucking town up with him, right?
That's right. What he needs. He is a senior citizen.
I'm gonna tell you something. Don, let me tell you the one thing I know is that guy right there. He is a coward. He is a yellow-bellied. He's got a streak down his back, man, as yellow as it can get.
Coward of the country.
Don did not, whatever got carried out on June the 15th, 2021, trust and believe that coward didn't carry nothing out. He was hiding, making sure that, he protect that ass as much as he possibly thought he could. Didn't do no good, but still, he protected that backside. And, that's just the type of human that he is. He always runs off and hides, right? This is Don Wells right here, everybody. Let me give you a picture of Don Wells. Come on, Don. We know you're in there. Come on, boy. Where you at? Get out here. Get out here. Chris wants to see you. He knows you're in there. Oh, there you are. There you are. All hiding. Right?
It looks like Indiana Jones.
He's hiding. He's in there shivering.
It looks like Indiana Jones and the Cowardly Lion mixed in one.
Right. Exactly. That's funny, right?
What's up with that blowout?
Yeah.
Probably got in prison.
That is a mop. I mean, he looks like a scarecrow, for God's sake.
Everybody wants to know how he keeps his hair so fluffy. I'll show you. There you go.
You just got a name for everything.
I'm not sure if that's hairspray or air freshener.
He looks like the white little Richie.
A wop, bada loo bop, a wop, bam, boom.
That hair, that is some. What is Candace wearing?
Huge fan of Richard.
Oh no, but she's worried about what's in that pan.
Hey, it looks like a school uniform. She's trying to pick up some more young boys.
Yeah.
Don looks like a televangelist.
Again, what's in that can? Here's my R&R.
He does, doesn't he? Not all of you have Don pegged, and he hates it. Amen. That's true. Hey, Valerie, I appreciate that. God bless. Yeah, Preacher Don. Only problem is he uses God instead of worships him.
Justin, what did Mary? Linda told me, but I haven't went back and listened. Mary called into your show and played a voicemail.
I know she came up on panel. She was so upset, Josh.
Yeah.
It broke my heart. You could tell she was.
Yeah, I talked to her for a bit today while it was going. I talked to her for a bit, but did she play anything for you?
Yeah.
Which one?
What was it? Said he's coming up to Utah or something like that.
Oh, was it just the one voicemail?
No, it was two.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. She sent me one that he sent her, and he was just calling her like the C word and stuff. And,
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
and then, but yeah, then I talked to him. Basically, I called him to just say, hey, just leave her alone. Like, she doesn't want to talk to you. And, and then he's like, well, why doesn't she want to talk to me? I said, because you threaten her. You're an asshole. Like, she doesn't want to talk to you, dude. So.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't want to talk to someone who's saying, I'm going to break your jaws. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not very.
Yeah, and I actually said that. So, and then he started having to go at me, and I was like, that's, I could care less. So I just sat there for, I don't know, 20 minutes and let him wear himself out.
Somebody said he was going to hit her in the face.
He said he's going to break her jaw.
Right. Well, he's, all of that stuff gets recorded and it also gets sent to.
Yeah.
So he needs to stop bothering her because she doesn't want to talk to him and it's just.
He has no impulse control.
Yeah, she needs to get a restraining order, like a no contact order.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So and desist or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, he just needs to stop calling her and just leave her alone. So, but he's been unraveling on especially the weekends, but like he really celebrates after Sabbath.
Yes. Yeah.
He goes hard on hard on Sabbath.
I think to be honest with you, I don't think he celebrates Sabbath at all, because this guy, I mean, I've seen him on the Sabbath is actually from Friday evening to Saturday. Jody Sue, I got to see you. Jody Sue, I have to see you. Okay, sweetie, I'm bringing you up. It's actually from Friday evening to Saturday evening, and I have seen him on panels Friday night, wigging out, just like Saturday, right? And
yeah.
So when he talks about keeping the Sabbath holy, it's BS, right?
Yeah, he told me he doesn't lie tonight. That he never lies. He told me that.
Oh my God.
You know what my response was? Instead of mocking him, I said, come on, Don, like everybody lies.
That's a lie within itself.
Not me.
Yeah, right.
That's what he said.
Yeah, I know. He lies.
Trust me. I know.
Well,
him saying that he doesn't lie is a lie. So
I would have told him so. When you guys called Mary, that wasn't a lie.
Yeah.
And when you put Candace up, to tell a lie, Dawn, it's the same as you telling it. You're just as guilty as her. So, just because you have someone else do it doesn't mean that, that same sin ain't on you, because it is.
Yeah.
If you don't believe me, have someone do something really against the law and see if you don't end up with your ass in jail too. Right?
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the fact, the fact that he was like saying that, and all I called him for, and he answers right away, what do you want, dick, or something like that, and I said, why are you bothering Mary, man? Like, nobody's even trying to like get a hold of you or anything. And he is so just incensed with
he's so immature.
He's nuts. And when he gets the liquor in him, he just and I can tell you this too, that and I'm actually gonna talk about this a little bit tomorrow on my show. Candace was in the background while he was saying some really wild stuff again, and she's laughing hysterically about stuff that she shouldn't be laughing about, stuff that isn't funny. And I don't know how they were finding it funny while they were telling me. It was just really weird, I mean, this sinister cackle and I could hear it very
evil.
distinctly.
He's evil too.
Like a freaking witch.
Yeah, and he's just like talking about he's talking about his daughter and in a tape. I'll just put it that way.
Oh my gosh!
And she's hysterically laughing. He's laughing, and then I like, and you'll hear it. I say to him, "What's so funny about that?" And then he says, "Nothing's funny about it, bitch." I was like, okay. It's like, well, that took a turn. I was like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, I don't understand what's funny about this. I said, I don't know why she's laughing.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something.
But to hear Candace on Day, oh, I'm in church and all of this.
All right, well.
Yeah, I talk about the Lord with Bonnie on Sunday. We talked about the Lord for about 3 hours.
Yeah, look, it was even shocking. It just the behavior. There's no revelation there, but the fact that they're talking about these accusations that are, and to think that it's funny at all, I couldn't believe what I was listening to. And then typically when he calls, she's not there, and she was in the background kind of chiming in here and there. And when she would like laugh at that kind of stuff that was inappropriate, I go, what's so funny? I don't understand what's so funny. And then at one point too, this was kind of interesting. He says something about, well, at least I have a wife. And I said, well, I have a fiance who's gorgeous. And he goes, are you saying my wife's not gorgeous? And I said, I didn't say that. And he's like, well, what are you saying, mother effer? And I said, I didn't say anything. I said that I have a fiance and she's gorgeous. He's like, and I said, do you think that your wife's gorgeous? And he's like, yeah, I really do, man. And I said, good. Are you sure?
That's all that matters.
Right.
I was like, dude, I'm not. Why? What are you coming at me for?
Right?
He was like talking crap to me, going, at least I have. And I was like, well, I have a fiance who's, I think she's beautiful or gorgeous. And then he's like, you don't think my wife is? And I was like, dude, that's up to you, bro.
You really don't want it to think what you think of your wife.
Yeah,
just
but
like, well, look, people, I have nothing to say about that other than why are you trying to make me say something? Because then he goes, well, why are you going there? And I said, I didn't go anywhere.
yeah, but think about how many times he sat right beside of Candace and compared her to Robin, and he's like definitely lusting over another man's wife.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And he got really holy on me there.
Her feelings for him to stand there and be like, well, Robin, Summer looked up her because she's pretty and intelligent.
No.
I'm like, what would you lust for more against God? Again, yeah.
Right.
Exactly. And then he's like,
he wishes he could be married to Robin, and he wishes he could live in Utah, and he wishes he had everything and was anybody except who he is and where he's at. And but he can't stop monstering or being a piece of garbage his whole life long enough. It's just like, I don't know, they all have that flavor. They want everything, but they won't do right just long enough to do that, and they can't. They're not capable.
Well, had you noticed he had been quiet a little bit like this week and last week? And
he's just fun things.
Yeah, I mean, but I think what he was trying to do was sort of recover from, the psychoticness of threatening Mary and he did threaten me, but like I said, I didn't take that as serious as I do him threatening Mary, of course. And so you would think that he was like, okay, well, yeah, I messed up. I should probably be quiet. And he's back at it again tonight.
Well, I mean, honestly, I just, with
he
Mary,
has no self-control.
If he goes back up there, which I assume at some point in his life he will, because that is his goal, and that has been his goal since before Summer vanished, and he is hard for it. But if you listen to the earliest pieces, like where he's talking to Bobo within like 2 or 3 days after Summer vanished. He says Satan and the devils were chasing him like whatever. He was glad to get back to Tennessee.
Right.
And I kind of know some things behind that and that statement, just like I know Jose was not the reason for the return here, all these other things. But it's like, yeah, there was some devils chasing him in Utah for sure, but all he's ever done is want to get back there, you know.
Imagine wanting to retire in Utah and be like, that's my dream.
Well, I mean, isn't that the Disney World for those who are about weird religion, compounds full of children, and, you know, magical underwear? Wouldn't that be like Disney World for Predator?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
The states ran.
But he'd pretend he would be a priest.
Well, he did try, remember, PG? He tried over here. Be like, well, you know, if the reward, like when he was going to try to do the second one here a while back, earlier this year, and he wanted, if the reward fund run out again for summer, instead of it go to the boys, like PG was suggesting, he wanted it to go to buy land.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I
The
remember.
disappointment in his voice, I'm telling you, if PG would go back and grab that clip,
He wanted to make it. It was
disappointment,
cold.
the sound of upset in his voice when he heard PG tell him, no, what the hell are you thinking? He literally held more emotion in that moment when he went, oh, than he did when he was that night, the first night Summer vanished, and he was like, oh, well, she's kind of dead, you know?
I forgot all about that, but I remember it vividly. I remember him saying, "Yeah, we need to make like a space, like we can make land in a worship center or something." I'm just thinking, like, dude,
Telling you, he's going for a cult and a piece of land or something else. I don't
yeah,
like
and he wanted to do it in Utah, didn't he?
Yeah, he was wanting to go to Utah and do that.
Instead of that money going to the boys in like increments, whatever, and for them, if it run out, he wanted it to go to him and to Utah instead, buy him a piece of property out there.
And so that people can come and live there.
Yep.
All of them together. It was weird. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that now. They're kind of almost like the serpent people, you know what I mean?
Right. And I was thinking college fund, starting life for the boys, you know. I wasn't, you know, I was not thinking. I mean, who wouldn't want?
He was thinking
their children. Yeah, they don't think of their children at all. That's what's scary about all of this. Is they do not think about these kids at all.
I was going through some of Cher's earlier stuff last night as I was hunting for something. And there is a piece that really concerns me sort of greatly, and I didn't realize it existed, but it was very early after Summer vanished. And I mean, I know when most come into contact with Candace and Dawn, because you got to think I was still living there for months after Summer vanished. No, but you know, there's some stuff that's concerning me greatly about some of these first pieces, and you know, lately I've been staying quiet because I'm hunting things here in real life and in person, and there are other witnesses that I know are afraid to come forward that I've found that have shaken out of trees lately, and they are terrified because they've been threatened to come forward, and I think they hold some very valuable things.
So you think that there's some sort of witness intimidation?
More than that, but the weird part is it started on some of them even before Summer vanished, like not long before, and some of the things being told are absolutely horrifying. And I know these people and their families well enough to know that they're not lying.
They're bona fide.
Well, look, it's funny that, I mean, he has,
but they don't realize
threatened me that way too.
So who are they scared of? Donald?
Yeah, of course.
You know, for reasons I'm trying to, because anything I say around it can sort of
Well, look, he's
give
threatened
others
me about
ideas.
stuff where he says, like, you know, if you bring this up again, or, you know, I'm gonna this, and he's done that to Mary, and
This
he's
is
tried.
worse than that. This is people literally
Right.
moving homes and having armed guards protect them, and saying that this has been going on since right before summer break.
It's crazy.
That is crazy.
These people are being protected by armed guards.
Of like family friend origin, you know what I mean?
Right. So they're that afraid that they have people that have come in to help protect them.
Yeah, and from my understanding, they've wanted to come forward with a lot of things, but have not. So
they need to step forward. They need to step forward, not only for Summer's sake, but for
they've
their
also
own sake.
seen how the part of the problem. I mean, like this is, I think, a pretty dicey and sketchy situation, but they're also watching online what's been done, and they're absolutely terrified. And I think they probably have very good reason to be.
Yeah, I don't think the players involved have much to lose except freedom.
Yeah, these aren't the types to have had anything. You know what I mean? Like, to really, I mean, these are people that would be listened to.
Yeah, right. Credible people, right.
And the thing is, I hold receipts that prove what they're sort of saying from a different, you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, I can't say much just because I'm afraid it'll.
Hey, Judy, do you think Don was peeping on you?
Real.
You know, I think that because, I mean, like, say Andy, he weighed like 400 and some pounds, right? I was really skinny at the time. I chased him out first. I told him for months and months and months that this was happening to us, and it wasn't just like once in a while. This was like every time he would leave town, and he was using that medicine to mess with me and everything else, to where he could leave town and he could cheat and do whatever out of town with his boss, and he'd never come back paid, you know. These people had eyes on us well enough. They also were familiar enough with property where even I had trouble discerning them being on it and right up against it. You know what I mean? That should tell you something about how familiar they were with the property. But I could see him, and he kept being like, "Oh, you're crazy," like he did better, you know. But he knew it was just. But anyway, so I chased him one night out of the many. But I would just kind of sit and watch them, try to figure it out most nights. But then one, I'd had enough, and I chased him out, and was like an arm's length from dragging him down, and it hit me. It was like, wait, Andy's not here. There's nobody around. You know, if they get the right hit in or anything else, your kids are alone. So I stopped just dead in my tracks and was like, turn around, you know. And then I had the bright idea eventually to make. I was like, look, Andy. I was like, I'll drive. You know, you'll go out like you're going to work or out of town, whatever. And because they were never planned sort of things, right? Not a whole lot. They were spur of the moment, last second, whatever. And so what? I did the whole planning thing, like, you know, we'll make it look like you're going out. We'll park your Jeep there, and we brought him back in mine and covered up and whatever. And Slingham House, he sort of stayed quiet, and then later that night, you know, these people, whoever it was, had a close enough eye on us and the comings and goings of the house, which tells you something, Justin. You've been there on the road.
Right.
They thought he was gone again. And the dogs had vanished like it was normal around those things too. And as I recall, he was in the kitchen, and I seen the person, everything, and he went out and he tried to chase him, but he was much, much, much heavier. He couldn't keep up with him. He almost had him, but then he had to turn around and get the truck. And then at the bottom, this particular time, there was someone else left in a truck at the bottom somehow that we had not heard creep in. And anyway, it also, I believe, as I recall, was a it had like, and I have receipts from others because the neighborhood started trying to track this truck down too. But it Andy went down the hill. He got in the truck or Jeep or whatever at the time, went after him and chased him, and I could hear him going towards Sullivan County side, right? They hit the Sullivan County line and went across. But to us, it seemed like there was a second person in that truck waiting, right? But anyway, yeah, Andy's always maintained that it was Dawn.
Well, the fact that Dawn almost got chased down by a over 400-pound dude is pretty amazing. That should tell you something about his health.
Yeah, well, big boy there, you know, as I suspect now, he was starting to do things with that same employer and a couple of, you know, around that period. Then it became prostitutes and it became the cheating everywhere and all the things like severe with him, right? That's when it really started to play, was the last 4 years around one another. And I think he was using things and tempering the effects, so I couldn't tell it where he had, you know, blue eyes. You can kind of tell what substances are on it. You know, it's pretty blatant with blue-eyed people. And I think he was using an increase in weed to hide some of the effects, but I really do firmly believe, especially because of the last couple days we were running church, you know, daily, after Summer vanished in his whole, look, I found a bag of meth in Zoomer's parking lot and whatever, and then it was my allergies, and then combined with all the videos and stuff I have of him and, you know, his little sidekick going back and forth between workplaces and snorting things in the car and such, and stuff coming out of certain workplaces and bays and shit at the same time, all leading back to cornbread and stuff that have been circling him for 2 years, and about like Allie continually visiting and Candace and him seemingly visiting him at work, all kinds of shit. So I suspect a lot of things now, you know, but and his sudden drastic weight loss.
Right.
Using to bang prostitutes and finally be able to see his feet.
Why do you have to lose weight to bang prostitutes? Don't you have to just pay them?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, you got to start somewhere. But anyway, and then things, my little brothers, other things, you know, kind of gave away. But either way, the point is that Andy's always said that it was Dawn that he about caught. And for me, you know, there's two possibilities there, maybe three, one of which I know would have, oh, I don't know, Josh. What I find weird is that immediately after almost catching that one is when, for the first time, because Dawn and Candace had stayed quiet over there, everything extremely grown up, just like when Miss Code was there. I find it weird that they were extremely quiet for quite a few years, didn't really say much, you know, you didn't see him really, anything, no noise, even though there was already obviously little ones and they should have been outside. There was just nothing really from them, right? You'd hear and see traffic going up and down, etc., whatever, but you didn't hear from them, and they'd never really made themselves whatever, like all of us knew each other in Holler, which, I mean, granted, I knew most of the people most of my life in there and the rest of the road, but I find it weird that the next day after all that is when Candace introduces herself and the sippy and all that stuff. Like it was literally, it almost reminds me like, and it always had a thing, even the day Candace introduced herself after, I mean, this is like Andy going, okay, it's that guy next door, right? And Andy had seen Dawn a few times down the road, did the pass and wave type thing, right? So he knew what Dawn sort of looked like more than. So anyway, then all of a sudden Candace was like, "Hey, neighbor," almost like she was wondering if we'd seen or caught him. You know what I mean?
Can you imagine like getting greeted by Candace like that? Welcome to the neighborhood.
Well, I was greeted with her on a dirt bike and a child and a sippy cup full of liquor. You know what I mean? So
A real sippy cup, like a kid's sippy cup?
Yeah.
Full of
Jody,
liquor.
did you see the camper on the truck?
The camper top?
Yes. I mean, PG, it's been around several places.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's running with this camper top thing. I don't know what's up with that.
I don't either.
Was it on the truck the day Summer went missing? It's all anybody wants to know.
Oh, on Dawn's truck?
No, they're talking about on Grandis's truck, but I mean, it's clearly visible even in the video that I mean, as I recall, and it usually stayed on there.
What's the importance of that?
That's what I'm wondering. I think it's because of the photos recently going around again of the milk jug video. They're trying to figure out what they're told, but there's some perspective issues there. A lot of people are also not realizing they're grabbing photos that have been doctored and tampered with after this long. And even in the first day or two, we as a community would open the, like, any social media and be greeted with those photos where people had doctored Summer sitting in the back seat and they were adding these giant bruises and bloody and blue. I mean, it was disgusting, but you have to be very careful with pictures and stuff you're grabbing in the truck and the back of the truck trying to go
in the original video of them, the original video of them turning around, taking the video of her in the back seat and then bringing the camera back. As they turn the camera around to point at Summer in the back seat, you can see through the back window that you can see everything outside, which Grandis's camper top was definitely tinted. It was tinted down really bad.
That's why it sort of looks like it's storming. If you look back there, it looks dark gray, and then people are like, well, why in the side view mirror does it look sunny? It's because the tint when you're looking through the back, you know, versus the side mirror and the sunshine.
No, you could see out that back window the trees, and you could see everything really well.
Well, yeah, you can
and you shouldn't have been able to see through that back window behind Summer in that video. If the camper top would have been on, it would have been really too dark to see that good.
You can actually see the bridge piece for the camper top, whatever, because like right behind Summer's head, you can see like the splatter and all that, and you can see the little piece for the camper top and all it, because it's like you can see the separate, like how it, you know, was like this.
What photo are we talking about?
Hold on, I'll pull it up for you.
Jug.
I want to take it to this camper place locally, and I want to see what they say.
Here is.
I don't know what the significance is.
Here's a picture of Grandis's vehicle right here. And you can see the top on it, the cap, the truck cap right there. It's real dark tinted down. Now, if you go on to, you can see how dark it is. It's like super dark tint. Well, this is when they turn in the video of Summer in the back seat. And this is the video. As you can see, you can clearly see completely through here, as if the cap, it looks like the cap is not on here. But
look at the upper right or the upper left corner up there. Do you see that?
You wouldn't be able to see out the sides like this that clearly if it was on there. There's no way. I'll show you a picture of
See, I saw that.
This guy right here's got his on, and this is what it looks like when you're videoing to the back of the truck.
I mean, that
You can
photo, you can clearly see that there's no.
You can clearly see there's no cap on this. There is a cap on
the
this.
guys. Yes.
Yes, and that, you know, this is what.
Okay, but is that the same style truck? Is it got the same level of tint on it? Is it the same camper top? Because if you're comparing just a random camper top on a random model of whatever else, and the tint ratio is different because each state,
No,
you know,
you can
has
tell. You can tell. You can tell.
What's that behind? I mean, that would
You
be.
can tell that her. You could tell that her tint is just as dark as the tint here, and in the photo,
the tint can look awful dark from the outside, but then when you're
right
actually
here,
looking at it,
right here, you could tell they're definitely that cap was not on here at that time. If this is even Grandis's vehicle,
what the hell is that in the back?
This is a
red coat.
This is
but
an old
instead of
tote
being
in the back of it, but there definitely is no. And the window, kind of, if you look really close, the window looks like it's wet. You know, at first, people thought
splatter up in between, and there was a storm 2 days before, maybe 3 before summer vanished, and going up and down those driveways, they stay wet for a day or two.
But those look like watermarks.
it does.
Yes,
It looks like
dried
water.
watermarks.
It looks like water. It looks like they took the top off to wash out the. Looks like they took the cap off and basically power washed or sprayed, car washed the inside of this thing.
But I'm missing something. Forgive me. I don't know what is the significance here.
Okay, why would
That's
they?
what I'm wondering. Like, how does this have anything to do with summer vanishing?
Well, it has everything to do with it, because why would they need to take the cap off and wash that truck out on June 15th, 2021?
Okay, I got you.
Do you know how much time it would take, though, between, say, 2:30 from Hunters, where GPS has to have them lined up at, and then, say, 3:20 max to be arriving home? The amount of time it was taken for both of them, and there'd have to be cameras at a car wash where coins and money and all that stuff are, and I know all the ones in between that route do have cameras, and I actually know the owners of most. But GPS puts them at a car wash, and I got stopping to wash that out. They would already be in prison, and and then why would you just wash the back out? I mean,
but is there GPS on that truck?
Oh no, I mean there's cell phones. Like, you got to think they're traveling with several cell phones, and out where they were on Lone Star at that point, there are good towers that would have had them absolutely pegged. Those are not going to be the same towers that are in.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I know that there's problems
where
with
they
the
were
towers.
at right there before you get to Solomon's is perfect. The towers would have had them pegged. Without fail.
If your phone's off,
it clearly wasn't.
Well, here's the thing. They don't mean that they had to. We don't know what time that video was actually taken. Law enforcement does, but we don't. And not only
the data was given to unmasked on it.
But if you turn off your cell phone, it don't ping.
Actually, it does.
I think you have to put it in airplane mode.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think you have to put it in
you
airplane mode.
also, I mean, they can be picked up even like unless you're removing batteries. But either way, the point is the timeline would not give way for that, even from Hunters. They leave there at 2:30. And look, if they had stopped in the car washes, they'd be on video. And if they were seen, that's not something you're gonna miss. 2 women out washing the car out, truck tops coming off to rinse it out, and then I guess removing all the groceries and the totes and all that in and out. I mean, that would take some time. They'd be so imprisoned by now, bro.
It might explain also why the milk was on the inside of the truck instead of in the back where the groceries were.
That would be hard to fall asleep on milk jugs. I know that.
You know, the thing about the milk jug is that, like, they are actually, if you look at them, the box is being used to prop up the milk that's being used to, like, it's been done on purpose so Summer can lay like that. That box is used to prop up the milk, and the milk, one of them's laid on its side, and one of them's on its, you know, like the way it's supposed to be.
But if she was cold,
used to prop up.
if she was cold, why would they prop her up on milk? Because isn't that what Candace said, that she was cold?
I mean, if I hit the brakes or was going up 110, it would probably come off coming up that big ass hill or anything. Well, no, it would be going backwards. But
Yeah,
just hitting the brakes, it would just be. You'd think it would come off.
And the weird part is, for me, nobody can figure out where, when, what, why they did the milk jugs, where they're placed. But on top of that, you have Candace saying to Chris that she opened both doors. Why would you need to open both doors? And you couldn't just fling the door open that had the box of milk in it, or that shit would fall out in the driveway.
Yeah, exactly.
Bingo.
And then
it
candy
popped
in
right
the
up.
seat. Hey, Josh, what happens if a wet teenager sits on candy that's spilled in the seat that Candace said was back there forever, and he's in wet shorts and whatever else, or
Wouldn't
even
it melt?
moist or a hot day? That coloring on them is not going to be that bright, is it?
No, it wouldn't.
But, like, why are you opening both doors like you're getting all these groceries out, but there's no groceries in the photo? And if you open both doors, well, the box and the two milk jugs fall out.
Doesn't make sense. And then Hunter was on one side, wasn't he? And then says he's on the other or something like that. It was something.
And all these milk jugs are like, oh, they were in the left. Oh, they were in the middle. Oh, they were this. But then here they are. And if you look, the milk jugs are actually placed where they're the right height for Summer to be laying on. One's on its side, one's like this, and the box is used to prop them
Why
up.
would a little kid want to sleep on some cold milk jugs if they were already cold?
Well, for start, this cooler up here at Process at that time, it was crap anyway. It always is. But the thing is you got to think. I'm like, why did they stop at Process Intake Age Home? But either way, by the time they go to Priceless, get it, it's not even that cold in those coolers anyway. But they go to Hunter's, then they hang out for a few minutes, then they leave, and then the trip. People keep looking for condensation or whatever on them, or them to be icy cold. By that point, they wouldn't have been icy cold. No way, right?
What, the milk jugs?
Yeah, I mean, they ain't
No,
gonna
they
be
wouldn't have
icy
been. No,
cold.
but I think
I
even
mean,
if in the picture you can kind of see some condensation on it. I mean, they were probably relatively,
yeah,
cold,
but I
but
don't-
not
Photo compared to 80 degrees. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand. You got the windows thing, say Summer's cold, which I could see because of her, body
little.
fat ratio, But, and yeah, kids do get kind of chill after they get out of water. It lowers body temperature
sure.
and then the window on or whatever. But then, you got her dressed in this, but then you got her laid again. I'm like, what's happening? Why did that? That's the thing. It's to
You got her in
well,
a coat and then
why
laying
is the
against milk jugs. It's an oxymoron.
why is the milk not just in the floorboard or in the back? I mean, like, and most people, the truck, you're going to put the groceries and the milk and all that in the back. There's no air conditioning running up front. You got the window. Yeah.
Candace doesn't like air conditioning.
Right. And they're, yeah.
I've never heard of that either. Is that a thing?
It is a thing. I hate freaking air conditioning. I didn't like the house, whatever.
If it's hot, I love it.
Once I had gotten sick, temperatures really bothered me, obviously, as y'all know, but I had to have air conditioning and I hate it. It gives me like a headache. But I had air conditioning in the main house too, but it's like, and in the cabin, but it's, I would keep it off because I hate it so much. But even in my car, in my Kia Soul, I would have, sometimes I'd turn air conditioning on, but I keep the windows down, and
Right.
out here, but the thing is for me is the temperature difference. Like you can come out here just a few miles, and in the city heat where there's less, trees as you're traveling, whatever, right? The roads are hotter. It'll be extraordinarily hot out here. But once you get towards Beach Creek and you start going down the valley, and in there, where there's enough trees and shade from mountains on it, and once you go into hollers, it's like that day on June 15th. I mean, I and the kids, we were pretty comfortable. I didn't have the air conditioning on. I had the windows and the cabin doors open. But we were just chilling. It wasn't super hot. It wasn't whatever, in there. But once you travel out here, it's extraordinary. Like, you come out the car, it's like, oh my God, just,
Okay, when they said Candace left the hill twice, did you see her leave?
Like, after they had arrived home that day?
Yes, in that same truck.
Well, see, that's a thing. I never heard them come in, but I wouldn't have paid attention had, you know what I'm saying? Even if it's why at 5:30 when I hear one of them hitting drive, had it not been for the fact that they were hitting it so hard and in a weird way, I wouldn't have cataloged it going back up at 5.
So they were hitting it with speed.
Yeah, but I knew the sound because of the way the gravel turned and all that, the traction when it picked up, that it was one of the two heavier vehicles. But I vaguely remember the sound of it leaving the hill, but I cannot attest to what time or whatever, but it had to be within a short, either way, so it's just like when the red flash went up the driveway right after the scream, all that, I could tell it wasn't, the Subaru and all that stuff, because it was too tall, but then the red was off, the traction was wrong, it didn't complete the loop, all these things. I also know it wasn't a full-size freaking truck or anything like that. It just didn't have engine sounds to it. It was it just, and the curvature of the top from what I could see from it as it flashed up. But whoever it was after the scream, whoever that was, they were familiar with the driveway. There was no hesitation. There was no creeping up. There was no hitting it hard either. Because strangers, people who aren't used to our driveways and stuff down there, they creep, they end up screwing up, getting hung up. You can't drive them like that. There's ways of driving these things. It's like the cops and even all that. Like, I could get my Kia Soul up, 125s, which, and it's a straight drive, right? So,
thing's got to be shaking
like how
like
in the hell
crazy.
did you do that? But you have to know how, to move it, especially over like potholes and shit. We're on 125, but over on 110, theirs was a little bit different. But it's like I couldn't take my Kia Soul up theirs; it would get hung because of the way theirs is curved. But I could take it just fine up over the potholes and all the craziness that is 125s, and 125s is far worse than 110s. But you know the sounds, how to drive Mr. and you can tell people who are familiar with the area and whatever and drives like that because they don't, the hesitation is different. Whoever it was that pulled up that driveway after the scream was somewhat familiar with that driveway. Had to be.
So, like Dawn?
Yeah.
That's what confused me is because say because my son, I was like, well, and I remember Elwood and Buppo to my right, and they were kind of sitting there and they were staring so weird at 110 that day, guys. It was the strangest thing. And I knew that they were just, I don't know.
Well,
but my son goes, Mom, I was like, who was that? And he goes, oh, it's that. He kind of looked back a little bit, but he was like, it's the neighbors. And so my mind just went, okay, neighbor. But I wouldn't have asked in the first place had my brain went, not the neighbors. You know what I mean? Traction's wrong, color's wrong,
right.
Everything's wrong. And then what confuses me after 609 is obviously, Candace, she shows up down there in her mom's truck. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, well, I'm thinking weird things about vehicles. And then after Dawn pops up on the cell phone and he says it, so somebody took my baby girl, and I'm like, what the, and then I had this thought about, oh shit. And then that's when it got max looks concerning for me. But then when I see Dawn and Andy and everybody pull up after the cops, you know, because it's almost a clash. You get what I'm saying? But I see Dawn pull up, stop sign on, and that car is gleaming, even though it's like dusk. It's like gloaming. It's like, but in the valley there, it's even more shaded, you know, especially at that spot. And it's just gleaming bright red. And I'm like, and I did a double take because I was still down, you know, towards like where the shed and all, you know, and I had just talked to Andy at the guardrail right there at the creek in the park, you know, as you're going towards the shed and all that and everything. And I stepped up a little bit to make sure he'd seen me. We talked, but then there's Dawn, and the car's just gleaming. And I had to do a double take. I was like, what the hell? Then who was that earlier that went up the driveway? And then that's when the moment sort of clicked for me. But it took a few days, like, and the feds on, they'll tell you, they're like, well, you know, I think that's why they keep interviewing with the same questions sometimes, and then they'll change, and then they'll have other things to ask as the investigation progresses and all that, you know. Because, like, some things at first aren't very, like, I mean, like you're left there going, well, what the hell, right? But you give them all the initial pieces you have, and then after, like, say, 24 hours, you're like, well, wait, you know, hold on.
How long, sorry, JDC, but how long after you heard the scream did that car pull up? Like how fast?
We estimate the scream at 4:30 to 4:42, but you could pull the scream back all the way to like 4:20, right? But when my eldest and I went out, and we were on, I know a lot of people misunderstand this. They think I was down there, and I know Candace has tried to bullshit people and be like, oh, well, you know, she's down the road and, you know, and screwed up. I think up here on PG's. Was it not PG with BK when she was like, oh, yeah, it was 4:30 when I was looking for Summer and seen Judy? Like, excuse me?
Yeah, that was here.
And I can tell you the feds were here because of the great purse vault debate. And I was like, and it was the day you all are airing. I was like, holy shit, guys, you seen this? I was like, what is happening? And they were like, what the? And I was like, I don't know, man. Anyway, so, and they left. But anyway, the thing is, it's like, you know, that car or whatever that went up, my eldest and I were outside. We were trying to figure out what, you know, had made the scream, the noise, whatever, okay? And it was like, one of the lines seemed like it was sort of down, and I was like, oh, hell no, it's going to be a come back and cut lines, because that's what it seemed like. And I asked because the tires seemed like they'd been moved. And eldest sort of looked down, he's like, nah, they've not been moved. I was like, I'm telling you, those tires have been moved. Something ain't right. But I just went with it, and I didn't feel all that great, you know. But eldest went along the one line, and it was just a tree branch on it. It hadn't been cut, so he just got the tree branch off of it, and so he was a little bit down and to the right from me on 125's property. You know what I'm saying? We were still up towards like mid cabin in between Dobbs piece where it started, and anyway, so he was kind of closer to be able to see in a different way to 110's driveway. So I was like, what, or who the hell was that, you know? And he was like, oh, it's neighbors. And he didn't really look, but I was like, okay, then that means neighbors. But I know if I'd really felt it, my brain wouldn't have been like, who the hell was that? You know what I mean? But I put it, because I ignored Andy for quite a bit longer, I kind of pushed it as long as I could once I got back into the cabin. But I knew if I didn't eventually answer, he was going to raise hell about that too. And it was about time for him to start getting off work. At 5:30 is when he was supposed to have been off. And then on his way, so I knew I'd have to deal him a message. And I think that was like 4:50 something. But anyway, so the flash of the vehicle had to come, you know, within, say if the scream happened at 4:20, 4:30. We were out there till max like 4:42-ish, right, type of thing. The flash had just happened somewhere with them and just like, not long after the scream. So somebody was able to get there rather quickly somehow for some reason. But if you pull it back to say like the scream's like more of a 4:20, then you're looking at whoever arrived anywhere within like basically a 30-minute period.
Okay. And then did you see anybody leave after that?
Well, me and Elle just went back into the cabin, and I didn't see or hear anything else. And like I said, this vehicle did not complete the loop. Justin, you've been up the driveway, right?
No, never been up the driveway.
I know you and Chasing one time, or you and somebody were going to, or you and Cam. I couldn't know it was Chasing and Cam. Okay, well, in Cam's video, I don't even know. Look, well, you all can see on at least Google that it goes up in like a circle around the house, right? But what you all can't
I know how it goes. Yeah.
It tilts pretty severely. The one that starts around and like you go, if you take,
It's lower, but it goes up a hill at the same time.
When you go up it most time, like you'll take the bottom two starts and then sway around the basement, then park up there towards like where Grandis's camper is, right?
Right.
And depending on it changes. But the thing about that is I never heard them like take the right. That's when most of the gravel noise had, like when they're pulling into their driveway and stuff, most of the gravel noise for any of their vehicles happens at a certain point. It's like the Subaru, the traction on it where it's all wheel, it would kick in. You could tell at this certain point in the driveway, and it didn't do that today. So I don't think it was a Subaru, obviously, and because of the fading or dirt. And
then where did it go?
Car, whatever it did, it just didn't complete the loop. It didn't.
And then what? Then it turned around and left?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
But my question is, where else could it go? I mean, if it didn't complete the loop, then it obviously didn't go to the top. Then what would they do? Turn around? What the other option would be to turn around and leave, right?
You'd think, which wouldn't be, I guess too hard. I mean, they could just pull in up there towards the right and then back and then come down. But I wasn't registering at that point. Eldest and I and Little were in the cabin again. Have to deal with Andy at that point again. Then I started getting ready because he would have been getting off at 5:30, and should have been in by 6. But he had to bang stall and that type of thing, like every day. So it was I'm gonna be late, whatever, right? And but at 5:30, I was getting ready. I was putting on my shirt, and then that's when I hear a vehicle again go up, which my brain says is the Suburban, but it could have been either of the heavier vehicles. But my brain is always latched on the Suburban. That's what I heard go up at 5:30.
What in the scream? I mean, could you make out if it was male or female?
It was for me. It was. I know it wasn't the boys. Like it just.
Was it a high pitched scream?
Yeah. And it wasn't. It's like because one of the first things the kids said was like they said that's and I was like, no, that's not the kids. This is not the boys, is what I said. And it just never dawned on me that it could be Summer because the location of it was not right for anywhere Summer would normally be or be allowed or ever known to be to me. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so my brain immediately dismissed it. And it was like, okay, well, what the hell was it though? Right. But I was like, no, that ain't the boys. I mean, and that was the thing. It was like the kids are like, no. Listen, that's, and so we were still listening and whatnot. But it's like, y'all, this noise, whatever it was, and I mean, I look, every day I wake up and I wish just lost and can say unfounded, the world can say unfounded. And all I know is that there was something that day, and so do the kids. And I wish and I ask and I have begged. I'm like, please just tell us what it was if it was not Summer, if it wasn't something to do that, please just give us the explanation. Please tell us. So because that haunts. It haunts like nothing else. And until
but I mean, what are the odds that it wasn't? Because I mean, you guys,
it could very well not been though, Josh. It could have been.
Do you hear a lot of those?
No. And everybody's like, what about a bear? What about a coyote, Josh? I know all the animal sounds there, the birds sound.
Of course, but what are the odds,
That's my thinking. And unfounded means can't prove or disprove. And Lawson's been a fan of the word unfounded in all kinds of cases for years if you listen to him. But
how do you confirm it? You can't you can't ask the person that, unless the person that screamed or the person next to him wants to say. There's not a lot of people that can tell you who it was that screamed.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I know things from other witnesses and things that other people that were, but it's like every time they ask or have asked, or we're usually face to face, we're asked about it again. Right? Well, I keep asking about it.
Yeah.
Why, when I ask, please give us an explanation. Please tell us anything. Why am I not offered? But I know mechanical sounds. I know weed eaters. I know Hondas. I built cars. I know racing. All these things. This was none of that.
Well, none of those sound like a scream.
This was not that. The way in which it moved, and we all heard it differently, and that's what people don't understand. Like, but her son said this, but this and that. My son's always said it's like kind of animalistic, but not, right?
Sure.
My daughter describes it.
Did the scream come from somewhere else? I mean, like, did it come from off the Wells property?
I'm not going to answer the location of the scream because Don has weaved and built around it, and he has changed the way in which it was actually heard and described to fit his basement and dog trail bullshit. And then once I called it down the line a while back, once I figured out apparently that was his thing this whole time, because I've actually made it, I know people don't believe, but I've made it a point not to listen to them, not to whatever, not hear and see as least of them as possible throughout most of this till the past couple months, right? So when I figured out, because I was on vid chat the day Don was interviewing, and I had pictures of him out in the yard because me and Candace are on vid chat. That's when they were formulating the blaming DCF story already. And the lady was interviewing from the WTLV or WLTV or whatever from Knoxville or wherever. She's on the vid chat pictures of me and Candace that day. But I never watched any of that stuff. I've always tried to keep everything separate between us. If I don't reach out to AH or Allie or any, I don't ever. I've been on panels with Mary. I don't really talk much. I don't want to commingle. I don't want people to weave. It's, people call me sus because they're like, oh, she seems like she knows something. It's like, I know a whole lot of stuff, but I'm smart enough not to say that we're weavers who obviously have lied, built stories, and tried to stay in step with some of the witnesses around this and tried to get in front of it. I'm smart enough not to do that. And I've known that Candace and Don are doing that since before I was ever public. And I let law enforcement know that I knew this.
There is nobody immature enough on the internet to make stuff up about people.
Oh yeah, sure. But they, they've done this, what they're doing now. They did that before any of us were ever even public. And we've known it, and I've known who and what I'm living beside of for years prior to you all ever meeting this freaking circus. So yeah, people are right. They're like, oh, she seems like she's holding something. Or she knows something. I know a whole lot of shit. I'm probably not supposed to know. But that is known. It's just not probably supposed to be known to me. You know what I mean? And so I try very carefully to tread carefully. And I've never been told there's nothing I can't say. And that I've been told when I've asked feds and others, I'm like, do I need to get off YouTube? They're like, no, you can do whatever the hell you want to do, but this and the other. But I've never been told I need to stay offline. I've never been told that there's nothing you can't say.
About what time was it that you seen Don and Andy come home?
Around 7.
Yeah, he says 5:30. So.
Yeah, Don's always even in the first day he said something about 5:30, and it was like, wait a minute. And then I heard him over here online saying 5:30. I'm like, that's weird, but okay, whatever. And since early stage he's always confused.
Don couldn't have been home at 5:30 because the call that Candace made to him supposedly went out at 6:09.
Yeah,
and
no, I don't believe him at all.
And they didn't call law enforcement until 6:28, which was rounded off to 6:30.
If they thought Don had a credible alibi, he'd be cleared. And say he does have a manufactured alibi, they obviously aren't buying it because they would love to cross him off a list, but they're just not going to because his alibi cannot be confirmed.
Have you all seen the piece on the Nation?
Matter of fact, law enforcement knows because they were questioning him law enforcement actually was questioning Donald where he went from work that day. He was gone from his job site between 3:30 and between, I think it was 3:30 and 4:30. He was gone for like an hour and a half missing. They wanted to know where he was. And he couldn't give them a location. He told him he wasn't sure where he was. But
doesn't that come from the messages and stuff though that Linda had some messing about to do with the Scott H thing that somebody put out saying he was actually at lunch through there, but those are proven false. Ain't that where that comes from?
No. This is what law enforcement actually came up there and asked him. They personally asked Donald where he was, how long he had been. They told him what time he was missing and asked him where he had went. And he said he couldn't remember. He believed he went down to a dollar store. Is what he was trying to tell them, that he was in Jonesboro. He's supposed to went to
an hour and a half.
Some dollars, yeah, and he couldn't. And then his boss confirmed that indeed he was missing. And
what can you get for lunch at a dollar store?
Donald has a routine. Every single day when he goes to work, he stops at a particular restaurant, or he was. Once the money started coming in, he changed that up. But before, all the proceeds were coming in, he was sticking to his routine. He was going to a certain restaurant, order fried potatoes and coffee and 2 eggs and toast. And anyway, every single day he ordered the same thing. Every single day he was there at 10:30, 11 o'clock, usually around 10:30. And every single day around 3 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock, he'd go to another place and pick up his cigarettes and something to drink and go straight back to work. And it was just right, like, it was just like 5 minutes.
I'm guessing it wasn't a Muscle Milk.
He would he would get something to drink and his cigarettes, and then he would go back to work, and then he would work up until around 5:30, 6 o'clock, and then he'd be heading home. Usually closer to like 5:30. He'd be heading home, and then there was this particular spot that the call always drops, and he would have to pick up the call again on the other side of it. And then he would go stop at another place closer to his house. He went to another store closer to his house, and he would pick up cigarettes, and that's where he got his R&R and the liquor and for Candace and all the stuff.
Justin, I see you in
stuff
chat.
they got up off top of the hill here. I know the people that, the clerks and everything at the time. It's up here next to the McDonald's. That's where they go to get the liquor. The cigarettes and gas were gotten down another friend of mine's family store down here. And then I know what Candace added in was that particular gas station and the dollar store right across from Bailey's, right before you turn right on the Lone Star. That's where she added, or what they had Dawn go correct about the timeline, remember, because Candace was missing things. So it was those two stores on the Parkway, not the one Dawn B did whatever at. But anyway, yeah, it was those. But the liquor is up here next to the McDonald's, and that's usually where you go every day. And then cigarettes from down here at a friend of mine's family store. And then they usually stop at the dollar store Priceless or the one down here.
No, where he got the liquor and stuff, he gets cigarettes too. He said he told him person all the cigarettes he wanted, and he already had the liquor and everything, and he paid for it. So
the store up here does not sell cigarettes and stuff. So,
well, this one did, where he was stopped. He'd order up the cigarettes. He'd order up all the liquor. Well, he got his own liquor and stuff. But when he got
he would always come in with a case of beer for himself, the thing of liquor for Candace, and the cheapest cigarettes he can find, which I think now they went like $2. The Riversides were at halftime. And
$2 a pack?
Yeah, like people don't believe me. Like they raise up at my Marlboro, right? With my coupon, like with my coupons every day and my little scanny thing, and then they give you deals here. You get $2.20 off if you buy 2 packs. So they end up costing about $5 a pack for Marlboro.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But the Riversides and things are literally, and now they raise up the price to some of the others to right at $3, a little over. But you can get packs of cigarettes here for $2 and $3. It depends on what kind. You know the little store that Candace got caught buying the meth bubble at before the vigil?
Yeah.
Okay, well that one, they're even cheaper on certain things than apparently meth bubbles. But that one has their cigarettes. They started going there to that one too. It's across from Kentucky Fried. But and also one of the ones that makes the Summer Wells banners around here. She works across the street from it. But anyway, the thing is that that place, I think the other day, when I went through the window of it, they were like $2 and something a pack. Yeah, but people they raise, they're like, I just being her fortune on whatever, and I'm like, I hate it. You people live in New York, California, wherever else, and it's all legal and whatnot, and $500 a pack. But that's not what it is here because it's the South, bro.
Right. You know, with the time Donald. On June 15, 2021, with the time that Donald was missing, supposedly missing from his work, would account for him meeting up with Summer. Now, and you know, law enforcement knows for a fact that Candace came out of that driveway twice on June 15, 2021, after she arrived home. So, and that would, you know, and that would add up to Jody Sue hearing the Suburban coming back at 5:30. If she would have come out of there and went to Jonesboro, she could have met up with him and been back. That's about the time she would have been arriving back.
Where he's at at the time in the Meadows, though, the timeline, and I know how Candace drives. Dawn drives faster. Candace really can't drive worth crap. She's on both sides. But, it's one of
Shocker.
those, like, have y'all ever seen my videos on my thing, like, where I'm driving? And I did test, right? Unfortunately, there was, a red Tacoma here, right? So I thought, well, why the hell not test this? If someone around there was driving a red Tacoma and it's the same, whatever. So I did my own test runs for timing and stuff. It's that top heavy curves, all the things, all the directions from interstate to interstate thing. And so I did some drives in it, put those up on my channel, whatever. But the thing is, it was like, I know how most of us can drive through the area at the time and anyway without even having to do it. But it's like Candace, you'd be behind her, and even if she was hauling, she was still kind of unsure, so she kind of like being semi both lanes. And like one side of Beach Creek's like 55, but if you're coming back down the other side, the speed limit's a little lower. But I always kind of hated getting stuck behind Candace, because like I just, but she doesn't drive as fast, or I don't even think in an emergency situation she could really drive like, but either way, the timing wouldn't fit up, I don't think, for her to have gone all the way to Jonesboro and back, right? And it's like I've timed drives and things to where I think Candace, with the way she drives and things, could have gotten anywhere and then it meeting timelines and things, and I think if Pruitt's right, and I think it, and I hate to, because look, guys, I'm not gonna call C&D guilty until somebody's in shackles or whatever. Because for me, I know there are other possibilities, and I'll stick with law enforcement with that. All possibilities are on the table. That's what they clearly say. And I think there are other good suspects for it, including other neighbors and things, and other people and properties and such. But the thing is that, and even the infinitesimal chance that it might be familiar somebody or semi or stranger, even though that is extremely small chance it's possible. But the thing is that I have thought, well, what if, obviously, like the rest of the world, and I'm like, okay, but if you're trying to think of how Candace drives and how far could she or Dawn, whatever, get within time frames, right? I've driven every route known to man. I've kind of got a time, but it's like I think Pruitt's right. If Summer's in there, she'll be close, but still, I think puts it within and the time frame I think exists or when Summer probably actually vanished, probably within a 30-40 minute window. And the timing on everything else, I'd really say Summer's probably within, if Pruitt's right, and she is somewhere close by. It breaks my heart to say I don't like it. It's like hitting a brick wall. I despise it. Because I want to have hope, I guess, right?
Yeah.
And
yep.
But
it's okay to have hope.
I've driven these things a million times, even though I don't need to drive them to come up with time estimates. I've still driven them, and it's been fucking hard too. Most of them I cry on. But if Pruitt's right, if they're right, then I think she would be in a 7 to maybe 14 minute window from 110, doing probably over 55. But if it's Candace's driving, it's going to be a little bit closer. If it's Dawn's or somebody else's, it's more where the roads or could drive them better than Candace. There's a bigger area. But I'd say honestly, it's C related, and I don't see them being sentimental enough to take time to even. I mean, I just look. They're not sentimental types, okay, and I think that if Summer was taken somewhere, I don't think she would honestly have dug anywhere or anything like that. They'd probably just dumped her.
Jody,
But
Sue, did you say she got caught buying math?
I got to jump down, guys. Thanks for having me up.
Bye, Josh.
Bye-bye.
Did you say she got caught buying math
no,
before
it
the
was in
vigil?
at the one store.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
One of the people in high school with her actually, they put it on Facebook. They took a picture of her, whatever, and then later that day, after they left the vigil and all that stuff, the meth pipe was busted in the roadway in front of our driveway, and then that's when the camera racing and all that crap began. And
when was this?
It was before the vigil, I believe, the one where all of them were up there. She was late for it or something, but I believe it to be the one. And the dates, I'd have to put them together again. I know I've done it on my lives, but it's around. I believe it's the vigil where she's in the Jersey.
Oh, so when she first went missing. When she first went missing.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
No, the one where they're under the little pavilion, the
canopy thing. Yeah. Yeah.
But then I was also told it's the board one, and I can't remember. But either way, she was late for vigil that day to whatever. But apparently about a mess bubble at the discount tobacco store, and people are in there seeing it, whatever. But then that's busted. I think it's the same one. Obviously, I can't, say, but it'd be a hell of a coincidence that she's caught that same day buying one, and then it's busted, or one's busted at the end of my driveway, and then cameras start being raced, wouldn't it?
Wow.
And then just a few days after, like, you can see her, Robin, Grandis, and the Amy Tate person that eventually made their way to Cam's, swearing up and down they seen my son on property. But actually, Amy Tate and the other one were over there tweaking the hell out, as witnessed by EMTs and others. When they showed up, Amy Tate was trying to steal my cell phone from kids. I had no vision left. I was literally blind that night from things. She was trying to steal my cell phone. Dawn was trying to get her and Candace back up on the hill. They were so tweaked out, but EMTs did see them. Others, but anyway, Amy and them are the ones that got up on cams and eventually lied trying to say my son was or whatever, which is still the goofiest thing in the world to me. But they were literally so tweaked out from the time that, like, Squall and them had him over building the house up for Candace and Dawn, that we watched them chase like imaginary nobody shadow people all the way over to our neighbor who was dying from cancer.
Oh my
onto
God.
their property, and then run down the driveway with knives and ask us if we'd seen anybody. And things were like, no, because that'd just be you, bro. And they're like, but then the day that I was sick and all was there, and ambulance showed up for me. Candace had called wait a minute. Hold up. Candace had called my family and 911 for me because the judge left me without internet because I happened to have it. Huh. Anyway.
PG, I'm going to jump down.
All right,
Yeah.
sweetie. Hey,
Nighty night.
oh,
Love
good night.
loves.
All right. Bye-bye.
So yeah, yeah, they were over there tweaking out and everything else. They were supposedly helping build the house. But I guess now, according to Mary, Dawn, and them have sold. So I don't know. Whatever.
And somebody in chat wanted to know if that flash could have been Fred's red golf cart.
No.
They asked. I thought I'd just ask for him. All right.
No.
Well, listen, you guys, I need to get out of here too.
PG, I had a question for you, and I actually had one for
We've been on for 5 hours.
Do you remember the first dates of contact for you and Dawn and Candace?
The what?
Like the first time you ever had contact with Dawn and Candace. Do you remember what the date was? And I was gonna ask Josh and Justin too, but anyway, yeah.
Actually, no.
No. I'm just trying to figure out points of contact because of something else come across recently, and I think it matters a whole great deal. And I'm just trying to figure out very first points of contact for, and like certain things.
Do you believe Summer's alive? Someone asked that question.
I think there's a good possibility, yes. Depending on who's responsible. And I think that depending on who's responsible and what all touches everything, I think there could be a good chance that she is indeed alive and out here somewhere. Yes. And maybe that's just me wanting to think whatever, but if I wanted to believe, it's like I would have bought Chase's garbage and all that stuff around that, and even I knew that was nonsensical. Nobody who's responsible for taking her vanishing Summer on the 15th is gonna take her to Disney World. You know what I mean? And that terrorizes me. It's like, every day she could be out here hurt, harmed, obviously, right? And every day matters. And that's why almost 2.5 years is just absolutely excruciating. And it'll burn your soul to ash and your brain and everything else in your heart trying to figure out what you fucking missed somehow and where she is and how two dipshit chaos makers, whether it's chicken or the egg, and they want to play games and swear they care, but
Yeah, they do like to play games. That's true. Well, I'm going to definitely get off of here and get some sleep. Get some sleep, right? Hopefully, I get some sleep.
If you can, at some point, figure out, like, it's nothing to do with you. I'm sure y'all think this is more JSB hunting us and trying to screw with us, but I swear it's not PG and it's important maybe to Summer in a different way, but I'm looking.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Surely PG does not have a doorbell. Somebody warn her it might be, Satin's Godzilla. Yeah, it might be a notification or something. Who knows? 1729, he is doing extraordinarily well. And for that, I'm happy he called me. uh, Thanksgiving, and the day before he'd wanted all the recipes. Right, he wanted the recipe to his favorite casserole by Mama. And it was pretty funny, and spent hours with him, helping him try to make it. When he clearly thought that he knew better, that was not Mama's, but he waited till the last minute and he couldn't find all the Mama top ingredients. So. But had sort of a blast helping him cook all the way across the country, So he is doing well, and for that I'm extraordinarily happy. I do miss that kid though, hell of a lot. And we messaged last night and stuff, just basic things. But he's doing good.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah, I was like, well, hopefully it ain't Satin's like Cudzilla heifer coming like ringing PG's doorbell at 4 in the morning. She's mad. She's a little rabid. I think PG just muted herself again. Yep, PG has muted herself.
I'm back. It's one of my children up wanting to talk to me. Just hang out. So my kids are a trip.
They came and rang the doorbell at 4 a.m. hanging out.
That wasn't my door. I didn't have no doorbell ringing.
It was like a bell from somewhere. I was like, uh-oh, rabbit heifers done showed up at PG's door.
There was no doorbell ringing in my background. That was one of my kids had gotten up and came down wanting to talk with me, and I had to send them back to their bed. They couldn't believe I was still up on here. They thought I was off of here by now, and was just wanting to talk about. I'm not even going to say what they want to talk about, because if I say what my kids want to talk about, then I'd be having some body trying to twist it in 15 different ways. So I'd rather just not even
Amen
talk
to
about
that. Amen to that.
My personal life.
But yeah.
I know there was no doorbell. I promise you, there was no door. If I can ring my doorbell if you want to hear my doorbell, I'll be glad to ring my doorbell. Hold on, let me ring my doorbell for you.
That didn't sound right. I think the PG go to the doorbell. What is happening now? Y'all done challenged her doorbell ring. Is that where we're at these ages? We gotta go ring our own doorbells. Don't run around the neighborhood ringing neighbors. Is that it? That's true, DNA. It is better than hearing a cowbell. Gotta tell you. Far better than cowbell ring. Now PG's gonna wake up all her kids. one's woken up at 4 a.m. over something else. She's gonna wake up the rest ringing the doorbell. That's what I'm saying. I don't care if it was doorbell or not. I was just messing with it. Right, 1729, as long as she doesn't. What was it called back in the day? They called it ding dong bitch, right?
Here goes the doorbell. There you go. Now, did you guys hear that doorbell? That's my doorbell. There was no fucking doorbell in my background. I mean, come on, y'all. Come on. That's insane. Insane. You know, the one thing I hate about this YouTube stuff is you always got to prove yourself. And I don't know why. It's like, oh, you're lying. I know you're fucking lying. No, you didn't hear a doorbell. It might have been my phone, off my phone, a notification or something, but it was not my doorbell.
See, now y'all made PG walk like 7 minutes to her doorbell, and now she's going to walk back to her. Well, I guess you got your phone with you, right, PG? Instead of obviously the computer.
No.
Anyway, yeah, I guess you're just like, I was like, now she's going to wake up all the other children at 4 a.m. with the doorbell.
I had to find my freaking keys. I had to onset my alarm. I had to go out fucking side, ring a fucking doorbell. Come on. What the fuck? People put me through hell fucking who knows what time in the morning to prove that it wasn't my fucking doorbell. Now you know what my doorbell sounds like. Everybody happy? What the hell? I mean, I don't lie. Why would I lie? I mean, who do I fear so much that I would defy my own God to freaking lie to people? That's insane.
Oh, dude.
Man, my fucking doorbell is loud as hell. Probably all my kids are up now.
That's what I was saying.
Right? Probably all my
now you're going to have
like,
all of
who the hell is coming in? My fiance is probably fucking just got up. I mean, he's probably like, what the hell is she doing?
I was like, why is she ringing the doorbell at 4 a.m.? She's playing ding dong bitch.
I'm sure I'm going to have to explain that one. Right? I'm going to have to explain that one when I freaking go to bed. Like, what the hell was you down there doing?
Right. Right.
Who was at the door? Exactly. You know, I have to prove to you guys that it ain't my doorbell, and now I got it fucking go to bed, and my fiance is going to be like, who the hell was at the door? And then I'm going to have to explain to him that it was me at my own door. Yeah, I'm going to have to make that make sense.
Yeah, I don't know how you're doing the dating or the fiance thing, man. I'm just,
this is insane shit. Insane. Insane. Yeah, my fiance stays here on the weekends. Big deal.
I don't know. I think I'm now today. I'm just like, I can't do it. I don't. Never again. Never again.
You know, sometimes, you know, when my dad passed away, that's what my mother said. She said that, you know, I didn't think that I would find someone else either.
You know, if that one had passed away, I'd probably been dating already. But instead, life went a different way. And you know, I think it's different than. I think it's different. I just, you know, 3 decades of monster versus.
Well,
you actually care. Yeah,
you had a really.
And still, because he's still in the background, he's still driving by her, he's still making contact with family, he's still got eyes on us. It's still garbage from him and Stahl. It's still important.
And a lot of times you're afraid that you'll get somebody just like him.
I'm not afraid because there'll never be another him. The next one, I'll end up in a prison set. Like, anybody ever touches me again, I'm going to put him in a coffin.
I heard that.
And I mean that. They will not, I mean, first finger, anybody lays on me, they ain't going to worry about the next day because they ain't going to have one. And had he not been him, that would have been the same. People do not lay hands on me lightly. Don't ever attempt it. It's not going to end well. He is indeed the unicorn, and he will be the first and last to ever lay a finger on me. And I'm telling you, had he not been him, he'd been well under. So no, I'm not afraid. I just know that the possibility is real high. Statistics say, psychology says, all everything. I just don't want to go through that again. And I know that no matter how much healing I do, it's still one of those, like, I would sort of keep somebody else out of a life. You know what I mean? Because I'd always be waiting. Because with him, I mean, he was always a monster. Even the first night we, quote, met, though we went to school together and everything, and he was in the circle of friends. He was such a dork and never paying attention to him, you know. Don't even, like, I totally blanked him out of memory, like that type of thing. But the night we, quote, met, and I can remember conversation, everything verbatim, but even that night, it was the first lie, it was the first BS, it was the first garbage, and he was technically sort of cheating on another girl. His mom was forcing him to date that he fucking hated, and all this other stuff, you know. And I always had a bad guy, and he makes you defensive. It acts like you got to protect. It's what they do, and it's what his types do. But it was emotional, mental, all this other stuff for years, and you know, progressed. But it was always that from night one. It was the lies. It was the con. It was I've never been. It's like him still telling Stahl he's only ever been with 2 people, or trying to play it garbage with me, and I have proof. I have proof even while Stahl and him were at it that there were others. I have pictures of him with them. I have so much evidence, it's unreal. But you think Stahl's going to listen that she was wrapped up with a bunch of lies? The same exact story he's told every other side piece and cashier, because he loves the gas station cashiers and those he works for up to that type of thing. It's always that it's cashiers, store employees, this and there, fast food workers, and prostitutes and such. Or those he can get by generally at work. He's very stealthy. But anyway, the point is but he's not. But yeah, it's just like they all have the same, you know, and it's just like I heard him come on here on lives and things. But I've only been with 2 people, and I'm sure Stahl believes that, and he's full of garbage. And yeah, I'm sure she'll get a gift eventually that'll show her otherwise. But you know, that's the thing. You know, as far as I'm concerned, and I tried to help. It's like from the first everything, it was like I was trying to sort of warn her, but then it's like now I realize what she was too, and she's in that defensive mode where she's going to protect at all costs. Because, like always, he's built to bad guys, which they were truly his bad guys, and her monsters are on her parents. So those did apply and will always apply. But so in a way, he always did really actually have bad guys where it concerned, you know, his and I's story, whatever. But much like Stalin with the other women, it was always that I was a bad guy, but they never did have enough common sense to go, wait a minute, then who is raising the kids? Then who is cooking while he's banging me? Well, wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. And in Stahl's particular case, she thought he was making all this money, and she thought the car was actually his. She thinks all things. It turns out nothing. She thought she'd scoot herself into a good life, and then none existed. But then it makes it look good if I'm the bad guy and I'm the one that's lost him everything. But that's not true. Nothing belonged to him. Nothing was his. All the Jeeps, everything else he's ever had were bought by me. All the clothes, even his underwear, his socks, you name it. And he never did anything in return or reciprocation. Car payments, all of it's, but what he sells to these other women is just, he does everything, whatever. And it was only after I got sick, because he'll abuse you more when you get sick. He despises people when they're fucking sick. He hates it, but it also somehow turns it on. So it's when the abuse would get worse in other realms too. And then he used me being sick against me to then really start cheating over those 3 or 4 years. And then Stahl semi-trapped him too and was ripping an arm off, trying to get away from him, but he couldn't. Summer vanished and meant that he was absolutely going to get caught. They had all this thing. He had our thing, and he was really the victim, but he was actually over here abusing me and the children. And look, he's a freaking monster, and she'll find out one day, and there's nothing I can do to stay her front. And right now she's still in defensive mode and thinks she's protecting him from Big Bad Mean Old Sarah, and what she's doing is protecting the monster, and she's whatever herself. I'm just like, whatever. Both of them can do whatever. I don't care, but both helping do the abuse and forget. And it's a thing. It's like, you see her helping in the abuse stuff. It's like, even Monster is a monster. Like, all the years he would take off, do whatever, sleep there, do whatever it was, right? He'd still make sure to, like, at least, which, I mean, that's as long as I stayed in whatever box, but he would make sure that he dropped off money for the kids or whatever they needed, but he never tried. He was always like, "Hey, you're their mom. If it wasn't for you, they wouldn't be alive. It's one thing I can't say about you is you're a bad mom or anything." Blah, blah. When Stahl gets around, everything flips, and it's suddenly, not only is he stealing off my child and defrauding the government with her and stuff, with the pandemic shit on several different levels, including rent shit, looks like, but doing that in Little's name, to get the pandemic stuff and taxes and whatnot, but then refuses to pay child support, won't bring by anything, even though he's clearly seeing my family and others, didn't even attempt Christmas gifts, nothing, none of that stuff. And the only difference is the addition of Stahl, right? And so she's the one, but I know Monster in all the other decades. He never wants to be. It probably the only time he'd actually get him to do for the kids is when he was away, right? He'd at least bring by something, or he'd be like, "Yeah, here's money for the kids," whenever, whatever he wanted. But with her, it's like, I don't know. I mean, so for 2+ years, he's not paid child support, but he has, along with Stahl, stolen from my little and everything else. So I find it really jacked, and she's the only difference. I've watched her try to set up crap at court and lie and try to call in fake 911 shit. I've seen her, and my sons went to took videos of her while the kids, I wasn't even present, and her circling them and making faces at them and stuff like that. She has very much played a role in what's happened around here, and she's her own little thing, And I've watched her in the background, as you all can see on my vids, with proof that she was the one working with this group to try to have little Taken, to lie to them. She was doing it through Monster's Messenger with Lips and the rest. She's a pretty gross human being, and I consider it,
Just sit over there.
she's her own little monster for sure. So
Right there, hon. Yeah. You're fine.
But I tried. It was like I thought, well, I can save this woman from what's going to happen to her, at least. Right? We're done. But I can more. Nope. Not going to get through. So it is what it is. But anyway, yeah.
One of my children are already up, and I need to get out of here. So.
Well, you can think of first date of contact or anything. appreciate it. I'm sure you can find a way to get hold of me in the back somehow. If you do, if you can think of anything. I know when, like you were on Ziggs and all that stuff, right? But first contact. But it's not just your points. I'm looking for anybody that can think of first points of origin over here where 110 met YouTube, basically. So that's really, and it's for something really different.
I wasn't one of the. Don and Candace were already on YouTube. I mean, what I'm saying is, I hadn't come to YouTube till later.
I know you started making appearances on Ziggy, didn't you, and all that. I know.
But Don was already on YouTube with Cher.
Yeah.
He started doing the YouTube with Cher, and then he pretty much was sticking with her. And then he went to Benny. He went to Benny because actually that was my bad. I thought that, if he went to other creators, we would get more information for Summer by sending him to different creators. But those creators just seem to be like Cher. I mean, I don't know what's up with, the true crime community out here, because indeed the true crime community says, oh, we are for the victims. Oh, we are for these missing children. Oh, we are, getting the answers and doing all we can for these missing children. We want these kids to be found, brought home, and justice served. But when they get someone in their pocket that they can get information out of, they can help bring these children home. They don't want to ask these people the hard questions. They don't want to, offend these people that need to, give answers. And, oh, well, if I ask them the hard questions, then they're not going to be back. And a lot of the creators will actually share, and you might not want to answer that, Donald. Don't say that, Donald. Do this, Donald. Don't do that, Donald. Candace is going ballistic in the background. She might have said something to help us actually, find Summer, or at least the truth of what happened and what happens at that point. And Cher cuts the whole live off, right? Shuts it down, knocks Donald completely off. I'm not going to let them be talking, that's not that is our business. That is our business, because we need to hear what these fucks have to say. We need to get the answers for these missing children. If you shut it down, now you don't get the information, right? And that's the problem. If you truly are for these missing kids, like you claim you are, then, let these people, these suspects and these witnesses and all these people talk. Don't interrupt them. Don't shut them down. Don't shut them off. Let them talk. Quit being afraid to lose your cookie out of your damn pocket. And start, doing what you got to do for these missing children. That's what I got to say. You come here, you're going to get asked the hard questions. I really don't care if you get offended or you don't. This ain't about, this ain't about the people that are still here and can talk. This is about the child is missing that has no voice. And needs to be found, brought home, and justice served on that child's behalf. That's what this is about. I wish people would understand that. I wish people would, do the right thing. When you got someone talking, at least let them talk. get all the information you can get for these children. The only thing that brings Summer home is the truth. It's the God's honest truth. The truth needs to be told. This baby has every right to be found. This baby has every right, if she's no longer with us, to be laid to rest properly. Her brothers have a right to know none of this had anything to do with them, and that they can live their life in peace and know where their little sister is. They can visit her up if she's no longer with us, and at least put flowers upon her and know where she's at. That's what this is all about. This is about, justice, closure, most of all, peace. And that peace is to the one that deserves the respect in being found, Summer Moon Utah Wells. That's what it's mainly about. And I'm going to tell you, anybody will let a baby lay out there somewhere and not be found, there's probably a special place in hell for them. A special place in hell.
And Marilyn, I'm well aware of your deal. I've watched you for a very long time. Just lay into me anywhere and everywhere you can where my name is mentioned. I'm not trying to be rude to PG in any sense, but that you all are okay with question them again and ask the question again, do this or the other to us 24 hours a day. We have tens of millions of people asking us the same things over again. And you aren't, man, let JSBB. But all I asked of PG was when point of contact was, and then I asked her at the end if she thought of it at any point to get a hold of him. And that you're putting out like I'm pestering her, keeping her awake or whatever. I mean, it's her panel. She can be like, bye y'all anytime she wants, but there's no need to be like that towards me when you all stand there, including you, Marilyn, and scream around chats for eons, like 2 years now. Ask JSB again, or hey, so-and-so said that, you cut Summer's feet off and then planted Prince or whatever, and you all can scream that day in, day out in chats like you do, Marilyn, and then you're standing there being all crazy to me about me just being like, hey, PG, when was your point of contact? And then later on being like, if you can think of it, let me know. That's wild. But every day people like you can stand there in chats and scream to ask us the same question 900 times or want info from us, Wow. But anyway, PG.
Jody Sue, I know that you and your family's been put through a lot, just like everybody else's families in, the community has been put through hell as well. I know that everybody wants answers,
We do. And I know millions of people now believe that we don't, or that somehow the neighbors is, or so-and-so's that, or Allie's is, or whoever's whatever on a given day. Man, there are great.
The only thing that I wish is everyone would tell the God's honest truth for Summer's sake. That's all I wish. I wish stories would quit changing and rearranging and doing all the things that they're doing, because, this little girl deserves to be found. She deserves to be brought home. She deserves the truth to be told for her and on her behalf. And, we're all going to have to meet our maker one day. And, at that point, I'm sure if we could go back, we would have told the truth. We would have done everything we could to help this little girl. But there's no going back. There's only going forward. And that going forward is going to lead into meeting our maker at some point. And I sure wouldn't want to tell him that, I wasn't doing all I could do to help this little 5-year-old child to be found and closure gotten for herself and her brothers and all the people out here that truly, love her and are trying their best to, keep her in the spotlight and do all they can to help her actually be found. I think it's sad that, you know, I think it's sad that things didn't go better at the beginning, you know, of her case. I think that a lot of, you know, the ball was dropped in so many different areas of Summer's case, which is sad, which is very sad, because I think that, you know, if the case would have been handled more diligently, we wouldn't be sitting here right now, because the evidence would have pointed exactly to what happened. And if you know, things wouldn't have been so screwed up.
I think when people are immediately met with the amount of chaos and mud and jello that was in their prison, even on June 15th, it's hard to wade through that. And then when you combine magnified extreme versions of it, where social media is playing a role, and then you have others speaking out to you know, fight back, and also yeah, it's like, and to figure out where the chaos, mud and jello began and end, and these extreme people headhunting, doing all these things and going real life, and that makes the insanity even worse. I think that's a whole lot for Ellie and feds to wade through to find everything that's needed. And
I think that Hawkins County was not prepared to handle a case like this. I don't think that, you know, they really ever did handle a case like this. Therefore, they wasn't prepared for it. They assumed that, you know, this child had just wandered off. They was going to find her. Everything was going to be okay. And, you know, you can't go in there thinking the best. You got to go in there thinking the worst. And you got to treat these missing child cases like criminal cases from the very get. Because a lot of times, you know, you don't find a child, and you need that evidence preserved in order to, you know, put the pieces together and get prosecution.
Well, I think they were thinking both ways, because they had the roadblocks down there, they had everything. So, I mean, you got to think, as soon as Hawkins come in, it wasn't long until surrounding agencies come in, state police came in, then TBI, then FBI, and et cetera, because by midnight you have all of those agencies sort of present. But, you know, it's that I think they were going both ways with it.
When I got parents standing there insisting that it is, you know, that it is indeed an abduction, when they haven't even really combed the area to find out if it's possibly anything else.
I'll agree with that. I think that the whole thing,
I
got Candace and Dawn misleading, lying, and that created a problem. And it wasn't just what they were thinking, because none of it ever made sense. When you have those closest to her up there, I mean, just full out line of slinging jello and mud, that's gonna keep any law enforcement agency's ability. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? So, and I know that
parents of a truly missing child is not going to stand there and throw their whole freaking community under a bus to keep the focus off of themselves. Not going, you know, Don and Candace Wells did that out of pure fear of the focus being on them. When they were pointing their finger at everybody in the community, you got to remember, they had a lot more fingers pointing back at them than they did that they were pointing out at someone else. So the point being is, Don and Candace have worked too hard They worked too hard to, in some different areas, they worked too hard to not show their guilt, in my opinion. In my opinion, they are guilty as hell. I do not care what anybody else thinks or says. It doesn't matter to me. I'm telling you, these people didn't want to focus on them. They did not want flyers being put out. They did not want billboards being put up. They did not want reward funds being put out. And once they figured out they couldn't get it, they are looking up, how do you pass lie detectors test? How do you pass the psychological evaluations? How do you pass, the interview panel or whatever it's called they went on? I don't even care. What I'm trying to say, it's early morning hours. I'm tired. What I am trying to say is these people have, everything they've done has done nothing but show that they're guilty as fucking hell, and we all know it. It's bottom line. You cannot tell law enforcement where your kid ain't unless you know where your child is. That's what I'm trying to say. And and they sit there.
Looked for her.
These are parents that sit there and don't, just plain out don't care that they lost the boys. They ain't even trying to get them back. They're not doing nothing to get their name cleared. What I'm saying is they truly are the worthless, guilty ass cowards that they look like, in my opinion. And I'm allowed to have any opinion I want because this is America, where I have a right to say what I think and how I feel about whatever in the hell I please. And that's a beautiful gift that many people have lost their life to give us. And I'm not about to lose it.
Yeah, I'm with you, PG. It's like, how in the world? It's like a WJHL interview with Candace and Grandis. It's like, what are they talking about? That they knew she'd been taken, whatever. But then the boys, they hadn't, just, even they didn't get out looking. And then Don, when he pulls in down there, he says the reason he pulled in was because, he wanted whatever, but he hadn't been called back. That's how
the reason he pulled in down there is because, as you said, law enforcement had pulled in first. He seen law enforcement. He knew that everything was real, and he was shivering in his fucking boots, and he needed to pull over and calm the hell down before he can move forward.
I think Candace made him aware of where the boys were, and he was trying to get to them, and then that's why it's 5 to 10 minute story from them too. And I took the behaviors and all those things as a different way in real time, but once I had time to think about him, Don pulled in down there because he knew where the boys would be, and he was already weaving and getting ready to come up with the story. It's why you hear him say certain things. It's like, I know right now what's big out here.
I'm going to tell you, Don, Candace, and Grandis all were script, and they were all script.
Yeah, there's some level of scripting and control.
As one, I'm going to tell you, when you pull up as law enforcement, you pull up, and everybody there is script. I'm going to tell you something, and that's not, that is not good for the people, because I'll tell you why. You pull up and you talk. You can pull up to any scene. There could be 5 people see an accident, and you talk to, and you'll get 5 different stories. Law enforcement knows this. When you mother freaking pull up and you get the same damn story out of 5 people, you know that these 5 people just correspond together. Because that's bullshit. It don't happen like that. And
Well,
that's
in your chat, there's an A1 flow there. And they're saying, quote, which is not the first salty comment, but the truth is getting covered up by miscellaneous details regarding cars driving up driveways and screams no one else heard. The thing is that I wouldn't call those quote miscellaneous details are then, covered up by, because you literally have all of these things, these little things happening in a time window where a child goes missing. I wouldn't call those miscellaneous, and whether they count in the end or not, or are actually something, it'd be hella weird for cars to be going up and down during those times. It's strange. There's this noise that I and the kids all hear that stops us, that there's still no explanation for. And if you know the topography in the area, in this area, you know that screams can be heard from many places or noises from many places, and how they could apply and why they would travel ways they would travel and what others may not hear or others may have heard. See, that's what y'all don't realize, just because y'all not got the whole story or anything else. So to call anything miscellaneous, I guess you'd have to be assumed. I'd assume A1 down there has the whole case file right in front of
Now,
him.
you know what I find suspicious about the unfounded scream. What I find very weird about the unfounded scream is the Wells wanted to use it when they felt it was fitting into their narrative. But when they were called out that, hey, it's not fitting into the narrative, then it's a whole different ball game. What I'm saying is, you can tell they're lying. You can tell that Don and Candace have something to hide. You can tell they're lying like the mother frickers they are. They're just liars. They're liars. And I'm going to have to get off of here before I say a whole lot of other things that, I probably should really think about before I go saying them. So, with that being said, when I get tired, it's not a good thing. So, absolutely not a good thing. And I really need to drop this right now before I really go south with the Wells.
Yeah, your chat, some of them need naps or something.
Yeah, we all need to sleep on it and meet back up again tomorrow night. But yes, this is about summer. This is about finding summer. It's about bringing summer home. And I'm going to tell you, this 5-year-old little girl, wherever she is, the only thing she wants is the same thing anybody would want that's out there somewhere. And that's to be found. They just want to be found. I pray that God helps her. I pray that she comes home. And I pray that the justice is served against whoever done such an evil act against this child. That's what I pray for. And I know I serve a mighty God that sits in heaven. And I know with God all things are possible. All things are possible. I don't care where summer is. I know that God can uncover it and let it be seen and report it to LE. And this case can be solved. And in the name of his son, Jesus Christ, who sits at the right hand of him that died so I could live forever, I pray that. Amen. Absolutely. I'm telling you, this little girl, how people cannot feel sorry for her, how people cannot step up and tell the truth for her. I'm going to tell you something. I don't know. Because God did not give you a spirit of fear. He gave you a spirit of courage, strength. He gave you a suit of armor to stand up in this life and do what needs to be done. And we, as humans, need to be getting it done. Hell's hot. You have a hell to shun and a heaven to gain. Better start working on gaining it. And Don and Candace need to work on it too. Them two need to step up and they need to tell the truth. Because everybody knows, we all know that they've been doing nothing but fucking lying to cover that ass. To cover that ass. They need to step up for their daughter and tell the truth. They need to step up for their sons and tell the truth.
In yes, videos, I do think Summer will be found, and I think the person responsible will be as well. I have absolute confidence in that.
I'm going to tell you, I know whoever did this to Summer, we will get justice. Whether we get
it, ask me about the stuff that Monster was doing or whatever else. Y'all go ask him.
Whether we get justice,
Monster and whatever is between him and C&D, that has nothing to do with me.
Summer will
ask
get justice.
Monster and C&D those questions. Quit asking me about whatever Dylan's was going on.
Nobody's seen Monster lately. He kind of fell off the face of the earth.
No, he ain't. I have proof in the background that him and Star still playing. I ain't. Yeah. Nope. They're still trying shenanigans as well.
Mm.
And the family contact stuff says so, and so does community. Well.
Right. All right. Listen, everybody, I'm heading out of here. Jody Sue, I appreciate you coming and hanging out.
Sorry for keeping you awake and all that, okay?
Hey, for Summer, I stay awake all night if I had to, but
and I also didn't mean to take over your panel. I know I've done.
I get off of here and I got to stick one of my sons back to bed.
You're wrong, Sharon. I didn't know about it until after. Go ask Monster. Go ask C&D about it. Quit coming at me with it. They're the dope heads. They're the smokers. They're the freaking junkies and addicts, bro. I've never had any such problem in my life. I've ever been on anything. Go ask them and quit putting that crap on me.
Listen, Jody Sue, I really do got to go.
All right.
I got son robbing the refrigerator, and I got to get him to bed. All right, guys. Good night. All right, everybody. PG's got to get out of here. I really do. My child, I'm sure, has already been into the ice cream and everything else. So, right. I don't know. You know, this has been some kind of a night for me. And I usually try to, I usually really do try to, you know, to keep my posure. I really do. But I think, you know, tonight I've kind of lost it a couple of times, and you know, that's not in my character, and I don't like it. I don't like it when, as well. Thanks for the warm hospitality. Hey, you're welcome. All right, you're welcome. Listen, you guys, God bless, much love. I don't ever leave out of here. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, Bucket. Our Rebecca List says, "Hoes, listen, I'm feeling you right now because I know tomorrow's going to be freaking rough for me. I know it's going to be rough. Listen, I don't ever go out of here without asking each and every one of you, please, tonight when you bow your heads and you fold your hands, please say a prayer for Summer. Please, please, please send a prayer up for this little girl. I know that God is listening. From your lips to his ears, He is listening. I know God loves us. He loves Summer. He loves us. And I know God wants to answer our prayers, right? He answers prayers. So tonight, please pray for this baby in the name of Jesus Christ. Pray for this baby and let God know how much we want her to be found, how much we want her to be brought home, and how much we want justice to be served upon this earth. Please pray for Summer and pray for one another as well. I don't know what all of you guys want, but I do know that God does, and I do know that God does answer prayers. So I do pray in the name of Jesus Christ that He does answer all of our prayers. Amen. That's how quick, that's how fast, and how easy it is to pray, and it's free. It's free, man. It don't cost a dime to bow your head, fold your hands, and say a prayer. And I appreciate each and every one of you that do. And I know God appreciates you. I'm going to say good night. God bless and much love.